Chapter 563. As mentioned last time, the language of the elves had already surpassed the scope of language that we could understand. Most of its effective meanings were hidden in the silent understanding and resonance of the speaker. This was due to the extraordinary senses that the elves were born with, which was almost like a species instinct. Even if they only have words, they can reproduce the context through pronunciation and even brush strokes, read aloud or touch, complete reference, and achieve empathy. This is unimaginable to humans who can only speak dryly. In the study room of Mindy's hall, Grand Scholar Bonner shook his head as usual and explained his grammar lesson in a leisurely manner. Thales sat upright behind the desk, quietly copying the ancient Elven alphabet, as well as the 5 to 15 phonetic symbols for each letter. His posture was elegant and meticulous. It was as if nothing had happened last night. Therefore, in written language, the Elven language is often so concise and capable that it makes one's hair stand on end. The grammatical structure of the ancient CIA Elven language often omits tenses and even pronouns, while the word order of the Gurian Elven language has many incomprehensible inversions. There's a little joke. An Elven romance novel about a love triangle was translated into the common human language, but the readers were divided into 3 factions after reading the ending. They quarreled fiercely because all 3 factions felt that the pair of characters they liked ended up together, until the original author could not help but jump out and say that he wrote a hexagon romance. Grand Scholar Bonner's voice buzzed, but Thales remained focused. The Star Lake guards who accompanied him closely at the door were still the pairing of a vanguard and a guard, as Mallows preferred, but not Glover and Doyle of the past. Instead, it was the young Ness and the burly Bastia, whom Thales was unfamiliar with. Both of them had performed well last night. The former subdued Doyle, who was eager to save his father, with his iron fist, while the latter showed Thales the toughness of his abdominal muscles. Therefore, Glover and Doyle had also changed shifts. Thales said quietly. In view of this, when the Redalians, the origin of the Empire and the uncivilized era, imitated the ancient elves in creating the alphabet, they had to add a lot of additional grammatical standards, such as tense, voice, subject-verb-object order, and so on, to clarify things that the ancient elves could perceive without the trouble of describing. Thus, they went to the other extreme, which later resulted in the complex, detailed, and ever-changing ancient language of the Empire. In this way, we have to be extra careful when reading or even translating the Elven language. There was no sun today. The cold wind howled, and it was bone-chilling. Mindy's hall also appeared desolate and silent. In previous years, Eternal Star City would have already entered winter at this time of the year, but this year's autumn seemed to be especially long. It was gloomy, dreary, and grim. The Duke of Star Lake quietly moved his wrist and watched the letters appear on the paper. After one night, his back was stiff, his forehead ached, and the sides of his legs were cold. All of this reminded him that the corner of the bedroom was not a good place to sleep. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why different races have different languages, and how different languages shape different races. Language is a tool, a result, but it is also a master, a cause. It is the best example of turning from guest to host, deeply influencing the user in the midst of change. As he listened to Scholar Bonner's whisper, Thales' eyes focused on the letters in front of him. The tip of the pen moved as delicately as a machine, every stroke was meticulous and precise. Other than that, there was nothing else. The others that he hated to face. It's far away. Scholar Bonner's voice became a little ethereal, his pitch strange, fluctuating between high and low. The young Duke did not respond. He changed the paper expressionlessly and turned to the next page to copy. The next page. And the next page. But Scholar Bonner's volume suddenly rose. It's far. The tip of Thales' pen trembled, and a drop of ink spread on the paper. He came back to his senses and looked up in surprise. I'm sorry. In front of him, the calm and composed Scholar Bonner had his hands clasped together and was watching him with interest. Scholar Bonner smiled and explained patiently. That was a sentence in ancient CIA, that was a sentence in the ancient CIA Elven language. If you annotate all the information contained in the pronunciation, it can be translated as, the scholar returned to his seat and said in a playful tone, Your heart is not with me, not in the class, not even in the letters under your pen, Your Highness. Thales was stunned for a second. Although he quickly thought of a few excuses, he finally sighed and apologized sincerely. I am sorry, Scholar Bonner. Oh, no, I should be the one apologizing. Scholar Bonner picked up his teacup without a trace of anger. My explanation is obviously not interesting enough for you to focus your attention and forget your worries. Thales shook his head. It's not your fault. You're an excellent teacher. It's just that but Bonner interrupted him. I heard about what happened last night. Thales paused. Respect and understanding are good things, Your Highness. It's even more valuable not to ignore the value and connotation of a person, even an enemy. Is that so? The prince forced a smile and suppressed his chaotic emotions. Scholar Bonner closed his textbook and said faintly, but don't forget that you're also a person. Hearing this, Thales was stunned for a moment. The old scholar, who was a person of virtue and prestige, smiled. So I think we might as well end class early. Thales put down his pen. He just realized that the page of Elven language he had copied was full of mistakes. The teenager sighed. Thank you for your understanding, Scholar Bonner. I'm grateful. Scholar Bonner smiled slightly. And the reason why we have to improve our grammar and study language is not to stop at daily conversations and letter writing, Your Highness. He stood up and said meaningfully, I'm sorry. It's precisely because we, as humans, value each other's values and feelings, and because we want to better communicate and understand each other, and unearth and express what's hidden in our hearts. Instead of superficial behavior and reactions, falling into blind self-awareness and misunderstanding, constrained by malicious conjectures and suspicions, and trapped by indifferent nature and rules. The reason why we're different from animals and beasts, Your Highness, is not because we know how to make fire. The doddering Scholar Bonner carefully put away his teaching materials. It's because some of us know how to make fire, and some don't. There was a profound meaning in these words, and Thales was speechless. He could only stand up and bow respectfully. After Scholar Bonner left, Thales looked at the gloomy weather outside the window and summoned his attendants, Ness and Bastia. Has there been any news from Renaissance Palace? No, Your Highness. As a probationary vanguard, it was obviously the first time Ness had received the task of serving the prince closely. The young man, who was only a few years older than Thales, was very excited. He looked at the prince with eager and expectant eyes. In fact, I think the palace is very busy because of what happened last night. Last night. Thales sighed, his mood gloomy. The older Bastia glanced at Ness, but the young man was oblivious to it and was still in high spirits. Do you want to send someone to Renaissance Palace to ask? No, there's no need. Thales stood up. I want to change. Next is martial arts class, before Mallows arrives. The Duke stood up and unbuttoned his cuffs. After last night, he had an urgent desire to wield a weapon. I want to go to the training field to warm up first. Ness was beaming with joy. Of course, I'll inform the servants, but, Your Highness, the older Bastia said hesitantly. His voice was rough, like the bellows in a blacksmith's shop. About the training field, he wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Thales looked at this guard officer who was as strong as a hill and recalled the strength he had when he surrounded him last night. He wondered if every royal guard had a person of such a build. Doyle just came back. Thales' hand that was unbuttoning paused. Bastia observed Thales' expression and quickly said, Doyle. Doyle and Vanguard Glover are currently on the training field, with Officer Mallows. Thales turned around, puzzled. So? The two of them looked at each other and did not answer him. Soon, he no longer had to wonder. When Thales arrived at the training field, most of the Star Lake Guards were there. They were divided into several teams according to seniority and duty, forming a semicircle, just like the last time Thales was tested. Ness was about to shout a reminder to everyone to salute, but Bastia quickly intercepted him. Thales could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Under the gloomy sky, everyone stood in silence. No one whispered to each other, no one even dared to make any unnecessary movements. Thales' gaze swept past the crowd and saw Mallows standing at the forefront. He had his hands behind his back, his expression calm and his eyes calm, but his entire being exuded an unsettling aura. Penal Officer Patterson, Logistics Officer Stone, Flag Bearer Fubby, these senior guards with special identities stood behind the watchman with solemn expressions. And right in front of Mallows, in the middle of the training field, two people knelt on one knee, hands on their chests and heads bowed. They were under everyone's gaze. That was Doyle and Glover. Thales was slightly startled. The prince subconsciously stood to the side of the training field and did not continue forward. His instincts told him that he should not go any closer. There were still people who noticed the Duke's arrival, but obviously, the atmosphere in front of them prevented them from saluting loudly. Many just bowed slightly and kept their eyes on their chests. Mallows soon saw Thales as well. He only gave him a light glance before returning to the matter at hand nonchalantly. "Patterson, get to work." In front of the crowd, Penal Officer Patterson took a cold step forward, past Mallows, and came before the two people kneeling on the ground. First Class Protector, Danny Doyle. Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly. The penal officer's voice was calm but cold, with a judgment that left no room for doubt. "As the most prestigious protector in Mindy's Hall, your audacity last night endangered the safety of His Highness, obstructed the work of your colleagues, jeopardized the responsibility of the guards, and went against your mission." Watching from the sidelines, Thales closed his eyes. He knew what was going on. But last night, Thales thought of Baron Doyle, whose face was full of fear, the hysterical Baroness, and Doyle, who angrily brandished his sword. Then he thought of Anchor Birel, who was smiling in despair. And the countless pairs of eyes watching from the sidelines. He felt a wave of discomfort. "Sharpen thy sword to sharpen its edge." Patterson uttered an old-fashioned phrase. He lowered his gaze and looked coldly at Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground. "Do you have anything to complain about?" Doyle looked haggard and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not slept all night. At the moment, his attire was messy and his hair was disheveled. He was a far cry from the usual image of a rich young master who slacked off but had a good image. "No, Penal Officer Patterson." Doyle took a few deep breaths and raised his head. His expression was bitter and sorrowful. Only when he saw Thales did his eyes brighten. "My recklessness has implicated His Highness and everyone else. I am willing to take responsibility for my mistake." He put down the hand on his knee and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head deeply. "Sharpen thy sword to sharpen its edge." None of the bystanders among the guards spoke. Everyone stared at them silently. The atmosphere was somber. Patterson glanced at Mallows. The latter did not make a sound. "Very well, then." The penal officer nodded and said indifferently, 9 lashes. When the verdict was announced, there was finally a small ripple among the guards, but it was quickly suppressed. Behind Patterson, Capone and Pedrassi of the disciplinary division, the former was always teased by Doyle as Patterson's little cotton-padded jacket, and the latter was a member of the impromptu sniper team last night, walked forward with expressionless faces. Doyle, who was kneeling on the ground, was already prepared. Under everyone's gaze, he quietly removed his weapon and handed it to the penal officer. Then, he took off his equipment and clothes one by one: coat, jacket, wrist guards, arm guards, leather armor, belt, scarf, undershirt, until his muscular and well-proportioned upper body was revealed, shivering slightly in the cold autumn wind. The penal officer did not stop and turned to another person. Caleb Glover, First Class Vanguard. Glover, nicknamed Zombie, did not answer. His expression was as calm as ever. It was as if it was not his name that was evoked. As the most experienced and most skilled Vanguard official in Mindy's Hall, you did not pay attention to your partner's emotional state at all. After you realized it, out of sympathy, you ignored your responsibility and even violated orders, allowing him to act recklessly. Doyle bit his lower lip, but did not dare to say anything. Compared to before, Patterson's reprimand to Glover was harsher. "Thy sword shall be sharpened to shine its edge." Any objections? Glover raised his head slowly, like a statue that had been sealed for 1,000 years coming into contact with the air and falling dust. "No." Zombie said hoarsely. His voice was calm and flat. "My sword shall be sharpened to shine its edge." Patterson stared at him for a long time before he spoke. 7 lashes. Glover's movements were swift and fierce without needing any reminders. He knelt on both knees and consciously removed his weapon and armor, revealing a body of strong but tanned and rough muscles. His body was full of potholes and old scars, a stark contrast to Doyle. Just like that, the two of them knelt on the training ground with their upper bodies bare, facing the gazes of their peers. Mallows still did not make a sound. He only watched coldly. Thale's emotions grew more and more complicated. Capone of the disciplinary division silently opened his equipment bag and took out 2 short sticks the size of a spindle. He handed them to Doyle and Glover and let them bite them in their mouths. "You've all had experience." Capone released the wooden stick that Glover held tightly in his mouth and whispered between the two of them. "I only have one piece of advice: bite tight, don't drop it." On the other side, Pezzarossi methodically took out 2 fist-sized brown leather objects that were tied up like bows and slowly untied them until they looked like 2 leather whips. The 2 whips were slender and sturdy. Pezzarossi swung them in the air twice, and they made a whistling sound. Many of the guards frowned. Doyle took a deep breath. Glover looked even more serious. "Bear with it, boys," Penal Officer Patterson said coldly. "Trust me, I've seen the barbed whips used by the Northlanders. They're thicker than the hemp ropes used to hang the city gates. That's even worse." Doyle looked like he accepted it calmly. He turned his head to look at Thales and nodded deeply at the prince. Thales sighed and nodded silently at him. Mallows frowned when he saw this. The next second, Patterson waved his hand. Capone and Pezzarossi came behind the two of them and skillfully shook off the whips. But at that moment, the penal officer's shoulder was pressed down. It was Mallows. "Gray, you'll be in charge of Glover." The watchman looked at the surprised Patterson, walked forward, and gestured for Capone to pass the whip to him. "As for Protector Doyle, I'll do it." There was quite a commotion among the guards. Doyle and Glover were also extremely surprised. Patterson frowned. "We'll do it ourselves." "Actually, we don't have to," but Mallows quickly interrupted him. "Since there are nobles in the audience, we have to be more serious, don't we?" The watchman glanced sideways at Thales. The guard's commotion was quickly suppressed. The prince felt a chill in his heart and cast an indignant look at Mallows. "But although this is the internal affairs of the guards, Your Highness," Mallows did not give Thales a chance to speak. He bowed to the prince and smiled faintly. "But you're still welcome to watch and be a witness. Or, are you willing to count out the number of whips for us?" Thales was in disbelief. He was rendered speechless by him. Patterson sighed. He walked behind Glover, pushed aside the stunned Pezzarossi, and took the whip from him. Mallows came behind Doyle and flicked the whip in his hand. He smiled at Thales and did not wait for the latter's response. "All right then. Since His Highness is unwilling, then Toledo, you count out." Among the crowd, Toledo, Mallows' messenger, was stunned for a moment. He looked at his superior, then at the prince, a little at a loss. Until Mallows looked displeased. "Now." Toledo did not dare to hesitate. He took a step forward, raised his head, and shouted, "One." As soon as he finished. Under Thales' shocked and angry gaze, Mallows and Patterson swung their arms at the same time. Whoosh whoosh, their movements were practiced and smooth. The 2 whips were swung at almost the same angle, and the sound of the whips breaking through the air was almost identical. Thales' breathing stagnated. In the next second, the leather and skin trembled under the high-speed contact, making a sound that tore through the air, smack. It was crisp, piercing, cold, and terrifying. In the field, Doyle shuddered violently. He subconsciously clasped his hands together and bowed forward, but quickly reacted by putting down his hands and straightening his back. On the other side, Glover bit on his short rod. His expression remained the same, and his body was like steel. He only trembled slightly the moment the whip touched him. But both of them were short of breath. Thales soon saw that the upper backs of the two tortured, whether rough or smooth, revealed a fine and terrifying red line from the upper right to the lower left. Bright red seeped out from it and spread to other parts of the skin. This strength, Thales heard Bastia sigh in a low voice, intentionally or unintentionally. It's going to leave a scar. The onlookers' breathing was uneven, their gazes complicated. Mallow stretched out his left hand and stopped Toledo from counting out. He slowly said, "Protector Danny Doyle, do you know what your biggest mistake last night was?" Doyle was still immersed in the pain of the first whip. He did not speak, but only bit on his short rod, his face twisted. Mallows was silent for a while, then he turned to Toledo. Toledo did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly counted out. 2. Mallows and Patterson's whips swung out in an arc again. Smack. Doyle and Glover shuddered again. Thales subconsciously turned his head, as if he could feel the unbearable pain even though he was watching from the sidelines. "Answer me." Mallows flashed his usual calm smile. "Protector Doyle, do you know?" Doyle panted heavily, his eyes showing signs of struggle. But in the end, Doyle took a deep breath. He spat out the short rod decisively, endured the pain, and said, "Because my choice was reckless and selfish, endangering His Highness and everyone else." Mallows snorted softly, and signaled to Toledo. 3. The whip shadows appeared again, and both tore through the air. Smack. This time, without the short rod in his mouth, Doyle groaned in pain, and fell forward. It took him a few seconds to straighten his back and kneel again. On the other side, Glover only bit on the short rod tighter and tighter as he watched him. "Wrong answer," Mallows said calmly. "Tell me, Doyle, when the interests of the individual and the collective conflict," the watchman shook his whip, "what will you choose?" As soon as he said this, Thales, Doyle, Glover, and the guards present were all stunned. "Or let me put it bluntly, when one day, your family and loved ones conflict with your duty and mission," Mallows glanced at Toledo, who was counting, and said nonchalantly, "What will you choose?" Toledo sighed. 4. Both whips danced in unison. Smack. Doyle groaned in pain through gritted teeth. Glover obviously could not take it anymore, and his body began to sway. They panted rapidly, and blood began to seep from their backs. What if someone threatens you with the lives of your family members and harms His Highness? Mallow's voice grew louder. What if your dearest family members want you to betray His Highness? Thales' heart tensed. He suddenly remembered the prison of bones and the former royal guards. Doyle caught his breath and straightened his back again, but he was already drenched in sweat and looked pathetic. He hissed in pain, "I'm sorry. I failed my mission last night, Your Grace." Mallows furrowed his brows. This time, he did not wait for Toledo to count. He swung his arm and whipped, creating an explosion that was much more terrifying than the previous one. Smack. Doyle screamed and collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The guards also trembled. On the other side, Patterson was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. He whipped Glover until he arched his back and twitched. Toledo hurriedly followed and reported the number. Filthy, 5. Thales could not bear to watch anymore. He looked away and felt his heart sink. Mallows exhaled. He looked at Doyle, who was trembling uncontrollably, and turned his head to look at another person. "You, Vanguard Caleb Glover. You answer me. What will you choose?" Glover, who was also drenched in sweat and covered in dust, took a few deep breaths and straightened his body with a determined gaze. The zombie spat out the short stick and said hoarsely, "We've all sworn an oath, sir. To dedicate our lives to the throne, and to serve the royal power forever. Mallows paced and pursed his lips. So, under the double torture of pain and humiliation, Glover revealed a ferocious expression. So we must make sacrifices. Mission comes before family. Thale's breathing quickened as he listened to him. Mallows suddenly turned around and whipped again. Smack! After a terrifying explosion, Glover cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Patterson, who was holding the whip, frowned. He looked at Glover, who was supposed to be his mission, and then at the gloomy Mallows. He did not understand. Give him 5 more lashes. Without waiting for Toledo to report, Mallows gestured with his chin at Glover, who was under him, and said to Patterson, also, the whip just now does not count. The penal officer looked surprised and doubtful. Because you held back on that whip, Gray. Mallows did not wait for the other party to speak and said calmly, you know, I trust you very much. Patterson's expression froze. The penal officer gripped the whip handle tightly and did not make a sound. He did not dare to show any mercy. On the other side, Doyle, who had recovered, looked at the trembling Glover on the ground and hurriedly said, My lord, sir. This has nothing to do with the zombies. Last night, He gritted his teeth and ignored the tears and snot on his face. I made the wrong choice. I dared not make the sacrifice. Mallows frowned slightly and swung his arm. Smack! With the sound of the whip, Doyle also fell to the ground. His back was dripping with blood and he was panting intermittently. 5 more lashes for this too, Mallows said calmly, but did not explain why. Toledo did not dare to hesitate and continued to count. Thales wanted to speak up, but when he remembered that it was his appearance that worsened the situation and increased their punishment, he had to force himself to calm down and hold back all his words. Mallows raised his head and looked at the guards. Sacrifice. The watchman spoke softly, but it made everyone stand up straight in awe. This word always seems easy when you say it, doesn't it? Sacred, glorious, great. It makes one's emotions surge and feel like they have ascended. Mallows paced and did not continue the whipping immediately. But many people forget. Mallows looked at the gloomy sky with misty eyes, as if he was looking at an unreachable god. The essence of sacrifice, it's a transaction. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the watchman slowly lowered his head. Doyle and Glover clenched their teeth again and straightened their backs. In ancient times, when the belief in the god of light was still prevalent, mortals would offer sacrifices in front of the altar in exchange for the blessings of the gods. This is the source of sacrifice. As soon as he finished, Toledo began to count again, and the next crack of the whip sounded. Smack! The 2 who were being whipped fell again, their elbows on the ground. Thale's pupils constricted violently. So it's exactly the opposite of what it sounds like. Sacrifice is selfish. Mallow's tone was profound. It's a transaction that seeks profit. End of this chapter. Chapter 564. Mallows slowly raised his gaze, but it was as if he was looking at everyone present. The air seemed to be pulled taut, leaving no gaps. Only when you believe that through sacrifice, you can get something more precious, reputation after death, practical benefits, the safety of others, or pure self-satisfaction, will you choose to sacrifice. Mallow's words became more solemn. In other words, only when you know what you believe, what you cherish more, and what you want to trade, will you have the right to choose, to sacrifice what justifiably, such as your life. Thales was silent. Thales did not make a sound. He seemed to have an illusion that Mallows had been staring at him all along. In the next second, Mallows turned around swiftly, and Patterson raised his arm as well. Both of them lashed out at the same time, smack. This time, Toledo could not even react in time. He could only barely catch up to them after counting down. Otherwise, your so-called glorious sacrifice, Mallows looked expressionlessly at the 2 men panting on the ground, is just a moment of impulsiveness, foolishness caused by manipulation, and even self-abasement caused by blindly believing and following blindly. Smack. Another lash. Glover dragged his chest up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and held on. Doyle simply leaned back and sat on his calves. I punish you, Doyle, not because you made the wrong choice. Mallows said coldly. When your father was kidnapped and the situation was tense, you appeared so heroic. You threw everything to the back of your mind, pulled out your sword, and went on a rampage. You sacrificed yourself to save your father. Doyle was dazed for a moment, and looked at the watchman. But what do you want to sacrifice, and what can you exchange for? Father? Your Highness? Yourself? Justice? Loyalty? Do you know? Do you understand? Mallows no longer looked at the confused Doyle. And you, Glover? The zombie straightened his back and listened to the lecture solemnly. Whether you sympathized with Doyle and secretly let him go to save your father, or you wanted to stop him from the duel, so you suggested a sneak attack from behind. It felt very kind-hearted, very noble, and very considerate of comradeship. But what do you intend to sacrifice, and what do you want to exchange for? Comradeship? Friendship? Conscience? Responsibility? Mission? Do you know? Have you thought about it? Mallows showed a rare expression of seriousness. What do you believe? What was he fighting for? Sacrifice what? Who are we saving? Doyle and Glover were at a loss. They did not know what to do. But they did not need to answer, because what greeted them was, Pa. Amidst the screams, their thoughts were once again interrupted by the intense pain. No, you can't even tell me, you can't tell me honestly, because you don't know anything. Mallow's voice had calmed down, but it did not feel relaxed at all. It was still the tension of a bowstring being pulled taut. All the guards fell into deep thought. No, the reason why I'm punishing you isn't because you made the wrong choice, but because you can't see a choice at all. You only resorted to your animal instincts when you were ignorant and confused. You moved forward blindly and acted rashly, only to regret it later. Then, you pretended to be stubborn and wiped your tears to say that it was a necessary price. You will do the same stupid thing again next time. And you call that a sacrifice? Mallows chuckled and shook off the bloodstains on the whip. Like two pitiful chess pieces, subconsciously taking their own steps. Until His Highness mercifully scooped you up from the chessboard of certain death, along with the enemy's chess pieces. Thales, who had been silent for a long time, shuddered violently. He felt that many people's gazes had turned to him. Doyle and Zombie breathed absent-mindedly, as though at that moment, the pain of the whip could no longer affect them. In the end, your unclear actions not only betrayed yourselves, but also endangered your mission, harmed your colleagues, and threatened the overall situation. You ended up with nothing good on either side. You achieved nothing on either side. Mallow's gaze was sorrowful. That's extremely stupid. The wind howled, and the whip flashed. Pa! As they screamed in pain, the shadows of the two tortured dragged out irregular shapes on the ground. If you were the warriors who charged, the cannon fodder in war, and the suicide squad on the battlefield, then I might have promoted you and awarded you with honors to motivate the troops to continue throwing away their lives. Whether you were willing or not, you would have promoted sacrifice. Mallow's voice dimmed along with his gaze. But you are not. Mallows looked at each of them, and his voice was heavy and cold. You are the Royal Guards. 1,000 years ago, thy name was, the Emperor's Praetorian Guard. The whip sounded again. Pa! But this time, Doyle and Glover only grunted stubbornly. Their bodies trembled at the same time, but they did not fall. Mallows looked at Patterson, who was beside him, silently put away the whip and passed it to Pezzarossi. Then, he saw Toledo frantically signal him with his eyes, indicating that the number was enough. You are not sacrificing yourself like this. You are not qualified to be sacrificed like this. The watchman said plainly. I'm tired. Save your last whip. He turned around and passed the whip to Capone. Protector Doyle. As soon as he finished speaking, the two who were holding on released their last breaths and collapsed stiffly. Only their bloody backs remained in the air, telling the story of what happened before. A small commotion broke out among the guards, as if many people had breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Logistics Officer Stone sighed and waved his hand. A few people who were already prepared rushed forward. They carried the stretchers, disinfected, cleaned, applied medicine, and bandaged them with great familiarity. Flag-bearer Hugo Fubel put away the little notebook that he had been writing and recording during the execution. Someone will take over your duty while you recuperate. And those who were not whipped. Mallows glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eyes, and the remaining 20 or so people shuddered. Take this as a warning. The watchman took his weapon from Toledo's hand and said in a tone that was neither gentle nor forceful, now, dismiss. In the next moment, the entire Star Lake Guards dispersed like a bowstring that had been released. But at this moment, my lord, I don't understand. Lying on the stretcher, the pale Doyle ignored Praka's attempts to stop him. He pushed his upper body up, and his voice was tired. Sacrificing is wrong, but not sacrificing is wrong as well. Then, sir, what should I do? Many people stopped in their tracks. Mallows also paused slightly. He looked at Thales in the distance, which made the latter's heart clench. Since sacrifice is a trade. The watchman said faintly, then, when you make a deal, don't misjudge the value of both ends of the scale. There are too many things in the world, empty promises, sinister schemes, and habits that you don't even realize, that can confuse them and trick you into making unfair deals. Mallows turned his head and looked at each of them. So, when you decided to trade, the watchman's voice was steady, but there was an emotion hidden in his tone that Thales could not identify. Make sure it's your own scale. He said slowly, don't leave weights and scales on them that you can't even understand and blindly believe in. Hearing this, many people fell into deep thought. Thales remained silent. A few seconds later, the guards on the training ground returned to their respective duties and left one after another. Thales snapped out of his daze and walked forward towards the two prisoners. On the stretcher, Doyle, who had sensed something, raised his head laboriously. When he saw that it was Thales, he revealed a dying smile. Your Highness. Thales' heart was heavy. He did not know what to say. He could only say, how is your father? On the stretcher, Doyle revealed a bitter but stubborn smile. You know he's very frightened. He should be well behaved for a while. Thales was silent. A few seconds later, he patted Doyle's arm and nodded at Glover on the other side. Rest well. Doyle and Glover were carried away. Many people in the Star Lake Guards also walked past him and bowed to Thales. The old Praka whom he had sparred with, the left-handed Jonvold, the former police officer Commodore, the high-ranking Franzuk from the Defense Division, the dumbfounded Ferry, the strong man Bastia and the young Ness who had just come with him, Your Highness. Good day. May everything go well for you. After spending a few months together, the unfamiliar but familiar faces flashed before his eyes. He did not know whether it was a figment of his imagination, but after one night, the unfamiliarity and dissonance that the Star Lake Guards initially gave Thales seemed to have dissipated. At the very least, their salutes seemed more respectful and natural. Except for one person. You're early, Your Highness. Mallows walked up to him calmly. There's still some time before the martial arts lesson. Thales sneered. Same to you. Mallows did not seem to hear the anger in the Duke of Star Lake's words. He turned around leisurely. Just in time. Let's warm up. Thales took a deep breath. I say, every time I feel like my impression of you has improved, Mallows. He looked at the two stretchers in the distance and said coldly, you just have to destroy it, don't you? The personal guard captain I hate the most? Behind him, Bastia and Ness looked at each other and retreated into the distance in tacit understanding. Mallows nonchalantly picked out a practice sword and tossed it to Thales. So, how many personal guard captains have you had? Thales snorted coldly and came to the training field. He swung his long sword and began to warm up. Just you. Mallows snorted through his nose. Then I'm relieved. Thales let out a sarcastic laugh. By the way, he looked at the watchman in annoyance. Why do I have a feeling that when you said, those who weren't whipped just now, you were referring to something else? Mallows smiled faintly, relaxed as ever. Maybe you misunderstood. Thales executed a few sword styles, his breathing quickened as he stretched his body. Or not. Mallows shrugged and smiled. Then let's not. His lukewarm demeanor made Thales choke on his words. Speaking of which, Thales said maliciously, why do I feel like you're admonishing them not to sacrifice themselves impulsively? Not to be blindly loyal to the royal family? Mallows gestured for Thales to move more vigorously as he said calmly, I said, you misunderstood. Thales sneered. Or not. Mallows did not respond to this. You might as well take your warm-up more seriously. The watchman seemed to have turned back into a dedicated martial arts teacher. He said seriously, after all, it's your own health. You have to take care of it yourself. Thales snorted coldly. But then he remembered something less pleasant. Has no one from Renaissance Palace arrived yet? After all, last night. Thales did not continue. This topic seemed to have lowered the temperature. Mallows was silent for a while. No. But I assure you, they will definitely come, sooner or later. With mixed feelings, Thales finished his warm-up. He felt his whole body heating up and sweating slightly. All right, what's today? Target practice? Sword rack? Or getting beaten up? Mallows smiled and waved to the distance. Ness? In the distance, the probationary vanguard, Ness, pointed at himself in surprise. After receiving confirmation, he walked over in a flattered manner. Thales rolled his eyes and went to look for his shield as if resigned to his fate, ready to receive a fight. But this time, Mallows exceeded his expectations. No, Your Highness, you don't have to go, the watchman said with a smile and pointed to a chair, come, sit. Today's teaching demonstration, theory class. Teaching demonstration? Theory class? Thales was stunned. He looked at the heavy practice sword in his hand and said foolishly, then why did you make me warm up just now? Mallows laughed even more heartily. To maintain good habits? Thales looked at him expressionlessly. Toledo. Mallows did not notice the Duke's murderous gaze at all. He happily summoned his messenger. You go up and practice with Ness. Thales threw down the practice sword sullenly and sat down on a chair, crossing his legs inelegantly. In the field, Ness and Toledo looked at each other, then at Thales, before walking towards the weapon rack. Wait, Mallows said calmly. Use your own weapons, real swords. I say, we don't want to be caught by Lady Gines again, right? The watchman said, glancing at Thales, intentionally or unintentionally. After spending so much time together, Thales knew that the watchman was taking the opportunity to mock and protest. Thales did not respond but laughed coldly. A few seconds later, Ness and Toledo both stood on the training field. You're more experienced and ranked than me. You go first. The young Ness kept glancing at Thales and Mallows, eager to fight. The long sword in his hand was light and agile, and of extraordinary quality. No, I'm not used to being first. As one of Mallows' most trusted old subordinates, Toledo only smiled modestly. You go first. Toledo's weapon was a machete. Strangely, his blade was sheathed but tied horizontally behind his waist, which looked awkward. Ness also smiled and no longer declined modestly. All right, but just as he finished speaking, Ness unsheathed his sword. The sword flashed, like a lightning strike. Thales' palm, which was still yawning, paused. The sin of hell's river in his body suddenly woke up. Clang! A muffled sound of metal colliding. At that moment, Toledo barely managed to draw his sword. In the nick of time, he used an awkward posture to block this lightning-fast strike. Thales looked at Ness in amazement as he soothed the power of eradication in his body. He recalled the first strike just now. That's too fast. Even at such a distance, the Sin of Hell's river felt threatened just by looking at it, and was forced to react instinctively. But Ness' offensive was not over. His blade reflected a strange light as he pursued the attack on the shortest route, going straight for the middle. Clang! Toledo was forced into a sorry state and had a hard time defending. Your Highness, remember I told you that there are different martial arts schools in the kingdom? Mallows clasped his hands leisurely behind his back as he watched his two subordinates fight with real swords. Of course, there's the offensive and defensive school in the north, the martial arts school in the southeast, and the trendy school that prioritizes practicality. You didn't just say that. Thales answered while looking at Ness's swift sword attacks in amazement. He realized that it was not only the speed of his sword that was fast, but also his movements and footwork, which allowed him to move like a phantom during the battle, always appearing at the most uncomfortable spot for Toledo. Mallows nodded. And I've also said that after you pass your target practice, I'll introduce you to the other two mainstream schools. Now is the time. The watchman narrowed his eyes. Be serious, both of you. Mallows bellowed. His Highness is not here to watch you perform. As soon as he finished, Ness's sword flashed again. His footwork and speed seemed to have been increased by several times in an instant, and his last strike even grazed Toledo's shoulder armor. Toledo's defense became increasingly strained and he had no choice but to retreat and dodge. So the battle gradually turned into one side in hot pursuit, while the other side fled in panic. Thales looked at Toledo, who was at an absolute disadvantage, and frowned. If it's me, Thales shook his head secretly. No, I can't dodge. I'll only lose worse than Toledo. But how old does Ness look? Within the borders of the kingdom, there is a special type of warrior. Mallow's voice came from the side. They learned martial arts from the same source, but their styles are all strange and different. The watchman's expression was solemn. In history, there were scholars who specialized in martial arts, and they collectively called them the disciples of the temple. Thales was stunned. Temple? Temple disciples? Mallows nodded as he watched the shadows of the swords flying and the glint of the blades flashing, but he remained unhurried. But today, because the name is too genteel and ancient, no one calls it that. But his tone was extremely serious. But in reality, they are not only spread across constellation, but also the entire Western Peninsula. They have prospered for thousands of years and have not declined to this day. Nate Ness is one of the best. Thales stared fixedly at Ness, who was practically creating a doppelganger in his vision. His long sword was swift, fast, and direct. The effect of a single strike was astonishing. Mallows put on a storyteller's pose and continued. The place where they were taught martial arts was ancient and special. It gathered the most diverse martial arts legacies and powers of eradication over thousands of years, and continued to improve in different eras. Teaching and learning, their names spread far and wide, but at this moment, Thales suddenly interrupted him. The Temple of Knights. Mallows was stunned. The prince straightened his sitting posture and said seriously, that's why in history, they are called temple disciples, right? Mallows frowned at the youth, a hint of displeasure at having his story interrupted. You know. Thales looked back at him and smiled. A little. Mallows took a deep breath and looked at Ness, who was attacking relentlessly, and tried to return to his previous tone. All right, then you may not know, these people, they were the first to, but Thales' words cut in again. They were the first batch of knights who originated from the north before the age of the Empire, the first to awaken to supernatural powers. The young duke carefully watched the fierce battle between the two in the field, as if he was inadvertently talking about it, but it left a lingering taste in his mouth. Mallows was at a loss for words again. The watchman had to cough. Speaking of supernatural powers, through them, supernatural powers spread among humans, Thales finished his sentence quietly. In the Holiness Exorcism campaign and even the war of survival against the other races, they shone brilliantly and achieved victory. They expanded and refined the supernatural powers that were still immature at that time, and explored the boundaries and future of human potential. Thales turned his head around and looked at Mallows, who had a displeased look on his face. So, they gathered elites, gradually formed groups, and built their own creeds and organizations. It was for the Temple of Knights. Thales took a deep breath, as if he was inhaling the ink on a book. For thousands of years, it was the holy land of human martial arts, and the holy source of the spirit of chivalry. Mallows was stunned for a few seconds, caught off guard. Where did you hear that? Thales smiled sheepishly. The North, to be precise, the Walton family's book collection in Dragon Cloud City, the light of mankind, the beginning and end of the Temple of Knights. Mallows pursed his lips. The Northlanders' book collection. The temple's beginning and end. All right, since it only reached the temple, the watchman, who was interrupted again, cleared his throat in displeasure. All right, but while the Temple of Knights was glorious, times changed, until the Battle of Eradication. Thales' voice rang again at an inopportune moment. 700 years ago, the entire army of the Temple of Knights went out to fight against the calamities. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties, and not a tenth of them survived. Even the temple itself was destroyed, and it was difficult to rebuild. Under Mallows' incredulous expression, the prince's words were filled with melancholy as he reminisced about the past and the present. In the end, the survivors of the Temple of Knights left their homeland and built a legendary tower. In that tower, they carried on the will of their predecessors as knights. They collected, researched, and taught supernatural powers. After that, it was called the power of eradication. They taught all kinds of martial arts and protected the hope of mankind. Thales' eyes widened. It is today's famous, the Tower of Eradication. Once he finished speaking, Thales let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Mallows, who had been interrupted several times in a row. So, Ness should be a student of the Tower of Eradication. Mallows did not speak. Thales blinked. What's wrong? Mallows looked at him with a gloomy expression. I'm waiting. To see what else you have to say. Thales raised his eyebrows. That should be it. The prince looked happily at Mallows' deflated expression. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Mallows took a deep breath. He seemed to have used up all his strength to control himself to turn towards the center of the field. Did you not eat? The watchman shouted coldly, displaying the dignity of the captain of the guards. Be more serious. The two men in the field were engaged in a fierce battle, but when they heard this, they paused for a moment. Mallows turned around with an expression as if he had eaten a fly. Ahem, you were right. Nate Ness just returned from the Tower of Eradication not long ago. Mallows paused subconsciously and glanced at Thales. Only when he was sure that the prince was obediently listening and had no intention of snatching his words did the watchman cough. In Constellation, the temple faction that worships the Tower of Eradication as the standard is a prominent school, in the eyes of many people. It has a long history and a long history. Prominent school. Thales frowned slightly and thought of many acquaintances he knew who learned skills from the Tower of Eradication. Many nobles in the kingdom, if they hope to achieve success in martial arts and military achievements, will choose to send their descendants to the Tower of Eradication. On one hand, they will receive the inheritance and improve their skills, and on the other, they will broaden their horizons and travel the world. They can also accumulate fame. Or avoid great disasters. Mallows said in his heart. The watchman pointed at the field. Unlike other martial arts factions that are based on style, the swordsmen who come out of the Tower of Eradication do not have uniform styles and skills. In fact, they are completely different. As the successor of the ancient Temple of Knights, the Tower of Eradication keeps pace with the times. They summarize all kinds of martial arts, organize and categorize the skills passed down, then conduct in-depth research, and finally form 8 major factions. Thales was stunned. He had long heard of the famous Tower of Eradication, but there were actually so many branches? 8? Mallows nodded. He spoke slowly with fear and respect, as if he was reciting a short poem. Pegasus Death Sin, Iron and Blood Flash. Rose Storm, World of Miracles. He said solemnly, it is, the 8 branches of eradication. Chapter 565. In other words, the skills taught by the Tower of Eradication can be divided into 8 types. Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. He had heard from Wuxia that there were countless martial arts inheritances in the Tower of Eradication. Not exactly. Mallow said steadily, the 8 meridians of eradication represent 8 different philosophies and styles, but just like the power of eradication, even practitioners of the same branch often differ greatly. There are even a small number of elites who do not limit themselves to the different branches and practice interchangeably, complementing each other. Thales recalled the students of the Tower of Eradication he knew. Just like that, in the hundreds of years after the Battle of Eradication, the legacy of the Tower of Eradication spread throughout the world through their students. Through teaching and sparring, the new were eliminated, and the strong were retained. On the training field, Ness' sword was aimed straight at Toledo's vitals, forcing him into a corner. Mallows nodded slightly at this strike. The story continued. Ness came from a small family in Blade Edge Hill. During the Bloody Year, they moved to Central Territory to avoid war, and sent Ness to the Tower of Eradication for further training a few years later. As you can see, his swordsmanship is the typical style of the Flash branch. This branch believes that speed is the only thing that can't be defeated. They pay particular attention to speed and time, agility, and effectiveness. They usually end the battle quickly and finish it with one strike. The prince nodded, but still felt that something was not quite right. By the way, a long time ago, your uncle, the Sword of Reversing Light, Prince Horus, was also a student of this branch. Thales was shocked, and immediately remembered the story of his second uncle. The former second prince who was known for his bravery, but was eventually trapped under the fortress and died at Raymond Pass. Perhaps because he was no longer interrupted by the Duke, Mallows returned to his usual relaxed self. He sat down leisurely and commented on the duel in the field. Ness's power of eradication is called Reincarnation of the Sun. It is known for speed, which the Flash branch values the most. In front of him, Toledo could not dodge in time. In the end, he could not avoid his opponent's domineering strike. He lost his balance and retreated. Ness did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he took a step back unhurriedly and raised his sword again. His style changed, as if he was going to display everything he had learned in front of a noble. Mallows gazed at Ness, who was still young and immature but full of vigor. His talent was great, and he was full of spirit. Aside from focusing on the flashing sword style, he also cultivated the skills of the Storm and Death of Sin series, gaining strength and lethality. That's how the Vanguard Ness of today came to be. His sword moves as fast as lightning, his moves are executed in one go, his power is like a cold wave descending from the heavens, victory is decided in a single strike. Thales frowned. With hell senses, he discovered that Ness' body was shining with a golden light, like the sun. Coupled with his unconstrained style and occasional creativity, Ness' offensive strength is no less than that of the offense and defense faction. His moves are no less exquisite than those of the martial arts faction, and his lethality is no less than that of the martial arts faction. He can be said to be at the pinnacle of the supra class, and is even better than most of the top supra classes. If we only compete in terms of offense, I might be able to put up a fight against some Supreme Realm experts. Thales was slightly taken aback. He finally understood where Ness's youthful arrogance came from. It's said that before he dropped out of school and returned to the country, he arrogantly defeated every member of the Flash branch in the same batch, and arrogantly gave up his recommendation for the Battle of Seeds. You know, that's a recognition of strength. And because of this, he was recruited by the Royal Guards, who had always been averse to the Tower of Eradication, as an exception. Mallows sighed. If it's a one-on-one fight, there aren't many in Mindy's Hall who can take him on. The watchman crossed his arms and watched his subordinate fight relentlessly, but his brows were slightly furrowed. What's rarer is that Ness has an ally that many elites can only dream of, time. He's incredibly young, and still improving. His future is limitless. One day, he'll become a supreme realm. At this thought, Mallows shook his head almost imperceptibly. But, what a pity, Thales stared at Ness's youthful face, and his superb skills that did not match his age. In his amazement, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Is he even 20 years old? In front of him, Ness's attacks intensified again. Toledo awkwardly dodged another dangerous-looking strike, the blade in his hand wobbling. So, the historical temple disciple, the current swordsman of eradication, watching the battle in front of him, Thales' train of thought suddenly stopped. Finally, he realized that something was wrong. But, if the Flash Branch's main point is to end the battle quickly and finish it off with one strike. Thales turned his head, his face full of questions. Then why is it only now Toledo hasn't been defeated yet? Mallows glanced at Thales, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. There seemed to be a smile. But Thales, who had been with him for a long time, knew the answer just by seeing this detail. That's enough of a demonstration. Mallows turned around and ordered loudly, Toledo. The moment his voice trailed off, Toledo's retreating footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Thud. At that moment, Thales felt the sin of Hell's river in his body stirring restlessly. Toledo's figure did not move, but his aura changed. Swoosh. He slashed with his saber. It was an ordinary saber strike. His movements were elegant, his posture solemn. It met head-on with Ness's unstoppable strike. At the same moment, Ness's expression changed. Clang. The sword and the blade clashed, and both of them swayed. Toledo, who had taken the full brunt of the blow, grunted. But this time, although he was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat. Instead, Ness's attack faltered, as if he had hit an iron plate. He needed to withdraw and retract his next strike before he could stab forward. Thales was surprised and began to size up Ness's opponent again. He knew that Toledo used to be in the command division and was Mallows' most trusted person, so it was true. Toledo was born in Eternal Star City and grew up in Central Territory. Mallows said calmly, they haven't changed their surname 3 generations ago. They are one of the famous 7 Jade Star attendants, the second son branch of the Blade of Elimination, Tardin family. Their ancestors even have the blood of a royal princess. Tardin. Hearing the familiar surname, Thales' heart skipped a beat. When Toledo was young, he had the opportunity to serve one of the strongest former royal guards as a knight apprentice, Lord Conrad Tony. He trained under him and listened to his teachings. It wasn't a long time, but he learned a lot. Former royal guard, Conrad Tony. Thales' heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of this familiar name. On the training field, Ness, whose attack had been interrupted, seemed to be a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and advanced. His power of eradication shone again, and in 0.1 seconds, his sword whistled as he advanced with an unstoppable attack. Mallows' words were interspersed. From then on, his foundation is solid, his consciousness is complete, his moves steady, and his defense flawless. But Toledo was like an iron wall. With a horizontal slash that seemed to be both pushing and blocking, and a few shocking steps, he turned Ness's fatal slash into a blunt force and cleverly deflected it. He even blocked the path of his opponent's second attack. Metals clashed, and Ness once again returned empty-handed. But Toledo remained in his position, rooted to the ground, and did not counterattack. Thales observed his steps, saw his steadiness and calmness in the face of a swift attack, and felt that he had learned a lot. If there's anyone in the Star Lake Guards who can firmly restrain Ness with just his moves and style, it has to be Toledo. Before he was transferred to Mindy's Hall, he was one of the most reliable messengers in the command division. Mallows was a little emotional. He doesn't seek to be meritorious, but to not be defeated. Although Toledo has only scratched the surface of his defense and can't recreate the Knight of 1,000 Blades' blood-soaked attack, it's enough. The Knight of 1,000 Blades. 1,000 Blades? Thales was puzzled. What kind of nickname is that? Perhaps because he felt embarrassed in front of the prince, Ness was annoyed and struck again. But Thales could see that he was in a state of unease. Under his anxious attack, his sword style pursued extreme speed, and its power was reduced. And Toledo, who had gotten over the initial difficulty and gradually got used to his opponent, had an impenetrable defense and became more relaxed. 1,000 blades. Mallow said slowly, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. According to Captain Adrian, a long time ago, when Lord Tony escorted Prince Horace to the Tower of Eradication, he once met the Grey Sword Guard, who was also in his prime, and later became famous. Tower of Eradication, Grey Sword Guard. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He had heard Waya mention this name before. No one knows how they fought, and who won or lost. The watchman's gaze sharpened. But after that meeting, the Grey Sword Guard's private lament and comments eventually leaked out of the Tower of Eradication and back to Constellation. Thales saw that Mallow's attitude was respectful and serious, but he uttered a sentence that was unusual in both grammar and wording. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their scabbards. Sealed with 1,000 blades, what is evil? Mallows fell into deep thought as he spoke. Thales frowned. Cannot escape their scabbards. Sealed with 1,000 blades? Thales tried hard to make use of the grammar knowledge of various languages that he had refined over the past few months. This should be, comparing Tony to a scabbard. And then comparing the martial artists of the world to swords? So Tony can be like a scabbard, using an unimaginable method to seal 1,000 blades and subdue countless masters? Thales scratched his head. Then Tony should also be a scabbard knight. Why is he a knight of 1,000 blades? What Grey Sword Guard, do you have to be so artistic when you praise someone? You made everyone confused and gave Tony a random nickname? Thales shook his head and stopped thinking about other things. So, Toledo's style is known for defense, and specializes in countering the flash sword style? Is it another style of the 8 branches of eradication? At this point, Mallow's gaze shifted. In the field, Ness was getting more and more anxious after failing to take down the opponent. He had to take a few steps back to rest, his face already drenched in sweat. Toledo, on the other hand, was getting more and more indifferent. He even had the time to wave his sword and make an inviting gesture, somewhat like Mallow's sarcasm. Since you are familiar with the classics, Your Highness. At the side, the watchman stared at Thales. Then do you know, in the thousands of years of glorious history, what is the Temple of Night's strongest opponent, the greatest threat, and the most inescapable struggle? Thales shuddered slightly, not because of this question, but because he felt, at this moment, Mallows was extremely serious, his eyes burning. He was almost unlike that courteous, indifferent and innocent person on the surface, but actually disdainful, black-bellied, and fond of giving him soft rebukes every day, the personal guard captain he hated the most. Thales turned his head and looked at the two opponents who were temporarily separated and taking a short break. The temple's strongest opponent, he knew that the Temple of Knights was eventually destroyed by the calamity. But, in the training field, Ness and Toledo faced each other with their swords. When their gazes met, there was only their opponent in their eyes, and they seemed to have forgotten that the prince was still watching the battle. They regained their momentum for the duel, and prepared for the next lesson. In the face of Mallow's solemn gaze, Thales put on a straight face and slowly uttered a word. The Empire. The watchman's pupils contracted slightly. At that moment, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere quieted down because of this word. Until Ness roared angrily and attacked again. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Thales took a deep breath and continued. Indeed, thousands of years ago, in order to end the chaos and seek peace, many ranger knights once gathered under Great Emperor Camelot Carluz, and followed him on expeditions to the north and south, to expand the territory. To forge the strong foundation of the ancient empire. Thales suddenly remembered a long time ago, in Caslin's tavern, Putre and Kenvita's argument about the empire and Northland. Things remained the same, but people changed. The prince returned to reality. But after the chaotic world is unified and peace has arrived, these ranger knights with superb martial arts skills and flamboyant personalities were scattered all over the world, and the noble Temple of Knights that was regarded as the spiritual homeland by millions of people, armed and independent, Thales's voice was slightly cold. They replaced the original enemies and opponents, and became a discordant voice in the boundless and prosperous world. They were seen as a glaring threat by the rulers of the ancient empire's court. Mallows looked at the battle in the field again. Ness could not take him down, and Toledo did not gain the upper hand either. But his gaze gradually froze. Thales recalled the stories he had read and sighed. Historically, the fate of the Temple of Knights was in sync with the rise and fall of the empire. Under the heavy pressure of imperial power and the army's conquest, they suffered repeated misfortunes and collapsed several times. But they also stubbornly left behind a spark, and rebuilt the empire in times of internal strife. Thales sighed. So, the greatest enemy of the ancient Temple of Knights was nothing else. He fixed his gaze on Mallows. It was the empire itself. Mallows also looked back at Thales, his gaze unreadable. After looking at him for a long time, the watchman finally nodded. He approved of the prince's answer. Clang! Ness and Toledo collided with each other again. They both swayed, each taking a step back, panting. Ness's eyes were filled with resentment, as if he was really angry. But what you don't know is, as Mallows observed the battle again, he muttered to himself, "That's right." At the same time, under the Pegasus throne, the Knights of the Legion directly under the Emperor have experienced continuous expeditions to suppress rebellions. Following the example of the army and guards, they stress unity and discipline. Knights directly under the Emperor. Thales furrowed his brows. The watchman's gaze sharpened. So, under their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, their reverence for the Empire, and their absolute obedience to the Legion, and under the expectations of the Pegasus throne and the secret struggle with their competitors, they concluded and trained a style of martial arts that was far from the Temple of Knights. Thales was slightly taken aback. Mallows stared at the blade in Toledo's hand. Some were upright and peaceful, dignified and elegant. Some were upright and generous, sonorous and powerful. Some were self-contained, simple and solemn. Some were tenacious and unyielding. The watchman's words carried with them an indescribable power. Even Thales subconsciously sat up straight. With the official recognition and support of the Empire, the school of this group of knights quickly flourished. For a time, everyone imitated them and they spread throughout the world. In the end, they became the Empire's orthodoxy, and stood on equal footing with the famous temple disciples. Stood on equal footing with the Temple of Knights. Thales pondered the meaning of these words as he sized up the two dueling men again. The look in Ness' eyes changed. He swung his long sword and gathered his power of eradication like never before, just for the next attack. Toledo, on the other hand, held his machete horizontally and retracted his aura. He was as awe-inspiring as a mountain, ready to block all possibilities. The momentum of the two men's standoff grew. So, 1,000 years passed. Mallows' words were very calm, but there were some inexplicable emotions in them. The rise and fall of the temple, a cycle of destruction and reconstruction. The rise and fall of the empire, a cycle of decay and rejuvenation. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. And the changes in martial arts and supernatural powers were also caused by the rise and fall of these two flourishing schools of thought. In the open and covert battles between countless capable warriors and swordsmen, it was exciting. There were competitions and duels, and there was no lack of war adventures. Sometimes, one could hear the clanging of swords and spears. Mallows said calmly. That was the legendary most glorious and dazzling golden age of knights. Golden age. Thales did not speak, as if he was also savoring the weight of these words. For some reason, he remembered when he was still in Blade Fang's camp, Tampa, the owner of my home tavern, when he talked about the age of mercenaries. Until the Battle of Eradication changed everything. Mallows closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The destruction of the temple, the fall of the empire. In the field, Ness' accumulated offensive finally reached its peak. As he advanced with a flash of afterimages, he slashed out with a flash of his sword. Toledo, on the other hand, let out an angry roar and stepped forward as well, ready to meet force with force. At this moment. Enough. Mallows shouted coldly. That's enough. Clang. Ness' longsword and Toledo's machete, the two weapons crossed each other in the air. With this command, they lost their momentum and fell weakly to the ground. The two dueling men stopped at an arm's length apart and looked at each other. Go and rest. The watchman said calmly. A few seconds later, their obedience to the order overcame their aroused fighting spirit. Both of them exhaled in unison, put away their weapons, and bowed to the prince. Thales clapped his hands solemnly and respectfully returned their salute. And so, the remnants of the kindling left behind by the Temple of Knights belonged to the Tower of Eradication, and have been passed down ever since. Mallows stared at Ness back in a daze, but his gaze quickly refocused and turned to Thales. And the Empire's iron-blooded swordsmanship, along with the King of Renaissance's banner, along with the descendants of the Empire's lone army, strives to spread again in the new kingdom. The watchman fixed his gaze on Thales. As the most orthodox martial art of knights since the Empire, it has been passed down through Constellation's knight inheritance and court training, recounting the former majesty of the throne and the glory of the army. Toledo and the Knight of 1,000 Blades are its representatives. Thales felt the other man's seriousness and nodded slowly. For centuries, generations of Constellation's masters have been painstakingly studying and teaching, in hopes that the ancient inheritance will be further advanced in the hands of their descendants, and keep up with the pulse of the times. And the sword stances and styles you've been practicing incessantly for the past few months, including the demanding 17 swords of the knights, are among them. Thales recalled the training that was completely different from Northland's over the past few months, and suddenly understood. Mallows exhaled, his stern expression faded, and he slowly returned to his calm self. Today, this martial arts school with a similarly long history, but vaguely opposed to the Tower of Eradication, is on par with it, corresponding to the temple. It was named by the rigorous scholars. At that moment, the watchman's voice was ethereal as he spoke softly. Imperial style. 2 ears oblivious to the outside world, only focused on writing books to torture the master. End of this chapter. Chapter 566. Imperial style. Thales chewed on the word for a while. A style that is comparable to the temple. Is it the Empire's style, or the Emperor's style? Now, do you understand? Mallows gently stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist. His gaze was complicated and indecipherable. Imperial style is a martial art passed down from the age of the Empire. To Constellation, to the Jade Star royal family, and especially to you, what is its significance? There were few people on the training field. The depths of the courtyard were silent. Only the main hall made of stone stood majestically behind him. It remained the same under the dark gray sky. Thales pondered for a long time before he spoke. In that case, imperial style not only represents martial arts, but also history. Its significance is extraordinary. It is equivalent to the Jade Star royal family's family style, so, this is another story of reading history to make me study hard. At this thought, Thales was speechless. Wait. Jade Star royal family style. Thales' expression changed slightly. Beside him, Mallows did not say anything. Doyle of Mirror River, the prince suddenly uttered this surname out of the blue. Last night, the fight between Doyle and Byril. Thales looked at the watchman and spoke in surprise and doubt. Although their weapons and styles are different, I have an impression that Doyle's swordsmanship style also belongs to the imperial style. Mallows narrowed his eyes slightly. After a few seconds, the watchman nodded. Danny Doyle was the last squire Knight Joaquin took into his service. Before Knight Joaquin passed away, he was the head swordsmanship instructor hired by the Jade Star royal family for the private army in their territory. He can be said to be a master of the imperial-style martial arts. Jade Star private army's swordsmanship instructor. With his doubts confirmed, Thales' gaze shifted and he immediately asked. What about the others? Apart from Toledo and Doyle? Glover? Bastia? And you? Thales fixed his gaze on Mallows. The watchman smiled faintly, confirming his guess. Yes. Glover, Morgan, Vladivostok, Oscar from the Vanguard Division, Bastia, Franzuk, Ferry, Kusta from the Defense Division. Including my subordinates, Tang Xian and Stefanov. Mallow's palm was still pressed on the hilt of his sword, and he seemed to sigh. That's not all. Your Star Lake Guards, or more accurately, the entire Royal Guards, most of them are practitioners of the imperial style. Most of them were the Royal Guards. Thales first understood a little, then he furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. As for me, the teachers who taught me martial arts are also imperial-style knights. The watchman slowly said, thanks to the Jade Star private army, even the regular soldiers of the royal family, who have only been organized for a few decades, are more or less influenced by it. Many people from the officers to the soldiers are practicing. Thales was silent for a long while. He quietly pondered the logic behind it. Mallows did not rush him, but waited patiently for the prince's reaction. Mallows. A few seconds later, Thales spoke faintly, and he sounded a little absent-minded. Say, between temple and imperial wind, when people choose their own sect, what do they pay attention to? At that moment, Mallow's gaze was slightly dazed. He loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword. I think, in the era of the rise of the powerful and the chaos of the world, the skills taught by the Tower of Eradication will often be popular for a time, spread out, and become famous in the eyes of the people. The dazed look in the watchman's eyes disappeared, and he became calm again. And in times of peace and prosperity, when the country is prosperous and the people are at peace, the orthodox style of the empire will become the trend that people compete to pursue. Mallows looked at Thales, calm as usual, but the pause between his words was unusual. Do you understand? Thales took a deep breath. He sat upright and faced his personal guard captain cum martial arts teacher with a stern expression. Mallows. What do you want to talk about in today's lesson? The smile on Mallow's lips widened a little, but he shrugged, looking innocent and helpless. Of course it's about the two major representative sects in the world, but Thales interrupted him. You can be more straightforward, you don't have to be so secretive and careful. The Duke of Star Lake stared at him sternly. I don't censor keywords. Mallows froze for a moment. He snorted softly. Then, as intelligent as you are, what do you think I want to talk about? The two of them stared at each other quietly for a moment. Until Thales took a deep breath, closed his eyes gently, and opened them again. South Coast Hill, that blockhead from the Caribbean family. Ahem, I mean, respected young Master Cohen. Thales stared at Mallows, and his tone was solemn. As far as I know, he's a student of the Tower of Eradication. According to you, he's a disciple of the Temple. Mallows raised his eyebrows, but did not comment. Northern Territory, Miss Miranda from the Arun family. And last night, Western Desert, Crow Cause City's anchor Byril. And Ness, as you said, before he moved to Central Territory, he lived in Blade Edge Hill. Thales' tone was certain, and he pushed forward. Oh, and the extensions. Thales recalled what Waya had told him. As far as I know, the famous ground shaker, Caslin Lampard also learned his skills from the Tower of Eradication when he was young. Hearing this name, Mallows moved slightly, as if deep in thought. He looked up and leisurely responded to the prince. You do know a lot, your highness. Thales frowned. And last night, when you said that the assassin's martial arts originated from the Tower of Eradication, your old enemy, I mean Vice Captain Lord Vogel's first reaction was, that's a foreign noble. Thales paused for a moment, but Mallows remained calm. As for imperial style, Thales felt that he had caught hold of that thread, and was pulling it tighter and tighter until he reached the crux. In my guards, Doyle and Glover are both from Central Territory. To be precise, they're the 7 Jade Star attendants. And you said that Toledo is a branch descendant of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Even you, Tormund Mallows, are considered a descendant of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Mallows' breathing stagnated. And most of the other royal guards. Thales said seriously, the temple and imperial style. Is it a coincidence that their practitioners are so different? But Mallows still did not respond to his words, and instead asked in return, what do you think? Thales frowned. He thought to himself, this guy's words are as precious as gold. He's definitely taking revenge on the prince for cutting in earlier. I guess, Thales tried to make a deduction. At least in Constellation, the local nobles tend to send their children to the Tower of Eradication to learn the martial arts of the temple. The suzerains in Central Territory, on the other hand, follow the legacy of imperial style more to get closer to the Jade Star royal family's preferences. Is that so? Mallows smiled and did not comment on it. Thales exhaled. Let's go deeper, the prince frowned. The skills of the Tower of Eradication are spread throughout the kingdom, especially to the local aristocratic families that have a long history and are used to dividing their rule. The imperial style is based in the center of Constellation, with Eternal Star City as its foundation, and is highly respected by the knights surrounding the throne. Thales' eyes brightened. The temple and the imperial style, martial arts sects. I think I understand now. Thales no longer cared about Mallows' reaction. He started to think on his own. For thousands of years, especially during the age of the Empire, the temple and the imperial style were in a stalemate, competing with each other. But this was not the difference between different sects and the battle of swords in the Wuxia novels of his previous life. Just like the power of eradication, Thales recalled what Ricky said in the dungeon and subconsciously repeated it. They are not only themselves, but also the warriors themselves. Mallows frowned slightly. Thales spoke faster and faster. The Temple of Knights originated from the ancient Northland. Its martial arts were spread among the rangers and scattered warriors, spreading to all parts of the world. Their opponent, the imperial style, originated from the ancient empire. It benefited from the orthodoxy of imperial power, inherited from the knights of the army, and benefited from the center of the court. From the beginning, these two were born from different people, and developed and grew as these people fought against each other. Thales said absent-mindedly. After 1,000 years, they underwent a complete transformation and became the two main martial arts in the heavenly body realm that revolved around the throne and royal authority. The temple. The imperial style. Mallows stared at the prince. Thales ignored him. At this moment, he was immersed in thought. Yes, just like Ricky said before. The power of eradication is closely related to the warrior, reflecting each person's experience and personality. The martial arts sects are intimately linked to the real world, reflecting each person's inclination and choice. Thales said absent-mindedly. Because they are not just two major sections. Their competition is not just about honor and reputation, but also about the naked reality of politics. In ancient times, the people who used them were entangled with the distinction between the center of the empire and the local regions. In the present age, the practitioners of both revolve around the difference between the king of Constellation and the vassal's governance. Thales raised his head and looked at Mallows with certainty. This is not just about martial arts. It is also about politics and power, history and change. This is the truth and meaning of the two major sects to this day. This is also what you really want to tell me, right? Mallows smiled. His smile was very gratified. He looked at the sparse and deserted courtyard in the distance due to the intertwining of autumn and winter. To be honest, I am not good at interpreting politics, and I do not want to mislead you, Your Highness. Thales shook his head and interrupted him. Nonsense. Your mind is as clear as a mirror, and very thorough. The prince no longer looked at Mallows. His gaze was distant. Thousands of years ago, the general trend rolled and gathered into a tide. The human race will prosper, and the temple will shine. Whatever is good at the top, will be even worse at the bottom. The direction of the imperial power leads to the formation of the imperial style. Mallows looked at the prince who was lost in thought and fell into silence. Thales glanced at Ness and Toledo, who were wiping their sweat and drinking water after the battle. The former seemed to be still brooding over it, while the latter did not care at all. The clash of their swords and sabers seemed to ring in his mind again, clang. Thales was stunned. Ness's swift sword light, Toledo's tenacious defense. It was not just a duel between two people, or even a clash between two major sections. In that battle, what he glimpsed was a scene from 1,000 years ago, the emperor and the vassals. The empire and the rangers. Unity and chaos. Iron blood and flamboyance. And now, 1,000 years later, Thales' thoughts drifted far away. In troubled times, it is difficult to start a chaotic war. So the Tower of Eradication was erected, and its disciples were everywhere. Constellation was restored, and the royal power was expanded. With knights to inherit it, the imperial style was eternal. The local nobles chose the Tower of Eradication, and the 7 Jade Star attendants chose to approach the imperial style. The central and the local. Centralization and division. The king and the vassals. Thales thought about it all in a daze, and the more he understood. There was nothing in this world that was illusory, a castle in the air that fell from the sky. Even martial arts and swordsmanship, which seemed innocent and independent, external objects or tools that were only related to personal interests and choices, were no exception. The emergence of the temple and the imperial style was closely related to the times. Their competition was by no means isolated and static, but the result of history and politics, reality and power working together. The opposition between the two was a faithful reflection of the relationship between people in terms of martial arts inheritance and real violence. The times created them. They reflected the times. Martial arts were like that, and people even more so. At this thought, Thales sighed. It seems that the gray sword guards were right. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their sheaths. Gray sword guards? Hearing this evaluation of the elites of the previous generation, Mallows was stunned, and seemed puzzled. But Thales just shook his head. For every martial art, every school, no matter how strong, how glorious, how powerful, how illustrious, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. The background of the times, the soil of society, and even the people who use them, are the true sheaths that they cannot escape. Mallows fell into deep thought and nodded slightly. At this point, Thales suddenly remembered what Scholar Bonner said in grammar class just now. Language is a tool, a result, but also a master, a cause. It is the best example of turning from guest to host, and deeply influencing its users in the midst of change. Thales subconsciously froze. Be it martial arts or language. They are not just ignorant and senseless tools. On the contrary, they are put into their sheaths by the people who use them, branded with their own brand, and given the characteristics of the times and society. From then on, they become one, inseparable, and even, human. They even turn from guest to host, influencing more people through inheritance and practice, continuing to strengthen and push forward the trend of the times. Theology, at the end of the day, is about the knowledge of people. Priestess Melgen's words rang in his mind. Just like the temple and the imperial style. Thales subconsciously said, their opposing meanings, from ancient times to the present, have been passed down in the bodies of millions of practitioners, germinating and seeking opportunities to bloom, whether they are aware of it or not. They are constantly changing and entangling in countless realms of reality and politics. They resound with every clash of weapons, the lingering sound lingering. In this second, Thales recalled the scene of the duel between Ness and Toledo. But in the next moment, he saw the banquet hall from last night, the furious fight between Doyle and Anchor. No, not just them. Mallows, Doyle, Glover, Caslin, Cohen, Miranda, they live in every warrior, every weapon, and every battle. Thales said absent-mindedly, one after another, competing for 1,000 years without results. Until now. Never left, never diminished, never weakened. But people are in it. Used daily without realizing it. Unaware of it after a long time. Unable to escape its sheath. Mallows pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. It seems that I don't need to say anything more. Thales smiled too. He looked at the racks of weapons on the training ground, then raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. At that moment, he felt that everything in the air was shrouded in it. Perhaps, this was the zither string of the era. Thales was deeply moved. It was the syllables it played in every detail of history. Small and traceless, but its shadow was endless. Faintly discernible, but unbearably heavy. Mallows, the sects you mentioned before, Thales sighed slowly. I went back and looked up the information. Mallows looked at the Duke of Star Lake and felt the latter's heaviness. He heard Thales say slowly, the attack and defense sect, or the northern sect, it arose from the years of conflict between Constellation and Ekstad at the border. The martial arts sect, inherited from the church armed forces that flourished during the age of the Empire. They were once the guardians of the Temple of Faith. The new trend, it manifests in the mercenaries and adventurers of modern times. These martial arts, they all have their own origins, right? Thales fixed his gaze on Mallows. Just like what I said today, the temple and the imperial style. Mallows stared back at him for a long time before he said faintly, war and chaos, peace and prosperity, can give birth to different martial arts and martial artists, either colorful and unbelievable, or orthodox and uniform in style. The watchman looked at the distant horizon. I heard that in the foreign lands of the Eastern Peninsula, the further away it is from us, the more different the martial arts. Thales chuckled, feeling a little relieved. The changes of the times affect and shape everything, the prince said sentimentally. Cause and effect are connected, and no one can escape, and nothing can escape. As for those technological methods that transcended history and could still be developed smoothly, martial arts manuals that transcended the times and could still kill in all directions, Thales sighed. As expected, they could only appear in rebirth and transmigration. But no matter what, there is one thing that will never change. Mallows stood up. His face was stern and his tone was cold. All martial arts, at the end of the day, are all based on violence. All violence, when the mask is removed, can kill. The watchman said profoundly, Your Highness, it is better to be careful. Thales frowned. Power comes from violence. Is that so? Why? Thales lowered his eyes. Why are you telling me this, and even demonstrating the lesson? Mallows inhaled and exhaled slowly. Because this is the lesson you will be teaching today. He looked at the main building of Mindy's Hall. His gaze was gloomy, and his thoughts were unknown. Are you ready? Ready? Thales did not answer immediately. He was thinking about something else at the moment. Since the style of martial arts is like that, so is the power of eradication. They all carry the mark of people, the traces of the times, and reflect the changes of power in reality. Then, Thales' gaze sharpened. Before the magic tower collapsed, before the wizards went extinct, before knowledge was listed as taboo and was still the supreme knowledge in the world, what is the face of magic? How does it intersect with people, is closely related to the times, and is entangled with reality? Thales was immersed in his thoughts. Sir, Your Highness. In the distance, following the sound of footsteps, Bastia's nervous and deep voice rang through the training field. Renaissance Palace is here. At that moment, Thales and Mallows fell silent. Bastia's muscular body stepped onto the ground of the training field, stirring up endless sand and dust. His Majesty's order. The Duke of Star Lake is urgently summoned to the palace for an audience immediately. Thales was silent for a while. Mallows did not move an inch. They turned a blind eye to the protector's anxiety. Finally, when Bastia could not help but repeat the order, Thales slowly stood up. He's here. Yes, Mallows. Thales took a deep breath. He smiled faintly and answered the watchman's question, warm-up complete. I'm ready. Chapter 567. Renaissance Palace was the same as before. It was cold and silent, bleak and murderous. Thud, 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 Thales followed behind Chief Palace Administrator Baron Quinton. Listening to the echoes of his own footsteps, he once again felt the impenetrable pressure. It was a darkness that even the everlasting lamp could not illuminate. Behind the Duke, Mallows was as composed as ever. In fact, there were many people escorting Thales out of Mindy's hall, but Mallows was the only one who was allowed to accompany him into the palace. This was not a good sign. But unlike the last time, when he quietly received attention, everyone along the way, regardless of whether they were guards, servants, nobles, or vassals, all bowed respectfully to him and addressed him as Your Highness. Their expressions were stern and meticulous. He did not know why. So, how much would he have to pay for the choice he made last night? Thales' mind was in a mess. The chief palace administrator in front of him coughed softly. The prince instinctively puffed out his chest and tucked in his stomach, his demeanor perfect. After a few turns, they did not go to the meeting hall from last time. Instead, they went to a higher floor. The two sides of the corridor on this floor were filled with portraits of kings from different periods. It was an eye-opener for Thales. The son of the king of Renaissance, John I, who made the 9-starred crown, was in high spirits. Although his nickname was Black Eye, he had a pair of clear and moving blue eyes, which made him look quite attractive. The king of Blades Tormund II, who was skilled in martial arts and defeated Blade Edge Hill with a single word, had a sitting portrait, which concealed his short stature as recorded in history books, which he tried to alter many times but failed. The most controversial orthodoxy was Reaper Tormund IV, who had risen to power through the palace coup. He had a cold expression and a sinister gaze. The artist had successfully used light and shadow to make his face appear sinister and strange, making the viewer uncomfortable. Sumer III looked modest and steady. Coupled with his meticulously groomed stubble, he would definitely be a middle-aged handsome uncle sought after by thousands in another world. It was hard to believe that this was Constellation's Jackal, who was famous for his cunning and sinister character. Bancroft too, the King of Regret, passed away on the second day after he became an adult and also the day before his wedding. His expression was gloomy and he looked like he had not woken up yet, which matched his nickname very well. The surviving king, Alan IV, who had been a playboy since he was young and had no interest in power struggles, got married 8 times and became a worry-free king, looked terrified and helpless in the portrait of his coronation ceremony. This might have something to do with the fact that he was told to change his surname back to Jadestar, inherit the throne, and return the huge fortune he inherited from his 7 widowed wives to the royal family when he was 55. Queen Erica, the conqueror of the North, was shrouded in a dignified and bloated dress that deformed her appearance. She was dignified, solemn, and imposing. She did not look like a woman at all, much less the extraordinary beauty that was described in unofficial histories as the most beautiful woman in the world. The Sand King, Kessel IV, looked into the distance, mighty and sunny. Unfortunately, this could not hide his mediocre cowardice that became a joke along with his nickname. After his expedition to the Great Desert suffered a crushing defeat, he was so frightened that he abandoned his army and buried himself in the sand at lightning speed to conceal his figure. In the end, he escaped the disaster and left behind the famous phrase, "Invisibility is equal to invincibility." Obviously, the 3 giant portraits in Mindy's hall, which were combined with the historical background, left a deeper impression. However, the portraits here also had their own characteristics. They vividly reflected the techniques and habits of different painters, as well as the artistic styles of different periods. But, Thales looked at them quietly and suddenly thought of something strange. Whether it was these court portraits or the legendary 3 kings in Mindy's hall, all the people in the paintings looked not sincere. Finally, they stopped in front of a tightly guarded stone room. The chief commander of the royal guards, Lord Adrian, appeared before them. He was gentle but dignified. Baron Quinton. Adrian first greeted the chief of palace steward, who was leading the group. "Still well?" The chief of palace steward waved his hand, looking as if he did not care. Well. Now, please excuse me, I have to pay Master Damon's tailoring fees." Baron Quinton's attitude was sloppy, and there was a hint of resentment in his words. "I also have to keep an eye on the procurement of royal wine glasses. You know, wine, glasses. It's a huge expense, I can't be sloppy. Wine glasses." Thales stood behind him, his expression slightly frozen. Captain Adrian only smiled with his eyes narrowed. In the end, Thales sighed and apologized sincerely. Your Grace, I am very sorry. Baron Quentin turned around and glared at him. Oh, Your Highness, you better be. The chief of palace steward did not stand on ceremony. He raised his voice, beaming with joy, and spoke sternly. For the sake of your ancestors, do you think that the royal family's money falls from the sky? It's the people's blood and sweat, you can't be generous. Baron Quentin glared at him one last time and stormed off. Thales was left behind, his chest hunched and his neck hunched, his face full of fear. Please understand, Baron Quentin has been in charge of the palace affairs for 30 years. He is dependable, meticulous, but also stubborn, Adrian explained with a smile. In the past, when he showed his might, even King Adi had to give him some leeway. Thales forced himself to put on an understanding smile. Your Highness, Lord Mallows. Only then did Adrian formally greet the two of them. Welcome to the Imperial Conference Room. The guard captain turned around and raised his hand, showing a stone door that was as tall as two people to Thales. Also known as Ballard Room. Under the faint light from the narrow stone window in the distance and the illumination from the two everlasting lamps, there were at least 10 royal guards guarding both sides of the grey stone door. All of them looked stern and serious. Ballard? Thales narrowed his eyes and sized up this special stone door. He recalled the royal family pedigree that he had been cramming for the past few days. You mean the king of constellation in the 3rd century of the calendar of eradication, believer Ballard I? Adrian smiled. Yes. 400 years ago, Great Spirit, Khan led the violent soldiers who committed all sorts of crimes to invade the kingdom. Violent waves swept through the kingdom until they reached Eternal Star City. Coincidentally, King Ballard was on the throne. The guard captain looked back at the stone door and spoke with emotion. Thales pondered for a while. I've heard this story in the north. Archduke Khan Trent Ida of Ekstedt and his Great Spirit Crusade. The Northland nobles are proud of it to this day. So, Ballard Room. Was he born here, or did he succeed to the throne here? Captain Adrian snorted and shook his head. When the country was in ruins, Ballard I summoned courtiers into the palace and gathered them in one room. He made an exception and appointed them regardless of their origins. They were given a long table to discuss how to defend the kingdom. Adrian was a little emotional. That was the first imperial conference in the history of the kingdom. Since then, it has been held regularly to deal with state affairs. It gradually became a system and has been passed down for 400 years. Hence the Imperial Conference, Ballard Room. Thales pondered and did not say anything. The guard captain suddenly realized that he had lost his composure. He laughed self-deprecatingly and stepped aside. The Imperial Conference between His Majesty and the other lords is in progress. Your Highness, please come in. Thales frowned. Imperial Conference? Now? Maybe I should wait until, but Lord Adrian interrupted him. His Majesty has summoned you, Your Highness, and you are the Duke of Star Lake of the kingdom. The guard captain's tone was humble and polite, but it had a different kind of power. The courtier is right. Please pay attention to your manners. Adrian said softly, there is no need to be overly concerned about Northland. Thales raised his eyebrows. Once Adrian finished speaking, he walked towards his subordinate guards who were guarding the door. Open the door, Mariko. Remember to be gentle. Thales took the opportunity to straighten his clothes. He did not forget to turn his head and ask Mallows behind him without batting an eyelid. Do you have any suggestions? For some reason, Mallows, who stood in front of Ballard Room, was expressionless. Yes. His reply was as calm as an ancient well. Don't ask me. Thales turned around resentfully. All right. As expected of his favorite personal guard captain. This suggestion is honest and on point. It's too useful. Thales thought sarcastically. But when he thought of the portraits of the kings he had seen along the way, he realized that he had no impression of Ballard the First. He had either missed it or placed it in an inconspicuous corner. Eleanor. As the stone door slowly opened, Thale's lips did not move as he spoke quietly. Behind him, Mallows frowned and quietly took a step forward. What? Thales looked at the stone door that was opening wider and wider. He looked at the darkness that seeped out from inside and snorted. 400 years ago, when King Ballard inherited his elder brother's position, he was only 17 years old. Faced with a crisis, he found it difficult to command his vassals, and his authority was unshakable. The prince narrowed his eyes. At that time, the person who had the authority to make an exception and convene the imperial conference to decide on a strategy to resist the Great Spirit Frenzy was a woman. Thales turned around and cracked a smile at Mallows. Yes. Empress Dowager Iron Spike, Eleanor. Mallows frowned. And this place should actually be called Eleanor Room. In the next second, Thales turned around and walked forward. Under the respectful gazes of the guards on both sides, he passed through the stone door and disappeared into the darkness. His expression was calm. His footsteps were calm. With a soft sound, the stone door closed, completely concealing the Duke of Star Lake's figure. Mallows looked at the dark stone door and pursed his lips. His voice was almost inaudible. Is that so? Outside the stone door, Adrian walked towards Mallows and patted his shoulder. The watchman nodded. Is there anything I need to worry about last night? For example, how did that assassin sneak into the king's banquet with a weapon? Adrian smiled. No. Mallows frowned slightly. But before he could think deeply, the guard captain grabbed his shoulder and half dragged and half pushed him out of Ballard Room. So, how is Mindy's Hall, Tormund? The guard captain asked this nephew whom he watched grow up amiably, as if he was talking about family matters. Compared to this place? Mallows became indifferent again. It's pretty good. It's quite bright. Adrian nodded. Not bad. The guard captain's eyes lit up. Only bright? It's still a short time. Mallows' tone was normal. I'll tell you when I stay longer. Adrian smiled. He let go of Mallows. When are you going to arrange a day off for yourself? The rather old captain pressed his waist. You know, my wife recently got to know a few good unmarried girls. She shouldn't mind. But Mallows suddenly interrupted him. Captain. He did not say anything. His face was expressionless. Adrian stared at him for a long time before he nodded. His Highness will not come out so soon, the guard captain said casually. As usual, go to the duty room and wait. Mallows stopped in his tracks. Lord Adrian smiled at him. You know, paperwork. Mallows was silent for a second. Of course. The watchman curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled back. Paperwork. Thales walked into the Imperial Conference Room and found that it was actually smaller than he imagined. After all, there was the Hall of Stars and the Meeting Hall, including the Jade Star family tomb chamber. The domed ceiling was low, and the walls were narrow. At a glance, it inherited the coldness and darkness unique to Renaissance Palace. It really is a small dark room. The prince silently mocked. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, there was a long table with many people sitting at the end of his line of sight. He could faintly hear human voices. Thales took a deep breath, stopped thinking about the unhappy future, and slowly walked forward. As he approached, the voices around the long table became softer. Most people turned around and looked at the newcomer to the Imperial Conference. Thales noticed that the people sitting at the long table were not ordinary people. The pot-bellied Prime Minister of the kingdom, the Guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen, was still smiling, as if everything was as good as before. The Foreign Affairs Minister cum teacher he was familiar with, the cunning fox, Gilbert, was worried and hesitant to speak. There was also the royal family's military advisor, the experienced soldier rider, nicknamed Big Soldier, as well as the chief of finance of the kingdom, the moneybag Kirkirk man, who was said to be able to take money out of his pants. The sharp-faced Viscount Kenny, who had once visited the prince in Extet and had just been promoted to Minister of Trade at the beginning of the year, was also present, smiling amiably at him. The one dozing off was the Minister of Agriculture and Husbandry, the miser, Lord Croppen, and the special advisor of faith who almost became Thales's theology teacher, the young and promising deputy bishop of the Sunset Church's central diocese, Stylianides. Thales also noticed that there was another person standing at the end of the long table, a distance away from the nobles. It was a fierce-looking man with a face full of scars. He stared at Thales with a pair of sharp eyes, as if he harbored malicious intentions. The prince was puzzled. Who is that? Why is he the only one standing? And Kessel V, the master who could not be ignored, sat at the head of the long table. His posture was casual as he enjoyed the light from the stone window behind him. His face could not be seen clearly against the light, leaving only a dark silhouette that made people feel depressed. With some apprehension, Thales gulped and stepped forward respectfully. "Father." He bowed appropriately. "Good day, my lords." Gilbert was the first to stand up and respectfully returned the greeting. "Good day, Duke Thales." The nobles at the long table moved and stood up to greet the Foreign Affairs Minister. But the king's voice immediately rang out, interrupting this perhaps meaningful greeting. "Find yourself a chair." The ministers fell silent. They first looked at Thales, then at the king. In the end, they did not complete their greeting and returned to their seats one after another. Gilbert considerately moved to the seat next to him and took the initiative to make room for Thales. Thales nodded gratefully and sat down. He nodded at Deputy Bishop Stylianides, who was sitting on the other side, and thought that it was all right. At least they had reserved a seat for themselves. At least they did not denounce him directly. At least they did not toss him a sword and ask him to slit your own throat. At the head of the long table, the man with his back against the light changed his supporting arm and knocked on the long table. He said coldly, "Continue, Sauter." These words were like a sudden drop of frost. The solemn atmosphere that had been slightly thawed by the prince's arrival froze again. On the other side, military advisor Sauter Ryder cleared his throat and stood up. The imperial conference resumed. In any case, the Alliance of Freedom's decision to secretly withdraw their main elite forces from Fort Liberté and set up an ambush in the wilderness was extremely bold. Sauter, who was dressed in military attire, knocked on the long table. A huge map was spread out on the table with black and white chess pieces on it. "Keep in mind that if Fort Liberté falls due to an empty interior, the war will be over." Saldus' expression was solemn. He reached for the Fort Liberté castle sign, pulled out a knight chess piece from the 3 or 4 black chess pieces inside, and threw it out of the map. Thales only then noticed that the subject of this imperial conference was not him, at least not the assassination last night. "But, Lord Sauter has just returned from Western Desert with the regular army," Gilbert whispered in the prince's ear. "We can get first-hand intelligence on the war in Extet earlier." The war in Extet. The prince's heart tightened. This was a feeling he had not felt before when he walked into Ballard Room alone. Thales frowned and identified the contents of the map on the long table. Fort Liberté was on one side, the city of faraway prayers on the other, separated by countless mountains, rivers, villages, and castles. At this moment, more than a dozen white chess pieces were spread out from the city of faraway prayers and occupied most of the key points on the map. They were powerful and stood in opposition to Fort Liberté, which only had 2 or 3 black chess pieces left and appeared isolated and helpless. Just like a trapped rat in a cage. And among them, Thales stared at the white chess pieces, were his friends. But their previous consecutive victories have encouraged the Northlanders' arrogance. They thought that the opponent would take advantage of the terrain and fortifications to defend the city with all their might, just as they did 20 years ago. So they left only scattered troops to maintain the rear, while the main elite force advanced straight in and used their superior military strength to attack the most critical and most difficult Fort Liberté. Saldus' tone was solemn. He moved the chess pieces and pushed the white chess pieces forward until they surrounded the black side of Fort Liberté on 3 sides, leaving only one suspicious gap. Like a trap left behind by a rat trap. They didn't even spend much effort to confirm if there was anything fishy about the easily conquered area behind them, or if the real main force was hidden among the scattered enemies who fled along the way. Compared to Extet's absolute advantage on the map, the chief of military staff stroked the few chess pieces behind the white side, appearing solemn and serious. The king did not make a sound. Gilbert sighed and interjected. After all, the Extension's prowess in foot combat and their strength in charging into battle can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Without a strong city and armored cavalry to rely on, who would dare to face them head-on in the wilderness? Thales recalled the Black Sand region soldiers who risked their lives under Broken Dragon Fortress all those years ago. Sauter nodded, but scoffed. That was the first mistake they made. His words were stern and tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Sauter looked up. News from the Secret Intelligence Department? Under everyone's gaze, the man with a scar on his face who had been standing silently at the other end of the long table finally stepped forward. Thales realized that he was a spy from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. According to the information from various sources at the front line, the man with a scar on his face took out a stack of paper in front of the many nobles. He spoke fluently and without the slightest hint of nervousness. While the Northlanders were besieging the city and the battle was intense, the Alliance of Freedom's troops, which had secretly withdrawn and were lying in ambush, suddenly launched a bold attack on their retreat. His voice was cold. Within a week, the Extension supply points along the Good Flow River were badly battered, and their transportation efficiency plummeted. Following his words, Sauter Rider calmly moved the Black Knight outside the map back to the battlefield, and placed it firmly behind the white side's battle line. Maybe I'm getting old and I can't remember clearly. Prime Minister Cullen adjusted the position of his stomach and looked charmingly naive. He asked in puzzlement, "That's right." He said in puzzlement, "But this strategy sounds a little familiar." As soon as he said this, all the nobles present were visibly moved. Sauter nodded but did not answer directly. Instead, he motioned for the Secret Intelligence Department to continue. The man with a scar on his face coughed and switched to another piece of paper. Their supplies cannot be stabilized. In just 1 week, the Northlanders' heavy swordsmen and heavy armored axemen, who they are so proud of when they attack the city, are affected. There were a few times when they were about to succeed in attacking the city, but all their efforts were in vain. Their cavalry was strong, but they were unable to find enough rations and supplies in the fortified Alliance of Freedom. They could only station in place and wait for the outcome of the siege. There was a moment of silence around the long table. The king did not move. Gilbert was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "So, Extet was defeated just like that? That's simple? That's impossible, right?" Sauter Rider scoffed. He stared at the numerous white chess pieces on the map with a fearful expression. "Of course not." The military advisor looked at the Secret Intelligence Department. The man with a scar on his face was unhurried as he continued. "According to our intelligence, in the first few weeks after the attack on the supply chain, Extet still retained more than 90% of its absolute combat power, enough to complete several decisive field battles or sieges. It was far from what the Alliance of Freedom could withstand." But his tone changed. But at this time, Extet's commanders had divergent views on their next move. "Divergent views," Gilbert muttered to himself. "Divergent views." Thales recalled the battle report that Gilbert had told him last night and his heart sank. Sauter Rider was still solemn. He nodded. The city of Faraway Prayers strongly advocated pressing forward with the entire army and deciding victory with a combined attack. Defense City wanted to regroup and slowly invade. At this point, Saldus' expression slowly turned solemn. Dragon Cloud City's military leader, the one-armed Karkagel, advocated sealing off the main routes, surrounding them but not attacking. At the same time, he mobilized a small number of men to form a small but elite, but equally mobile task force. Using an eye for an eye, they would track down and annihilate the Alliance of Freedom's only remaining trump card in the wild. Once they succeed, they just have to throw the enemy's commander's head into Fort Liberté, and the city will fall without being attacked. Hearing the familiar name, Thales recalled the silent one-armed count who made the final decision on the day of the council hearing. But the others didn't think so. Ah, Karkagel, that one-armed bastard, I remember him. The Minister of Agriculture of the kingdom who had been dozing off, Lord Croppen, nicknamed Miser, seemed to wake up with a start. 18 years ago, it was under his command that the Northland barbarians advanced rapidly, besieged the enemy and attacked the reinforcements. Finally, they captured Cold Castle and caused the fall of the Northern Territory. As expected, his strategy is the most vicious. Prime Minister Cullen scratched his head. So, which of the three paths is better? Everyone was silent for a moment. I think it should be a slow and steady approach. The Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, was in the prime of his life, but his choice was different. The biggest taboo is to fight the weak with the strong and seek instant benefits. Besides, the Alliance of Freedom is already a cornered beast, there's no point in taking risks. But the elderly chief of finance, Kirkirk Man, shook his head disapprovingly. No. The greatest advantage of the Northlanders is that no one can withstand a thunderous strike. Besides, the burden and expenses of deploying troops outside. Believe me, the sooner the war ends, the better. It's most beneficial to get it over with once and for all. But compared to them, Thales noticed that Gilbert furrowed his brows and did not say a word. At that moment, the king looked up. His dark features revealed a sharp gaze. Sauter, what's your opinion? Everyone looked at the military advisor in unison. Sauter did not answer immediately. As solemn as ever, he traced his finger from one end of the map to the other, as though he was playing a game of chess with someone on the battlefield. When it comes to war, the Northlanders are never vague. Sauter gazed at the white chess pieces all over the map, the fear in his eyes deepened. Besides, they have the upper hand in every aspect. I think, from the moment they were attacked from the rear, they have already seen through the Alliance of Freedom's plan. They know that the enemy is taking the risk of dispersing their forces, and they know that the enemy is full of openings. Thud. The soldier slammed his fist on the table. With a wave of his hand, he first pushed a large number of white chess pieces to Fort Liberté, and then pushed all the black chess pieces in the fort. Disregarding casualties and attacking with all their might. The Alliance of Freedom will not be able to withstand it. Sauter then spread the white chess pieces evenly across every key juncture on the map, until the Black Knight at the rear had nowhere to go and finally collapsed. Consolidate the defensive zone and steadily occupy it. The Alliance of Freedom will not be able to hold on. Finally, the military advisor clenched his fist lightly and slowly restored the state of the battle. He then picked out two knights from the white chess pieces, placed them together with the Black Knight, and pushed the latter down. Scheming to attack the enemy's mind and using surprise tactics. The Alliance of Freedom will not be able to withstand it. Sauter took a deep breath and looked up at everyone present. His gaze paused for a moment when it swept past Thales. Whether it's a forceful attack, a slow map, or a surprise attack, all three are good strategies. Thales nodded slowly. He glanced at Viscount Kenny and Kirkirk Man out of the corner of his eye and saw that they were nodding in satisfaction. That's not to offend anyone. But the military advisor's tone immediately changed. But when the three excellent options are put together, Saldus' tone changed and became furious. He nodded at the scar-faced man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. The latter cleared his throat. Our intelligence is limited. We don't know the specific decision in the Extet military camp. But after besieging the city for a long time, the Northlanders, who could not wait any longer, finally chose to divide their forces into three groups and attack from multiple directions. Most of the people in the Imperial Conference were taken aback by these words. Even Thales could not help but frown. Gilbert was the only one among the crowd who sighed. Divide their forces? Or three? Viscount Kenny was puzzled and clearly could not understand. The Alliance of Freedom is small and weak, so it's understandable that they would take the risk and divide their forces. But the Northlanders clearly have a large army and have the upper hand. Are they crazy? Amidst all the questions, Sauter Rider snorted angrily. The commander's explanation to me is, first, it's to relieve the logistical pressure brought about by the concentration of the army in one place, and to rationally distribute supplies for the general attack. Second, it's to protect the fearful rear supply line. Third, it's to pursue the ghost troop that has circled around to attack from the rear. Finally, it's to expand and consolidate the occupied area to facilitate the local collection of rations. Thales was stunned. All right. Every reason is extremely legitimate, well-founded, and even well-considered and irrefutable. It includes the forceful attack, a slow map, and a surprise attack mentioned earlier. But, Sauter snorted coldly. Even a child knows that there's only one choice in a multiple-choice question. He stared at the white chess pieces on the map, stretched out his hand with difficulty, and divided them into 3 groups. As an adult, you actually want all of them? At this moment, the military advisor was conflicted. On the one hand, he was contemptuous and disdainful, but on the other hand, his words were filled with heartache for his peers. You're so stupid. Your death is not to be regretted. Amidst the shocked and bewildered crowd, Thales looked at one of the 3 groups of white chess pieces with mixed feelings. Here, no one had stayed in the north for as long as he had and had such close contact with the Northlanders. Divergence, he vaguely knew the answer behind it. But he was even more apprehensive and fearful. Is that so? Chapter 568. After a long period of repression, Duke Cullen was the first to sigh. I think, dividing their forces, that was their second mistake. Sauter Rider's expression was tense and he remained silent. At the head of the long table, King Kessel sat up straight and revealed his cold face in the darkness for the first time. Gilbert? The Foreign Affairs Minister, Cunning Fox Gilbert, who had not spoken for a long time, nodded with a solemn expression. Perhaps in their minds, the extensions understand the pros and cons of this matter, but in their actions, they cannot do it. Thales' teacher's gaze was sharp as he began to analyze the situation. The city of faraway prayers has the most immediate interests and the most motivation, so they seek to advance. Defense City is not involved in this matter, so they are cautious and of course seeking stability. Gilbert snorted softly. As for Dragon Cloud City, firstly, Heroic Spirit Palace has a deep foundation and is feared. Secondly, Lady Walton is on the throne and is looked down upon. Their most awkward position is that they are in a dilemma. Thales' heart sank. It is normal for them to prefer winning by surprise to gain prestige. Gilbert sighed slowly. I think the considerations behind this choice are not military, but political. 100 stubborn wise men are not as good as 100 united fools. Thales looked at the white chess pieces on the map, his emotions in turmoil. No, Saroma, what were you thinking at that time? Speaking of politics, Kirkuk Man broke the small moment of solemnity, and heard the controller of finance ask doubtfully, this war was instigated by the Kinslayer. The war is in full swing, but Lampard didn't do anything behind the scenes. For example, prices and rations, intelligence and public opinion. To provoke the archdukes of the 3 cities? Sauter looked at the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The latter put away the intelligence report in his hand and nodded. Since Chapman's coronation, Black Sand region has been making things difficult for the archdukes who do not respect the king's orders. This is the norm. But the scar-faced man's tone changed. But this time, it is very strange. From declaring war to conscription, from setting out to engaging in battle, from spies to officials, Black Sand region has stopped all internal and external means of harassment and obstruction. They have not interfered in the war between the 3 cities, and only focused on their own internal affairs. All the officials at the Imperial Conference were stunned. The king looked at the Foreign Affairs Minister. Gilbert nodded, but he was filled with worry. Yes. Diplomatically, King Chapman even sent out a notice to show his support, denounce the Alliance of Freedom, and fully support the expedition of the 3 cities to the west to seek justice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Thales was the only one who bit his lower lip. So this time. Prime Minister Cullen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not only did Lampard not play any tricks, he even behaved more like a generous and selfless king than ever before. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Until the king's words broke the doubt, as if a block of ice had been thrown into a lake. He moved. King Kessel clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. By not moving. Many people still didn't understand what he said. He moved. Tampering? In a motionless manner? Viscount Kenny was puzzled. Your Majesty, I don't understand. Are you saying that Lampard has an undisclosed private deal with them? The king did not answer. He only raised his eyes. Thales. At the long table, the only youth subconsciously clenched his knees. But King Kessel's voice still rang coldly and drilled into his ears without any hindrance. Tell me, why did King Chapman move? And how did he move? Thales felt a chill in his heart. Why did Chapman move? Everyone's eyes were on him. He raised his head with difficulty. Thales met the king's gaze in a daze. On the other side, even though Gilbert was filled with worry, he still coughed softly and encouraged him with his eyes. And so, for the first time in the Imperial Conference, Thales, the Duke of Star Lake's words rang out. After Niven's death, the only thing that could unite the Walton, Rockne and Letko families was King Chapman's unruly and merciless methods. That made them feel threatened. The second prince took a deep breath and tried not to think about anything else. But when King Chapman made it clear that he was backing down and did not want to get involved in their affairs, Thales didn't continue. The ministers looked at each other and seemed to have understood something. But the king's words rang out again, with a tone of scrutiny and even interrogation. What else? Thales' knees tightened. With great effort, he loosened his grip on his knees. Originally, Dragon Cloud City, faraway Prayers City and Defense City joining forces to attack the Alliance of Freedom was a move against the king. The Duke of Star Lake spoke again. This time, everyone listened to his analysis seriously. But after the day of the council hearing, Lampard's sudden visit to Dragon Cloud City, everyone in Extet knew that the king had won the political battle. The day of the council hearing. Thales tried to get rid of the shadow of that day. There was no point in the three cities using this war to fight against King Chapman anymore. They lost their biggest motivation to fight against the king, but they couldn't take back the promise they made. To fulfill the alliance, they had no choice but to mobilize and go to war. The ministers in the conference whispered and nodded at each other. Thales let out a sigh. What else? The king's words rang out again, as if unwilling to let him go. Thales was silent for a moment. But under these circumstances, when it comes to commanding the army on the battlefield, when it comes to actual life and death, the three cities each have their own plans, are not unified, and do not have a strong person like King Nuvan to suppress them. Saldus' expression was pained. So it is inevitable that discord will arise, it will be difficult to work together, and even diverge in ideologies, and they will fight for themselves. Thales closed his eyes gently. At that moment, a memory fragment from a long time ago flashed across his mind. It seemed to be a few lines from an ancient poem: the army is not united, and hesitates while the wild geese move. Viscount Kenny coughed. When I was traveling in Northland, I had a feeling. When to be aggressive and take risks, when to show weakness and retreat, the Kinslayer King's every move is clear. He sees everything clearly, and there must be an expert under him to decide the strategy. On the other side, the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department nodded. Night Owl, Lesa Kentvita has entered the Secret Intelligence Department's priority list, he replied cautiously. We are paying full attention to his every move, whether it is an audience with the king or returning to his hometown for a vacation. Viscount Kenny nodded in satisfaction. The king knocked on the table. Continue. After the sentimental and lamenting moments earlier, the Imperial Conference returned to its previous atmosphere. Sauter Ryder's voice rang out again. After splitting up, Dragon Cloud City's Karkagel personally led the troops and attacked day and night along the Good Flow River, keeping the Alliance of Freedom's only elite force at bay. He picked out a few of the 3 white chess pieces and placed them next to the Black Knight. Thales, who was in a bad mood, looked at the war simulation on the long table and suddenly remembered his first meeting with Asda in Red Street Market many years ago. It was also a chess room. The air mystic was similarly strategizing and moving his chess pieces. But as time passed, things remained the same, but people had changed. It was smooth at first, but as the war progressed, the next moment, Saldus' pupils contracted and the white chess pieces in his hands fell to the ground. One arm was captured. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Including Thales. The next second, there was an uproar in the conference room. How did he do it? That's Karkagel we're talking about. The elite soldiers of Dragon Cloud City, even without the help of the other 2 cities, they shouldn't have lost to such an opponent, right? Faced with a tidal wave of doubts, Saldus' expression was equally solemn. He shook his head. There's no intelligence. We only know that whether it's coincidence or luck, it just happened. The scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department nodded, agreeing with the military advisor's answer. Thales' expression was uncertain. He recalled that Karkagel. That, King Nuvan's best fighter. It was hard to believe that he would lose to an unknown lone army from a small country in a head-on confrontation, and even get captured. The scar-faced man flipped through the information. We only know that after the commander-in-chief was captured, the morale of the Dragon Cloud City army was disrupted. Under the enemy's nimble assault, they were forced to retreat step by step. At one point, they even lost command and could not look out for each other. Even the Archduchess herself was lost in the chaos, her whereabouts unknown. Without a leader, they were practically walking corpses. Lost in the chaos. Little rascal. The prince took a deep breath and tried to keep his expression unchanged. Thales could feel Gilbert's hand pressing on his palm, signaling him to calm down. Saldus' words rang out again, replaying the battle situation thousands of miles away. At the same time, on the main battlefield, the troops of the city of Faraway Prayers were at the front line. They wanted to take advantage of the enemy's emptiness to go all out and storm the city. But in the next moment, Saldus' expression darkened. His fingers kept tapping on the side of Fort Liberté on the map, vibrating the black and white chess pieces with great disparity. The extensions suffered more damage than expected. This time, the soldiers and civilians of the Alliance of Freedom risked their lives, were determined, and put up a very tenacious resistance. The city of Faraway Prayers repeatedly attacked to no avail. His words were solemn, and the meaning behind them was even more heart-wrenching. Repeatedly attacked to no avail, Gilbert repeated these words silently, as if he had some sort of feeling in his heart. Amidst the confusion of the ministers, Sauter coughed and moved the second batch of white chess pieces to the flank. As for the Lords of Defense City, they went to the periphery to consolidate the front lines, collect rations, and maintain law and order. But not only did they not gain anything, they were also met with the desperate resistance of countless troubled citizens. The morale of the army was low, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. At the end of the long table, the king frowned and looked at the foreign affairs minister. Troubled citizens? Gilbert raised his spectacles and flipped open a record beside him. Most of the Alliance of Freedom, the eastern part of the Northern Sea Kingdom, and the western part of the city of Faraway Prayers territory. These areas were originally part of the empire's West Biyao province. The natives of these areas are called the troubled citizens of West Biyao. Although they are at the end of the Golden Passage, most of them live in poverty and are of low status. Over the past few centuries, whether it was the successions of Extet and Camions, or the Senate of the Alliance of Freedom established by the high officials and nobles in a compromise, they have all been rather harsh on them. Thales recalled the story of the troubled citizens of West Biyao that the heir of the city of Faraway Prayers, the annoying Ian, had told him. I don't understand. The Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, voiced everyone's doubts. When I visited the Golden Passage, the army and citizens of the Alliance of Freedom shouldn't be so tough. not to mention the Northlanders? Sauter shook his head. No, it's precisely because they are facing the Northlanders. This time, Sauter looked at the cunning fox of Constellation. Gilbert sighed. He flipped open the record again. 20 years ago, Nuven's son, Soria Walton, led an army to attack Fort Liberté. After the city was breached, in order to avenge his dead subordinates, he massacred the city for 3 days and looted without limit. 9 out of 10 houses were emptied, and the people starved and ate each other. Thales frowned. This information, in Ekstet's records, nothing. The chief of finance, Kirkirk man, nodded gloomily. I remember that incident. It was said that the Northlanders wanted to keep the news under wraps at first. Some busybodies even compared that inhuman beast to Prince Horace. What a joke. Gilbert continued with a frown. The Alliance's Governor-General had all 10 fingers chopped off and was dragged around the city for 20 miles before he died. His corpse was hung in public as a warning to others. It was a tragic sight that intimidated the surrounding areas. The Foreign Affairs Minister put down his spectacles and closed his notebook. And the current Governor-General of the Alliance is the grandson of the previous Governor-General. Thales looked at Gilbert's notebook. The history on paper was understated, but the past in reality was heavy and oppressive. That's why they rebelled. Hearing this, Prime Minister Cullen sighed deeply. In the face of tyranny, no people are born cowardly and wait to be slaughtered. Perhaps this sentence struck a chord. The Imperial Conference fell silent for a moment. No one responded. Only Gilbert nodded and said with emotion, "You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow." The current state of this war was already decided 20 years ago. Now, the Northlanders are only taking revenge for their previous cruelty and violence, just repaying their debts. Chapter 569. Thales exhaled amidst the silence at the long table. No war is an isolated one. Soria's atrocities 20 years ago led to the resistance that Ekstet faced 20 years later. Victory 20 years ago led to defeat 20 years later. The second prince recalled the old crow's words again. Before you make up your mind to go to war, I think you should first think clearly, will this really achieve your goals? How many unexpected things will happen as a result? What additional consequences will there be? What will it signify in the longer term? How will the impact on both sides be calculated? Sauter scoffed softly and broke the silence. Just like that, the supply is not smooth, the progress of the troops collecting rations is slow. The siege is not successful, the efficiency of the siege is repeatedly delayed. And the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City's fate is unknown. Those who return with the dragon spear flag are still only defeated soldiers, and rumors abound. Fate is unknown. Thales tried his best to regulate his breathing. After hearing about the blood feud between Prince Soria and the Alliance of Freedom, he suddenly realized that once Saroma fell into the hands of the Alliance of Freedom, Thales forced himself not to think about the worst possibility. Sauter paused for a moment and motioned for the man from the Secret Intelligence Department to continue. The latter nodded. After that, we made some inquiries and made some guesses. An argument broke out among the higher-ups of the Northlanders. The ministers looked at each other in dismay. The nobles of Defense City wanted to retreat, but the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, the arrogant Kulgan Rakni, was unyielding. He threatened his allies not to retreat, and claimed that he would mobilize troops from the country again to reinforce the front line. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. The generals and commanders were at odds, and the quarrel between the two sides was ugly. Thales' mind jolted. Another line from a distant memory surfaced in his mind: snobbery makes men fight, and their descendants kill each other. Sauter sighed and interjected. And that was their third mistake. Perhaps because they had already lamented, the ministers were no longer stirred after hearing about Ekstet's foolish move. The scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department said calmly, until one day, the flag of the Jianghu Union was raised above the walls of the Alliance of Freedom. As soon as he said that, everyone was puzzled again. Jianghu? Gilbert asked in surprise, then shook his head decisively. Impossible. Well, it seems impossible now. Sauter nodded and frowned. But the news served its purpose. From then on, the rumor that Khmu Union had intervened in the war spread throughout the northern military camp. It was useless no matter how the commander-in-chief tried to suppress it. On the other side, the soldiers and civilians of Fort Liberté who were struggling to hold on were greatly encouraged when they heard that reinforcements were coming. While the enemy is silent, I am strong, Sauter looked up slowly, his eyes gleaming. The Northlanders have completely failed. That was when it started. Thales stared at the stalemate situation on the map, and he felt something in his heart. The next second, Saldus' words became urgent. Due to the spread of rumors, a noble of Defense City who was unwilling to take the risk abandoned his camp and retreated early in the morning. Maybe he's just indignant and wants to change the defensive zone or change the land to collect food. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a spy's plot. One by one, the white chess pieces moved under the hands of the military advisor, leaving the original area. However, with him as an example, and thanks to the fact that they did not get along well with the city of faraway prayers, a large number of suzerains of Defense City retreated with him without notifying their allies. This caused the entire battle line to change. Thales frowned deeply. With Fort Liberté as the center, the white chess pieces gradually spread out, revealing an increasingly large gap. It was as if an armor that had gone through hundreds of battles finally could not take it anymore and cracked open. Sauter Rider slammed his palm on the long table, his face ashen. As a result, the exhausted but stubborn army of the city of faraway prayers, 10 miles away on the front line of the siege, has unwittingly lost the vigilance and protection of their flanks. They have completely exposed their weak spots in the abdomen and back to the enemy. As the battle progressed, the officials listening to the military intelligence were equally solemn and nervous. Perhaps the communication breakdown only lasted for 2 hours, or perhaps the Northlanders' window of vulnerability only lasted for 60 minutes, but remember the trump card of the Alliance of Freedom? Sauter reached out and fished the Black Knight out of the field. When he let go, it was already in front of the white chess pieces battle line, like a haunting ghost. After defeating Dragon Cloud City, they reappeared after disappearing for a long time and seized this window. The military advisor gritted his teeth, as if he was experiencing the battle. Before the morning fog dispersed, they coordinated with the remnants of the army in Fort Liberté and successfully launched a surprise attack. Saldus' words were concise, but Thales could only imagine the intensity and cruelty of that day. When the retreating Defense City received orders from the higher-ups, reacted and ordered the entire army to stop retreating, Sauter sighed and slowly stretched out his hand to disrupt the initially unstoppable white chess formation. With low morale, the city of faraway prayers was attacked from the back and fought hastily. In the end, it was like a sun setting in the west, and their defeat was inevitable. As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence. "This is ridiculous." Viscount Kenny could not help but complain. How can the Northlanders be so stupid? Thales listened to these words with mixed feelings. "Because we are standing here, watching them," Duke Cullen said slowly, but there was a rare sense of solemnity in his tone. Viscount Kenny was momentarily speechless. And then? The chief of finance, Kirkirk Man, pondered and asked, "The army of Defense City is still in good shape. Although they are not as powerful as the city of faraway prayers, they are not to be underestimated. The defeat was only in a corner of the battlefield, it should be." But Saldus' next words interrupted him. The commanders of Defense City knew that they had made a huge mistake. Eager to remedy the situation, they made a decision. Not to retreat and fortify, but to stabilize the battle line. The military advisor was no longer pained. He narrated the military situation with a blank expression, pushing the white chess pieces representing Defense City forward one by one. But to return to the battlefield and rescue their comrades. As soon as he said this, some of the people present frowned in deep thought, while others came to a sudden realization. "How loyal," Viscount Kenny muttered. Sauter Rider suddenly looked up. His gaze swept across everyone. That was their fourth mistake. Viscount Kenny frowned. Sauter lowered his head and gathered the black chess pieces in Fort Liberté and the knights outside the fort together. The Alliance of Freedom's strategy is completely different from that of 20 years ago. After a victory, they do not seek to kill as many enemies as possible when pursuing the enemy. Instead, they seek to be flexible, drive away the majority, and attack the elites. So, when the flag of Defense City arrived on the battlefield, the next moment, Thales watched as the fallen white chess pieces were pushed together and swept towards the white chess pieces that were still standing. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Most of the tens of thousands of defeated soldiers from the city of faraway prayers still survived, but all of them threw away their helmets and armor and retreated, or rather, fled in a grandiose manner, unable to stop orders. Like a flood after a storm, they unstoppably broke through the formation of Defense City. Saldus' hands no longer moved the chess pieces precisely, but swung them widely, sweeping the chaotic white chess pieces towards the east. What's more frightening is that under hunger and fatigue, the despair and fear of failure spread like a plague to the Defense City army, triggering blind obedience and strife. Many of them died from trampling and internal strife before they could even see the enemy. Saldus' voice dimmed. Amidst the chaos, Defense City, the last hope of the Northlanders, was defeated without even fighting a few decent battles. The Northlanders suffered innumerable casualties. The entire army retreated in panic, fleeing day and night. Even after retreating hundreds of miles, they still could not stabilize the battle line. Along the way, there were also unyielding Extet nobles who tried to gather their troops for one last fight. But small acts of bravery were no match for the bigger picture and were of no help. Thales was silent. It was as if he had returned to the night of Dragon's Blood. He watched as the White Blade Guards, knowing that they were going to die, raised their swords for the last time and launched a counterattack against Black Sand Region's formation, covering his and Little Rascal's retreat. For some reason, even though Extet was an extremely threatening enemy country, watching them suffer such a pathetic defeat made him feel an indescribable sense of suffocation and discomfort. It was as if he had seen a hero in distress. And he sensed that he was not the only one who felt this way. How could this be? Gilbert spoke faintly, as if immersed in the past, feeling sorrowful. The invincible Northlanders actually lost just like that? However, a deep voice quickly interrupted him, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. No. They are far from invincible. At the end of the long table, the Iron Hand King revealed a pair of cold eyes against the light. But, can't win with force. When the king spoke, he exuded authority without being angry. The ministers were momentarily speechless. Can't win with force. Thinking of the truth behind Dragon's Blood, Thales felt dejected. If yesterday's news was still chaotic and unconfirmed, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But today, right now, the detailed battle report in Ballard Room clearly told him, the Northlanders were defeated. Defeated. There was no room for negotiation. Starlight. Duke Cullen's eyes flashed as he broke the silence in thought. I remember now. Their strategy against the Northland barbarians, including avoiding the vanguard and attacking logistics and supplies, was modeled after the Duke of Star Lake, the former Duke of Star Lake Starlight Brigade. Starlight Brigade. Everyone frowned, including the king. Sauter turned his head and nodded at the spy from the Secret Intelligence Department. The scar-faced man stepped forward again, bowed, and reported his findings. According to the latest intelligence, the general who led the Alliance of Freedom's elite force to capture Dragon Cloud City's commander-in-chief is Ivan Poladu. He is a young guest general, not yet 20 years old. Gilbert raised his eyebrows. Guest general? So young? The scar-faced man nodded. His father died in a political struggle in the Northern Sea Kingdom, and he had no choice but to flee to Fort Liberté. And when the Extet army pressed on, and everyone in Fort Liberté fled in panic, and no one dared to lead the army, Ivan Poladu volunteered and was given his current post. Hearing this, Thales recalled the message the Duke of Iris Flowers had given him last night. The desperate Alliance of Freedom is doing everything in its power to survive, disregarding its dignity and the price it has to pay, regardless of origin or past, urgently begging for ambitious people to join the fight for justice. The Northern Sea Kingdom. The king mused. That barren country north of Camus, with internal strife, a tyrannical king, and only an idiot son as his heir? The spy from the Secret Intelligence Department bowed again. Yes, Your Majesty. The king nodded, contemplating something. Northern Sea Kingdom, Ivan Poladu. The country may be small, but it can also nurture talents. Kirkuk man sighed. His defeat of Ekstedt in this battle will surely shake the Western Peninsula, and he will become famous in one battle. Gilbert put away his emotions. He smiled softly and looked at Thales in a seemingly unintentional manner. It is said that the times create heroes, and heroes come from the young. On the other side, military advisor Sauter spoke again to attract everyone's attention. But in my opinion, the most crucial part of this battle is not Poladu and his detachment of troops. Saldus' palm swept past the countless fallen or standing chess pieces, and gently covered the city on the map. And in Fort Liberté. It was the empty Fort Liberté. Relying on the old and weak soldiers who had their elites removed, they stubbornly held off Ekstedt's siege army. In the end, they even led their troops out of the city, formed an encirclement, and repelled the Northlanders. Over the course of a few months, they held off the bravest attacks, withstood the fiercest attacks, and attracted most of the enemy's attention, resulting in this classic victory of the weak over the strong. They had not noticed it at first, but after Saldus' words, everyone in the Imperial Conference finally sensed that something was amiss. Sauter looked at the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The latter pulled out a few more pages of information. In Fort Liberté, the general commanding the defense of the city is over 40, a constellatiate. Everyone was stunned. Constellatiate? The scar-faced man looked up and reported a name. Anvil, Josh Kenya. The Imperial Conference fell silent for a moment. Everyone was puzzled. Until the king suddenly spoke. Anvil? King Kessel looked up. This nickname sounds very familiar. The spy from the Secret Intelligence Department nodded calmly. Yes, Kenya was born in the private army of the Jade Star family, and was once one of the combat officers of the Starlight Brigade. He was also the former deputy of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Sassir. He was also Duke John's personal guard. And a fugitive of the kingdom. As soon as these words were said, there was a small commotion in Ballard Room. The deputy of the Fortress Flower, Thales, was bewildered. He thought of the veteran Gerard who had once served him. I see. So the commander of the Alliance of Freedom was the former general of the Starlight Brigade. Prime Minister Cullen's doubts were answered. No wonder this war had a familiar smell from beginning to end. But King Kessel furrowed his brows. His focus was clearly different. Fugitive? What crime did he commit? The scar-faced man picked up the information, glanced at it, and hesitated to speak. Until Gilbert coughed and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? After you were crowned, Josh Kenya committed treason. Not only did he disobey orders, but he also publicly falsely claimed that the real culprit behind Duke John's death was. He did not continue. All the ministers lowered their heads and fell silent. The king looked thoughtful. Oh. The scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department coughed and tried to get over the awkwardness. In short, we are investigating Kenya's movements over the past few years, as well as the reason for his sudden appearance in this war. Kessel nodded. So, this is what happened on the battlefield? Sauter exhaled heavily, as if trying to expel all the gloom brought to him by the war. That's right. The military advisor snorted. He casually threw away the last white chess piece in his hand, seemingly mocking their unwisdom, and angry at their lack of ambition. The city of faraway prayers was betrayed and humiliated in defeat. Defense City made a tactical mistake and could not turn the situation around. Dragon Cloud City lost its backbone long ago. The morale of the army is slack and useless. Thales lowered his head and pretended to massage his forehead, closing his eyes at an angle where no one could see. Little rascal. Saroma. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. The Lost Army. Life and death unknown. Before his eyes, the girl who walked cautiously to the throne but could not even lean on the armrest of the seat appeared. The youth's heart ached. He sent her to this position. But the situation was so rotten, reality was so broken, fate was so cruel. Thales clenched his fists subconsciously, sobbing at the same time as his heart. Who could save her? Who could help her? Who could protect her? Then, on the battlefield, the king's voice rang faintly, cold as ever, causing Thales' already unbearable mood to cool down again. The Northlanders who have lost their momentum and are retreating step by step, Thales rubbed his forehead. As he demonstrated his sadness, all he wanted was for the Imperial Conference to end as soon as possible. It was hard to believe that while he was worrying about something as ridiculous as wine glasses at a banquet, his friend was in trouble and suffering a terrible fate. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel guilty and pained. But the king's voice continued to ring out, irritating him. How did they turn defeat into victory? Thales suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his thoughts even froze. What? The Northlanders turned defeat into victory? How? Prince Thales gently put down the finger he was using to rub his forehead. He raised his head in a dignified manner, his face expressionless. At the Imperial Conference, none of the people present were surprised, but they were equally puzzled by the question. They were not surprised. That means the outcome of the war. Thales controlled his breathing and pressed his left hand against his knee, refusing to look at Gilbert's worried expression. Of course. Sauter Rider nodded solemnly. He stretched out his hand and moved it to the pile of white chess pieces that had fallen into a mess. Thales' gaze was fixed on his hand. As if there was the truth of the world there. The military advisor gently picked up a white chess piece. He placed it back on the chaotic map, in the most conspicuous position. At that moment, Thales suddenly recognized it. That was the White Queen. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, who was lost in the chaos and whose whereabouts are unknown. Thales' breathing froze. Saroma Alex Walton. At the Imperial Conference, everyone present listened attentively to the military advisor's words, listening to the latter's tone of surprise and emotion. We don't know what happened in between. Sauter gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to comprehend what he was about to say. But when she appeared again and miraculously turned the tide of the war, whether it was the army or the people, whether it was the enemy or our own people, everyone called her, in the Ballard Room of Renaissance Palace, the royal family's military advisor, Sauter Rider, looked at the White Queen standing proudly on the map. There was an indescribable fear and solemnity in his voice. The blazing blood true dragon. His voice faded away. At that moment, under everyone's puzzled gazes, time seemed to stand still. The blazing blood. True dragon. Thales stared blankly at the white chess piece, unable to recover for a long time. No, Thales, you ridiculous idiot. You're mistaken. This white chess piece, a small voice rang in the Duke of Star Lake's mind, as if mocking his stupidity and self-righteousness. She's not the queen. No, she's white, the queen. Chapter 570. That girl received help. Sauter Rider went straight to the point. When she went missing on the battlefield, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Some of the doubts in the Imperial Conference disappeared, but more questions arose. Help? Viscount Kenny, the Minister of Trade, laughed, somewhat teasingly. Could it be the Great Dragon? Thales' mind raced as he recalled the scene of the unkempt and silly little rascal sitting in the ruins, staring silently at the huge and beautiful dragon head. But Viscount Kenny soon realized that no one was laughing at his joke. On the contrary, the ever-smiling Duke Cullen's expression froze, and the Chief of Finance, Kirkirk Man, looked grim. The Minister of Agriculture, Croppen, was startled awake again, his eyes bewildered. Stylianides, who had been silent all this time, hung his head in deep thought. Thales sat next to Gilbert, suppressing his curiosity and eagerness, and focused on the foreign affairs minister frantically flipping through the documents in his hands. At the end of the long table, the king's figure was motionless, like a stone statue. The entire imperial conference was exceptionally silent. Viscount Kenny's smile gradually faded. No. Amid the silence, Advisor Sauter made the final decision and ended Viscount Kenny's awkwardness. It's the troubled citizens. The military advisor placed his hands on the table and looked at everyone. Thales could sense that most of the ministers present breathed a sigh of relief after Sauter said no. The local troubled citizens of West Biyao. Sauter frowned. His palm swept over the roads and towns on the map, and tapped lightly on the blank spaces without chess pieces. They helped the Archduchess, allowing her to survive on the battlefield. And eventually gathered and retrieved some of the elites belonging to Dragon Cloud City. The military advisor picked up a few white chess pieces outside the map and placed them next to the White Queen. Thales felt relieved. So, with the help of the locals, Saroma safely survived the treacherous battlefield. But then he felt something was amiss. Wait, didn't Count Casso say? Viscount Kenny asked, puzzled. Soria Walton once massacred Fort Liberté, and bore a deep grudge against the people of the Alliance of Freedom? If the troubled citizens knew of the Archduchess' identity, why did they? Many people looked at Gilbert. The Foreign Affairs Minister raised his glasses with an unpleasant expression on his face. He flipped through the documents faster and faster. About that, sorry, give me a second, I remember it was on these pages. Sauter coughed and looked at the man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The scar-faced man moved forward calmly and relieved Gilbert of his awkwardness. The Secret Intelligence Department also thought so in the beginning, that the troubled citizens of the Alliance of Freedom and the Northlanders were mortal enemies. Only afterwards did we realize that the information we had was incomplete. Thus, we quickly contacted the local intelligence station and cross-referenced it with the historical records of the Foreign Affairs Division. The Foreign Affairs Minister finally turned to the page he wanted. He exhaled and took over the conversation. Ahem, gentlemen, the situation in the Alliance of Freedom is rather unique. Gilbert raised his head and turned back into the cunning fox of constellation that Thales was familiar with. In fact, unlike the troubled citizens of the city of faraway prayers, most of the troubled citizens of the Alliance of Freedom, especially the ones Sauter mentioned, mainly live in the suburbs and the countryside. They have low status, are extremely poor, and suffer from discrimination. Even if they enter Fort Liberté to make a living, they do the most menial jobs. The ones who hold a deep grudge against them are not the Northland invaders who target the nobles, but the upper-class people living in Fort Liberté. Thales frowned. He remembered young Rockney hinting to him that the troubled citizens were one of the problems the city of faraway prayers faced. But he never knew that the problem of the troubled citizens was not limited to the city of faraway prayers. It's a little complicated? Viscount Kenny voiced his thoughts. No. Everyone straightened their faces and puffed out their chests as they looked at the speaker. It's not complicated at all. King Kessel stared at the ring on his finger, his gaze lingering on the brass-colored luster. Just like what happened last night. Last night. The Imperial Conference fell silent. Thales subconsciously turned his head to avoid everyone's gazes. Gilbert's words rang out at the right time, attracting everyone's attention and easing the atmosphere. 100 years ago, the Camus Union implemented the 100 Nations trade route strategy and expanded their power eastward. The entire Golden Passage was in turmoil as a result. At that time, the ruler of Extet was Steelbreaker Nuvan VI, who had just succeeded the throne not long ago. He fought back and forth with the Camians, and finally reached a compromise, to support the local forces at the eastern end of the Golden Passage and build a country that opened up the trade route, but still worshipped Extet as its suzerain. Advisor Sauter frowned. The Alliance of Freedom. Gilbert nodded. As an intermediate product of the compromise between the two powers, the structure of the Alliance of Freedom was deformed to begin with. Its source of power and foundation of governance was not within, but outside. It did not respect those below, but only those above. Leveraging on the huge profits from the trade route, it developed in the cracks between the two powers. Gilbert turned a page and said in an exceptionally serious tone, after nearly 100 years of rule, the high-ranking officials, elders, and their influential families in Fort Liberté, although they share the same blood as the troubled citizens, are used to being superior, exploiting others, occupying important positions, and enjoying special privileges. They have long since ceased to see themselves as part of the troubled citizens. Thales was relieved. So that's how it is. The real reality is far more complicated and concrete than the dry sentence in the books. The Alliance of Freedom resides west of faraway Prayers, east of Good Stream, and enjoys the benefits of trade. As for Saroma, what she has to face is also much more difficult than what I have to face. So, the lower-class troubled citizens in the Alliance are actually a local force that can be roped into fight against the higher-ups in Fort Liberté. Prime Minister Cullen scratched his chin and looked naive. It's just that for the past few decades, the Northlanders' attention has been on the nobles in the castle, on the regime that they supported by reaching a compromise with the Camians. Gilbert sighed. Don't even talk about the troubled citizens and nobles. To be precise, for the past few decades, the Northlanders have not paid any attention to the entire Alliance of Freedom. The Foreign Affairs Minister frowned and said nothing. Didn't we also rush to update our intelligence after we received the battle report? Thales calmed himself down, but he could not stop another doubt. But, how did Saroma, that girl manage to garner the support of a few waves of lower-class troubled citizens? But, Moneybag Kirkirkman narrowed his eyes and asked, we're talking about a real, costly war, not cutting down trees to open up wastelands or plowing fields. Can a group of ragged poor people really help her win? This question touched on the most puzzling point. Even though everyone present was well-mannered, they could not help but lean forward in unison in anticipation of the answer. No. Saldus' answer was as swift and decisive as ever. But at least we can give her a way to sneak into Fort Liberté that only the low-class troubled citizens who do the dirty work would know. Thales' eyelids twitched. According to our intelligence, one night after the Alliance of Freedom returned victorious, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City led her elite Archduchess guards, many of whom were white blade guards from King Nuvan's era, to quietly invade the inner city of Fort Liberté. Thales subconsciously leaned forward and joined the ranks of the ministers, staring intently at the white chess piece. Sauter Rider bent down and, on the battlefield where the white chess pieces retreated and the black chess pieces re-established themselves, pushed the special white queen piece against the momentum but unstoppably towards Fort Liberté. Like the sunlight that finally penetrated the clouds and pierced through the vault of heaven. With the help of a troubled citizen guide, she captured all the high-ranking officials of the Alliance of Freedom with just a few hundred soldiers without shedding a single drop of blood. And drew the curtains to the entire war. Saldus' voice trailed off. There was a small gasp from the Imperial Conference. Only Thales bit his lower lip. He imagined the scene of that night. A small number of elites sneaked in, captured the high-ranking officials without shedding a single drop of blood. It sounded familiar. Thales was a little lost in thought. It seemed that he was not the only one who learned from Chapman Lampard's madness 6 years ago. From the governors and elders to the bureaucrats and generals. Methodically, Sauter took down the few remaining black chess pieces in Fort Liberté. Including the most crucial Josh Kenya, and Ivan Poladu, who rose to fame at a young age. Not a single one was spared. All in one fell swoop. Captured in one night. Sauter retracted his finger and looked at the White Queen, who was the only one standing on the battlefield. Just as they were immersed in their victory and completely let their guard down. The Imperial Conference experienced a long period of silence. What? After a long while, Viscount Kenny spoke in disbelief. He stared at the map with the chess pieces scattered all over it. So this war is all about setting off each other to see who is stupider. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, whether he was mocking or lamenting. The others more or less felt the same way. If you go through the history of war, Your Excellency, you may find that many wars in history have been like this. Sauter replied coldly, clearly in a bad mood. Most of the time, the outcome of a war is not determined by how powerful the winning side is, but by how stupid the losers are. Sauter hung his head. Besides, the factors involved in a war are too complicated. There is too much chaos, too many coincidences, and too many unknowns. Even if we sit here and talk about it, it doesn't matter how well we plan. If we were to personally take the field and face reality, it probably wouldn't be much better. At least, the Northlanders took Fort Liberté. Gilbert sighed and tried to smooth things over. They didn't embarrass the title of Invincible head-on. Thales exhaled discreetly. Duke Cullen raised his voice and asked, so she captured the higher-ups and took control of the inner city. But the rest of the soldiers and civilians in Fort Liberté? Sauter nodded and turned to the scar-faced man. The person from the Secret Intelligence Department stepped forward respectfully. With the rescue of Carcagel, the remnants of Dragon Cloud City quickly regrouped and the chain of command was restored. With the help of the troubled citizens, they entered the city in batches over the next few days and joined the Archduchess. In the end, they took down Fort Liberté without any mishaps. Sauter took over the conversation. Just like that, when faraway prayers retreated in defeat, Defense Force panicked, and Extet lost its momentum, Dragon Cloud City emerged as a new force and turned the tide of the war. It shocked everyone. The soldier shut his mouth. There was silence around the table. Everyone was immersed in the aftertaste of the battle on the table, immersed in different emotions and unable to recover for a while. Humph, the white-bearded chief of finance, Kirkirk man snorted disdainfully. They suffered a crushing defeat on the battlefield and had to rely on a woman to sneak around to salvage the situation. Even if they won the war, Extet had lost all face and would probably become a laughingstock. Everyone present had mixed feelings and no one answered for a moment. Until a young voice spoke up. "Sir man, this room is called Ballard Room, right?" Everyone turned around in unison and was surprised to find that the person who replied was the Duke of Star Lake, the one who had been cautious and had never taken the initiative to speak up. Kirkirk man did not dare to be negligent. He sat up straight. "Of course, Your Highness. This is the Great Ballard Room." "So?" Thales scrutinized him for a while, then smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Nothing. Let's get back to that laughingstock country that relied on a woman to salvage the situation." Kirkirk man was bewildered. Everyone present had a variety of expressions. Only Gilbert coughed softly and signaled to Thales with his eyes. Only then did the latter lean back and stop speaking. That's not all that the lady did. Saldus' words pulled everyone back into the conversation. The military advisor looked up and gestured to the scar-faced man beside him. "The Secret Intelligence Department has more detailed information." The spy from the Secret Intelligence Department bowed and switched to another document. Fort Liberté fell, the high-ranking officials were captured, the army was disarmed, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, who was certain of victory, ordered, starting from the Governor-General of the Alliance, these captives, these betrayers of the Alliance of Freedom, the elders, high-ranking officials, generals, and soldiers, not a single one was spared. The scar-faced man looked up from the paper with a stern expression. "Send them all to the guillotine." Thales held his breath. "What?" Everyone in the meeting whispered to each other. "Again?" Prime Minister Cullen frowned. As expected of the bloodline of Nuven and Soria. Ruthless, not inferior to his father and grandfather. "Women, you know," Kirkirk man exhaled. "They've always been narrow-minded, and vengeful. With such a huge loss, I would have done the same if it were me," Viscount Kenny sighed. "At least she was straightforward and didn't torture them." Thales did not speak. He just frowned and pondered. "How many?" Gilbert turned his head and interrupted the discussion at the long table. "How many did she kill?" The scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department glanced at the lords. He was expressionless as he switched to another piece of paper and read out a surprising number. 0. The entire Ballard Room fell silent. The lords widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. They spent a few seconds digesting this information. At an angle no one else could see, Thales curled the corners of his mouth slightly. "What?" The scar-faced man nodded in acknowledgement. On the guillotine, when the blade was about to fall, the Archduchess took off her helmet and armor. The scar-faced man's words were calm and natural, but there was a strange power in them as he narrated the legend thousands of miles away. That young lady left the army, walked to the front of the stage, and announced to the trembling people below. The man from the Secret Intelligence Department switched to another piece of paper. The lords in the room were all shocked, doubtful, disdainful, vigilant, and other emotions as they listened attentively. She said that there had been enough deaths in this war. Enough blood had been shed on both sides. The vassals looked at each other, unable to understand. She said that the lives and livelihoods of millions of people, the children of countless people's families, should not have to pay the price for the selfishness and mistakes of a few high-ranking people. The scar-faced man looked up. She said that someone had told her before. War cannot bring peace, just like death cannot pay for life. Thales's expression changed. And she, the ruler of Dragon Cloud City, will not repeat the mistakes of her grandfather and father. At the end of the long table, the king suddenly moved. He raised his head and revealed his eyes in the shadows of the backlight. Amidst the heated discussion, in front of everyone, the Archduchess forgave and pardoned the prisoners of war on the guillotine. She even untied them one by one. In the end, she personally lifted the disheartened Ivan Poladu and told him. The scar-faced man switched to the next document. His tone was solemn. On the battlefield, you harmed my people. But as an answer, Ivan the Surprised, I will spare your life in exchange for an end to war and hatred. The voice of the spy from the Secret Intelligence Department faded away. The meeting room fell silent again. A few seconds later, the emotional Thale sighed and said, intentionally or unintentionally, small-minded and narrow-minded? Kirkuk man's expression became very unnatural. Ridiculous. Viscount Kenny could not help but speak. Small-hearted. She dares to release a tiger back into the mountains in a foreign land. Only death awaits her. But before he could finish, the spy from the Secret Intelligence Department flipped to the next document. The Archduchess also issued a peace order in public. The entire army of Dragon Cloud City, whether generals or soldiers, are not allowed to kill or abuse prisoners of war while stationed in Fort Liberté. They are not allowed to harass and plunder civilians. They are not allowed to obstruct public security or affect the order of the people. The scar-faced man looked up. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished in the name of the Dragon Spear Soul Slayer. As soon as he said this, not only Viscount Kenny, but Duke Cullen was also stunned. It can't be. The Prime Minister frowned. Then can her vassals and her army tolerate it? How is she going to satisfy their greed? What do they spend money and food to travel through mountains and rivers for? Sightseeing? They've suffered countless casualties, how are they going to even things out? Does she really think that the Alliance of Freedom will listen obediently if she doesn't kill dozens of their leaders as an example? Are there no smart people among her subordinates who will stand up against her? The ministers whispered among themselves. Many of them found it hard to understand. Salda's steady voice rang out. After experiencing the previous fiasco, and facing the Archduchess' prestige in this battle, I'm guessing that her subordinates no longer have the guts to oppose her. The scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department nodded. As the Deputy Marshal, Karkagel, who has the highest status, was the first to kneel and obey the order. The rest followed suit. Do not dare doubt it. It was as if he had returned to the day of the council hearing in the Hall of Heroes. There, Saroma was shouting weakly, but her vassals were all cold and unmoved. As for Fort Liberté, the scar-faced man read his intelligence. The Archduchess strongly suggests that the Alliance's Governor-General should have the Alliance's elders donate their savings and land to help the troubled citizens. She could even adjust the laws, reduce military taxes, re-establish courts, and reopen old cases. At the same time, solve the food and lodging problem of the Dragon Cloud City army. The moment he said this, Gilbert, who was beside Thales, took a deep breath. His gaze was complicated. She? Suggested the Governor-General, suggested the elders? Kirkuk man chuckled. Either the Archduchess is sincere and touching, or the Alliance's elders are virtuous and listen to her advice. I'm not sure about that, Gilbert said faintly. But I'm guessing that both the sword in her hand and the blade on the guillotine must be quite sharp. At first, there were some who weren't too enthusiastic and disobeyed this suggestion, the scar-faced man said with a frown. So, later, the Archduchess sent the Star Killer to have a sincere talk with the elders. A sincere talk with the Star Killer. Thales felt a phantom pain in his left wrist. It said that some of them were convinced by the Star Killer's eloquence and died of shame. The rest, the spy from the Secret Intelligence Department raised his head and concluded, then retreated respectfully. They were much more enthusiastic. The emperors in front of the emperor exchanged a look of understanding. Changing the law and setting up a court. The Minister of Trade, Kenny, frowned. Why didn't she just plant the Black Dragon flag on top of the city wall, give it to a trustworthy Northlander, and announce that Fort Liberté would belong to Extet from now on? Thales smiled. Because she, or the people under her, are smart enough. Gilbert's expression was solemn. They know how to weigh the pros and cons to avoid the cons. That way, when she takes over, she won't have to bear the burden and pressure of ruling. When she leaves, she will only gain endless memories and fame. Thud. The king knocked his finger on the long table, startling everyone. But he said nothing and continued to look at the military advisor. Sauter got the signal and cleared his throat. In short, the troubled citizens cheered and jumped for joy when the order was given. The Alliance's elders, on the other hand, were mostly emotionally stable. The army of Dragon Cloud City was also appeased. Just like that, Archduchess Walton used both carrot and stick, kindness and coercion. Coupled with the losses in the previous battle, the already exhausted Fort Liberté lost its last bit of strength and will to resist. With a complicated sigh, Sauter looked at the white chess piece that stood out like a crane among chickens. The Lady of Blazing Blood effortlessly took over the city peacefully. Unknowingly, Thales curled up the corners of his mouth. But he knew that it must have been far from effortlessly. The Lady of Blazing Blood? Viscount Kenny frowned. Really? Sauter scoffed. That's what everyone calls her, or do you want me to call her the True Dragon Lady? Kenny smiled and did not say anything else. Sauter continued. Now that the capital city has fallen and the troubled citizens have surged, the other cities of the Alliance of Freedom lost their will to fight and surrendered at the first sign of trouble. The extensions turned defeat into victory in such a dramatic fashion. The military advisor slowly sat down, no longer moving the chess pieces that had already been decided. The money bag minister coughed. My question is, she was lost on the battlefield and far from her own country. She was at her lowest, without soldiers or money. How did she manage to win over the support of the troubled citizens? She can't possibly offer herself up and sleep with all of them, can she? Thales glanced at Kirkuk man expressionlessly. This sir is really getting on in years. Actually, he might as well retire early. That was what he thought. The spy from the Secret Intelligence Department stepped forward again. I don't know, but we discovered that the nickname, True Dragon of Blazing Blood, originated from these troubled citizens, and then spread to the Northlanders. Kenny was puzzled. What's with this nickname? She set herself on fire, then stood on a carriage and sped into the city? The scar-faced man shook his head. There are all kinds of versions. Some say they witnessed a flying dragon descending from the sky to help her seize the city. Kenny frowned. Was it really a dragon? But he noticed that many of the ministers present were shaking their heads at him. Impossible. Sauter Rider spoke again, seemingly a little annoyed. You may have just joined the Imperial Conference not long ago, Viscount Kenny, so you don't know. But according to the secret agreement between Black-Eyed John and the entire kingdom of Extet centuries ago, the military advisor scoffed. As an extraordinary being, the Queen of the Sky will only intervene in the affairs of the mortal world when the calamities reappear. Otherwise, we would have been reduced to ashes 500 years ago. Gilbert coughed, reminding his old friend to be careful with his words. Only cares about the calamities? I mean, it clearly appeared in Dragon Cloud's realm 6 years ago. Viscount Kenny seemed to have understood something. His face turned ashen. Oh, I see. Thales recalled the scene of him dancing with the dragon 6 years ago, and the Queen of the Sky telling him that, "You have a nice draconic name." He could not help but glance at King Kessel in the distance. But unfortunately, the king remained as steady as a stone statue and did not move an inch. Of course, Sir Kenny, the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department said knowingly. For centuries, we have also been constantly on guard against the possibility of that dragon breaking the oath. But so far, everything has been fine. Kenny nodded awkwardly. The scar-faced man continued. As for the Archduchess nickname, some say that she can drip her blood into flames and burn her enemies to death. Some say that she can spread her dragon wings and stir up strong winds when she takes off her clothes. Some even say that she can turn into a dragon when she howls at the sky on a full moon. The one on a full moon, that's the legendary werewolf. Sauter could not help but interrupt as the stories became increasingly outrageous. She has long been wiped out by the enemy of the wolves and the longevity hunters. The spy from the Secret Intelligence Department understood the military advisor's meaning. He stopped reciting the information and concluded. So, none of this is credible. The origin of this nickname is still a mystery. The ministers whispered to each other again. Thales noticed that Gilbert gave Archdeacon Stylianides a questioning look, but the latter shook his head. At that moment. What kind of girl is she? A deep, thunderous voice rang out. The ministers stopped their discussions and looked towards the end of the long table. The scar-faced man bowed to the king's shadow. According to our information, when she was 1 year old, her parents, but he was immediately interrupted. Thales. The king's voice rang out slowly, startling Thales. I'm asking you. Kirkirk man's eyes lit up. That's right, your highness lived in Dragon Cloud City for 6 years. You must be very familiar with her, perhaps even a friend, but the chief of finance immediately recalled the scene when the prince interrupted him. After figuring out the cause and effect, Kirkirk's face paled and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak again. What kind of girl is she? Was it the little girl in the library with her glasses and bright eyes, or the little girl in Heroic Spirit Palace who was dressed in rags and shivering? Is it the little girl who gritted her teeth and tried to drag me along in the ruins? Or is it the Archduchess who glared angrily at me in the Hall of Heroes and raised her arm in a rallying cry? In an instant, Thales had mixed feelings. The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath, then looked towards the end of the long table and met the pair of eyes with extraordinary meaning. That girl looks calm and gentle, safe and harmless, the prince said faintly. Sometimes, she even looks a little stiff. But little. Saroma? Recalling the scene when the girl refused to go with him, Thales lowered his head and unknowingly curled up the corners of his lips. Gilbert furrowed his brows. She is a true fighter. After recalling the past, Thales raised his head and enunciated each word firmly. No matter what she faces. Calamities, dragons, or the king. The ministers around them started whispering to each other. Then, on the other side of the long table, the king said coldly, "Is that so?" Thales froze for a moment. Gilbert had nudged him with his elbow, which was neither too light nor too heavy. The second prince came to his senses and coughed. Ahem. I mean, she may be a very troublesome enemy. Of course, she may also be a potential ally. Faced with the scrutiny of the entire table, Thales said solemnly, "Fortunately, my relationship with her is not bad. I mean, I can talk to her." Everyone looked at each other. The king was silent for a while before he spoke. Is there anything we can use against her? Thales' eyebrows twitched. There should be. His expression did not change. I'll go back and think about it. Thales could not see King Kessel's face clearly, but the king's voice traveled steadily. She can be our ally? Thales' eyes brightened. Of course. She holds real power in Dragon Cloud City, and is not a puppet of her vassals? Of course. Have you slept with her? Of course, Before Thale's voice faded away, his expression changed. Once he reacted, he quickly followed up with a second sentence. No. The long table was silent for a moment. For some reason, Thales felt his face burn in the face of the many ambiguous gazes in the meeting room. A few seconds later, the king's scrutinizing gaze finally moved away from him. He only left the teenager with a strange nasal sound. Humph. Chapter 571. Thale's embarrassment seemed contagious. At least, the air in Ballard Room froze for a while. Exactly the time the king's eyes rested on him. So that's all. Fortunately, King Kessel moved his gaze away and spoke again. I'm not sure. Solder? The air began to flow again. Thales heaved a sigh of relief and avoided the others' gazes. Thankfully, they did not pursue the matter. Perhaps, he shouldn't have said so much about Little Rascal? Yes, Your Majesty. Military advisor, Solder Rider bowed and replied. All the Northland military intelligence we need is here. In the dimly lit room, the Imperial Conference resumed its normal working atmosphere. Prime Minister Cullen shook his head thoughtfully. Military advisor Solder looked solemn. Viscount Kenny, who was in charge of trade, and Kirkirk Man, the chief of finance, were whispering something. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, continued to daydream. Archdeacon Stylianides did not say a word but continued to listen intently. Thales maintained the gentle smile and elegant sitting posture of the Duke of Star Lake, low-key and dignified. Only the king's figure remained unmoved, more stable than a certain everlasting lamp behind him. Gilbert? The iron-hand king's eyes flickered faintly as he swept his gaze over the map and chess pieces on the table. The former Foreign Affairs Minister had expected this. He calmly raised his glasses. Yes, Your Majesty. Gilbert flipped open his notebook again. Thanks to the generous cooperation of my colleagues in the Secret Intelligence Department, and thanks to Lord Solder and the Military Affairs Department sharing the battle reports, the Foreign Affairs Department has a new assessment of the post-war situation after understanding all the details. He cleared his throat. The overall conclusion is, although we won, but there was a glint in the cunning fox of Constellation's eyes. Ekstet was by no means the winner. Thale's gaze shifted. First of all, without the other two cities' attrition and restraint, Dragon Cloud City would not have been able to take down Fort Liberté so easily. Gilbert pointed to the black and white chess pieces on the long table. But now, fame and profit, city and land, all the good things have been taken by heroic Spirit Palace. Instead, the city of faraway prayers and Defense City suffered a crushing defeat and were ridiculed. Realization dawned on the participants' faces. And don't forget the Archduchess' peace decree, Solder added coldly. As well as her magnanimous forgiveness towards the prisoners of war. In contrast, Rockne and Letko's families suffered heavy losses and had no harvest. Thales thought of the resolute Archduke Rockne and the old but firm Archduke Letko, and felt uneasy. And the troubled citizens. Gilbert nodded and added something to his notes. The Burning Blood Lady received help from the troubled citizens of Fort Liberté in this battle. She even helped them after the battle as a form of repayment. Don't forget, as fellow Northlanders, the city of faraway prayers has been exercising oppressive rule over the troubled citizens in their territory. Gilbert looked up. Everyone, in summary, we have reason to believe that. Constellation's cunning fox narrowed his eyes behind his spectacles. After this battle, Dragon Cloud City will inevitably drift further and further away from Dragon Blood Gang, which is led by the city of faraway prayers, be it in terms of interests, ideals, reputation, or stance. When he heard the unfamiliar form of address, the king's eyebrows twitched. The Dragon Blood Society? Thales felt his heart clench. Dragon Blood. This was definitely not his favorite phrase. Gilbert nodded in the face of his colleague's doubts. Over the past 2 months, King Chapman has been wiping out Black Sand region. He has been merciless in eliminating those who oppose him. Correspondingly, the oppositionists in Black Sand region shouted the slogan, "Do not forget the great dragon's blood, and remember the late king's kindness." The blood of a giant dragon, the kindness of the previous king. Thales recalled the born king's voice and smile, and for a moment, he had mixed feelings. They said that as long as you stand up against King Chapman, you will be a true Northlander, and a member of dragon blood who cherishes brotherhood. Gilbert said, "So, there's no need to mention Dragon Cloud City. The city of faraway prayers and Defense City, who have a clear stand, are also included in this group. They are known by the people of Extet as the Dragon's Blood Party, which is the opposite of King Chapman's Black Sand Party." The king snorted softly, his emotions indiscernible. The Dragon Blood faction opposed the king, cherished the former king, and cherished the brotherhood. Thales sighed internally. The person who came up with this slogan and name, Viscount Kenny, who had traveled through many countries and was knowledgeable, voiced the prince's thoughts in a timely manner. The hint in this is really vicious. Rumors and names have power. You must know that public opinion can melt gold. Prime Minister Cullen sighed and clicked his tongue. But why do I feel that this is the work of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? He looked at the scar-faced man. The envoy from the secret intelligence department bowed respectfully. "Prime Minister, you have overestimated us. The public opinion in Northland is turbulent, and it is not something that the secret intelligence department can control." But he immediately smiled, and the scar on his face twisted. "But it is true that when the voices gradually rose, I cannot say that our people did not play a corresponding role." Duke Cullen revealed a strange expression. "All right." Looking at the people from the secret intelligence department, Thales raised his eyebrows. Chapman Lampard is probably not fated to have a good reputation in this life. So, Dragon Cloud City is no longer welcomed by the Dragon's Blood Party. No matter how I put it, it sounds strange. This means that the Walton family will join Lampard's side? Viscount Kenny returned to the main topic. Even if their hatred is as deep as the sea? Gilbert shook his head. Not necessarily. After careful analysis, the Department of Foreign Affairs believes that Dragon Cloud City is likely to break free from the struggle against the king. It is not favored by the Dragon's Blood Party, nor is it friendly with Black Sand Party. Instead, like Beacon Illumination City, it will remain neutral. Military advisor Sauter snorted softly. Then they won't be able to please either side, and will be in a disadvantageous position. Gilbert first nodded, then shook his head. But they will also be outside the storm, and have the right to observe from the sidelines. With Dragon Cloud City's size and status, coupled with the Archduke's natural contempt for female rulers, Heroic Spirit Palace might even be able to benefit from it. What is happening in our northern neighbor will no longer be the confrontation between Black Sand Party and Dragon's Blood Party for the past 6 years. Thales listened to his teacher's analysis and felt relieved. Even though all the nobles in Dragon Cloud City disliked King Chapman, and Saroma and Count Leaspan had witnessed the night of Dragon's blood with their own eyes, and their hatred was hard to resolve. But fortunately, Heroic Spirit Palace did not act rashly because of this. They chose the path that was most suitable for them. Viscount Kenny pondered and said, "In other words, after this battle, Extet will be even more chaotic? There will always be at least 3 parties involved in any issue?" "For now, that is indeed the case," Gilbert said. "Very good," Kirkirk man's eyes lit up. "A triangular chair is more stable than a 2-wheeled cart." Lord Croppen, who had been daydreaming, snapped out of his daze and exhaled. Finally, the damned Northlanders have their day. The atmosphere in the Imperial Conference improved greatly, and the ministers were in high spirits. But the king remained motionless. Until Gilbert shook his head and poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's spirits. "But we can't be too optimistic. More chaos means that conflicts will intensify, and the struggle will intensify." The former Foreign Affairs minister's eyes showed wariness. "It means further progress towards the end." Prime Minister Cullen was deep in thought. The end? Gilbert nodded. 200 years ago, Extet faced the mourning calamity, Tain rebelled, prestige orchid changed hands, and thus entered the cruel century of the last day. In that century, we, Constellation, fought against the great dragon. From conqueror of the North Erica to sailor John, for generations of kings, we were not weaker than our neighbors. Listening to Constellation's glorious past, the ministers were in awe. In contrast, the kingdom of the dragon became more divided and weaker. During the king's selection, 5 dukes fought, and the situation was tragic. 4 died, and 1 was crippled. The darkness and chaos became worse. Thales thought of King Chapman's old sword, which he never left, and clenched his fists. But Gilbert's tone changed, and he was filled with fear. But it was precisely the chaos and disorder that reached its peak that finally prompted Steelbreaker to be crowned, and Dragon Clouds to ascend to the throne, starting the Walton family's monopoly on the throne for 3 generations. The Archdukes of 10 lands became one again, bringing the kingdom of the dragon back to its peak, and dominating the Western Peninsula again. No one at the long table spoke. The shadow of the bloody year shrouded everyone's hearts. Gilbert's words were sincere and earnest. History has proven that Exted is not Camus Union, much less Thornland. They will not be divided forever. And a friend once told me, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to Dragon Cloud City. All sorts of Northlanders flashed before his eyes. King Nuvan, the Dead Face, Administrator Merk, Caslin, Chapman Lampard, Viscount Kenvita, the Fire Knight, the long-haired Rockney, the Bowl Cut, the Red Witch, the veteran Gleeward, the Tailor, the Raven of Death, the annoying Ian, but he suddenly thought of something. Little Rascal, and Quick Rope. They were Northlanders as well. Well said. Military advisor Sauter Ryder raised his voice and glanced at the ministers who were previously celebrating Extet's decline. And we have no time to waste. His tone was firm and brooked no rebuttal. Thales noticed that the chief of finance, Kirkirk Man, curled up the corners of his mouth in disapproval. But at that moment, Gilbert. King Kessel's voice suddenly rang out, and it was rather decisive. You will be reinstated immediately. The Foreign Affairs Department is yours, even though it has always been yours. The king's gaze swept across the crowd. I guess, whether it's Exted or Constellation, no one will raise any objections this time. The ministers at the Imperial Conference lowered their gazes. No one spoke. The king's orders shall be obeyed, Prime Minister Cullen replied gently. This sentence seemed to be a signal. The former Foreign Affairs Minister, to be precise, the current Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorary Earl Gilbert Casso was silent for a moment, then nodded respectfully. I will do my best. Thales quietly savored the undercurrents in this question and answer. The king nodded and turned to another person. Sauter, I heard you have something to say. The military advisor bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Thales leaned back in his chair. After learning about the outcome of the war in the Northwest, his mood improved significantly. Even the pressure that had enveloped him when he entered the palace had quietly dissipated. Now, all he had to do was quietly sit in on the meeting, and then face the consequences of last night. He understood his role. Sauter flipped open the document in his hand and cleared his throat. Although the development of the war was somewhat unexpected, the conclusions of the Department of Military Affairs have remained basically unchanged over the past few months. The war between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom may be small, but it has far-reaching implications. This soldier stretched out his palm and gestured on the map. City walls, barricades, fortifications, catapults, eternal oil, military crossbows, mystic guns, military intelligence crows and hunting falcons, as well as the refined crystal drop weapons specially assigned to elite troops. These things have played an irreplaceable role, even more so than before. Sauter paused for a moment, his expression serious. War. Gentlemen, war. War in this era is no longer the same. Chief of Finance Kirkirk Man, who sat opposite him, waved his hand unabashedly and looked impatient. Not again. Saldus' expression tensed. But he suppressed his displeasure and said patiently, war's demands on logistics are getting higher and the reliance on it is also getting heavier. The military advisor gestured at the locations of several major battles on the map. Battle examples from the front lines tell us that the Northlanders' frontal combat power is still unparalleled, but Saldus' tone became urgent. Whether it's their strong physique, superb skills, or fanatical fighting spirit, the pride of the past cannot make up for hunger, broken armor, and broken soldiers. His words caused many ministers to frown. And their bad example proves that not only are the supplies obtained from burning, killing, and looting not enough for the battlefield, it will also trigger unexpected resistance and hostility, leading to lax discipline and low morale. Sauter nodded in the king's direction. This is why the Alliance of Freedom is only a small place, but it can rely on the favorable terrain and the favorable human conditions to drag out the three great cities of Extet to the point that they are unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. That taught us a lot of lessons. As soon as he finished, he scanned his surroundings, only to be greeted with an unexpected silence. The ministers seemed to be exchanging glances with one another, which puzzled Thales. This was his first time attending the imperial conference, and he did not understand the rules. Finally, as the highest-ranking prime minister of the kingdom, Duke Cullen coughed softly and took up the topic that no one wanted to continue. For example? Sauter retracted his dissatisfied gaze. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the Northlanders. We must pay attention to the maintenance of supplies and ensuring the efficiency of transportation. Let's start with the regular royal army. There was another period of silence. Even King Kessel did not say a word. As if it was a terrible topic. Sir Sauter, our logistical supplies for the regular royal army have always been our top priority, the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, who had been distracted for most of the meeting, suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Especially during wartime. Sunset can attest to that. At least we have never been short on provisions, Sauter interrupted him. I have no intention of criticizing you, Lord Croppen. But in the next moment, the military advisor turned to Thales. A few months ago, the regular royal army and the suzerains of Western Desert worked together to rescue His Highness Thales, venturing thousands of miles into the desert. The Duke of Star Lake was startled. That was a valuable attempt. After the Desert War, we once again tested our ability to establish a unified supply line in a foreign land, and expanded the limits of expeditionary logistical transportation. The detailed report has been presented to you before the meeting. Some of the ministers began to flip through the documents on the table, while others were unhurried, as if they had expected it. But Sauter raised his voice and resounded throughout Ballard Room. Facts have proven that the independent logistical capabilities of the regular army are quite outstanding, the shortest route specially designated by the Department of Military Affairs, the security of the rear defense line, and the ability to sweep back and forth in the desert have all effectively ensured the smooth flow of the supply line, and even supported the army all the way to the border of the Alliance of Freedom. His tone changed. But in contrast, the local suzerains of Western Desert organized their own logistical support. They were procrastinating, inefficient, and messy. From Blessingstown to the desert frontline, countless greedy people changed hands along the way, and the transportation figures remain a mystery to this day. As a result, some illegal merchants smuggled eternal oil from Blade Fang's camp into the hands of the desert orcs, until they were intercepted by the regular army. Smuggling eternal oil, Thales gulped, took the document that Gilbert handed to him to read, and smiled in acknowledgement. Sauter Ryder flipped through one of the pages of the document in his hand with an ugly expression. Baron Williams even reported a vicious incident. His vanguard officers dealt with their spoils according to the rules after a battle against the orcs, but they were unreasonably obstructed and illegally embezzled by the local conscripts of the Western Desert. The other party showed no respect for the royal family's dignity, and almost attacked their allies. Hearing the familiar story, Thales rubbed his nose. Yes, the legendary Wings report also said. Kirkirkman's nonchalant words were interspersed with the sound of flipping pages. With a patriotic and loyal heart, he endured the humiliation after the incident. Taking the overall situation into consideration, he had no choice but to dismiss a selfless and upright vanguard officer under his command in order to keep the peace and preserve the dignity of the Dukes of Western Desert. At this point, the Chief of Finance's expression changed and he slammed the document down. "You believe that idiot's nonsense?" Thales raised his eyebrows. Well, this was the evaluation that one of the three commanders of Constellation, who enjoyed boundless glory, received at the Imperial Conference. Judging from the wording, Gilbert coughed at the right time to cover up Lord Man's sudden vulgarity. I believe that Williams must have changed his new scribe. The Foreign Affairs Minister's teasing was just right and eased the atmosphere. Low laughter broke out among the officials at the Imperial Conference. Sir Sauter, I understand what you mean. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, Thales somewhat understood his position at the Imperial Conference, smiled obsequiously and replied, what I'm trying to say is, in terms of logistics, since the beginning of the Desert War, we have been cooperating well with different merchant groups and trade guilds, from food and cloth to livestock and ironware. If there is a need, I will be happy to introduce them to the Military Affairs Division. Sauter interrupted him again. No. The military advisor said coldly, in a war involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, war logistics is a combination of precision and complexity, scale and longevity. No suzerain, town, castle, or merchant group is qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. Not even the Military Affairs Division. Lord Croppen's smile froze. Saldus' eyes sharpened. Unless it is under the King's orders, unified deployment, followed by the entire country. And the practice of different suzerains providing their own rations and logistics and gathering supplies on the spot is long outdated. At these words, all the officials at the Imperial Conference fell silent. The military advisor's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he swept his gaze across the people at the long table. No matter how diverse the composition of the army is, or how many suzerains have the authority to lead troops, we need a more unified, efficient, and convenient logistics organization. Only then can we provide sufficient and continuous supplies to the frontline in a war that will last several years in the future. The officials had different expressions as they pondered the meaning behind these words. King Kessel's face was still hidden in the darkness of the backlit room, leaving only a flickering shadow. Until Prime Minister Cullen exhaled and said meaningfully, Sir Sauter, you're talking about logistics. But you're not just talking about logistics, right? Sauter looked at the Prime Minister with an indifferent gaze. Ballard Room fell silent again. Come on, soldier, we all know what you're up to. Chief of Finance Kirkuk scoffed and made no attempt to hide his displeasure. What else? Say it all at once. Thales noticed that Gilbert had begun to wipe his handheld glasses, a sign that he had misgivings and was looking for an opportunity to think. Sauter gave Kirkuk a deep look. That's not the only lesson the Northlanders have taught us. The military advisor bore the scrutiny of the entire Imperial Conference, but he appeared even more unyielding, without the slow-wittedness typical of his age. Take the Alliance of Freedom's battle as an example. Luring the enemy, harassing, occupying, concealing, dividing, circling, decapitating, spying and gathering intelligence. The cycle of war is prolonged, the scope is expanded, the tactics are complex, and the impact is multifaceted. It's no longer something that can be summed up by a few key battles. Sauter stared at the chess pieces on the long table. As we can all see, Ekstedt has unparalleled numbers and a head-on advantage, but it's also because of this that it's inconvenient for the army to move around and overstaffed. In the face of Surprise Ivan and his nimble and small number of elites, they appear flustered and at a loss as to what to do in a foreign land. Not only that, Karkagel is only the commander-in-chief in name. The three armies of the Northlanders are not unified. At most, they cooperate with each other. The delivery of orders is time-consuming and inefficient, and it's difficult for multiple commanders to work together. In the end, it's a bitter outcome. His tone changed to one of anguish. However, such a chronic problem exists within us as well. Sauter slammed his palm on the long table. Based on what I saw during my trip to Western Desert, the regular army of the royal family and the conscripted army of Western Desert work together, but they are under different command systems. The former are clearly professional elites who have gone through hundreds of battles, but are often held back by the conscripted army of the same profession. The latter are under the command of their respective suzerains, do not listen to orders, have poor coordination, lacks discipline, and low combat power. The back-and-forth wrangling between the major feudal vassals of Western Desert has seriously affected the entire war situation. As he spoke, the military advisor gradually forgot the official language he had developed through years of frequent visits to Renaissance Palace, and began to use the slang he was used to when he was young. Two armies of the same rank can't get along just because there's a rift between their respective commanders. Multiple commanders will cause delays in battle opportunities. Baron Williams' military report specifically mentioned this damnable point. If it weren't for the negligence of these local suzerains and their conscripted soldiers, His Highness Road home would not have been fraught with thorns, and Blade Fang's camp would not have suffered such a calamity. Thales immediately felt quite a number of gazes on him. He, who more or less knew the truth about the Western Desert incident, felt even more pressured. But the figure at the end of the long table did not move. In the face of Saldus' questioning, the ministers were equally silent. The only secret intelligence department emissary standing at the side, the scar-faced man, was like a statue and did not move an inch. Duke Cullen spoke slowly, seemingly used to this job of continuing the silence in the imperial conference. So. Sauter took a deep breath. The Starlight Brigade has already proven this during the Bloody Year. Today, Extet and the Alliance of Freedom have reaffirmed this point. In modern warfare, the key is no longer quantity and strength, but quality and efficiency. He clenched his fists and spread his arms. For this, we need a unified chain of command, reliable logistics and transportation, more officers and soldiers who are proficient in military affairs, including strict organization, efficient military intelligence transmission, and of course, the spirit and awareness of selfless dedication. Sauter spoke passionately, disregarding the increasingly ugly looks in his colleagues' eyes. And we cannot count on the conscripted soldiers of the suzerains to achieve this, whether it be His Majesty's direct vassals or the faraway feudal dukes. The only ones we can rely on are the regular soldiers of the royal family, whose profession is war. Prime Minister Cullen raised his voice. His tone was solemn, unlike his usual leisurely manner. Sir Sauter, what are you trying to say? The military advisor pounded the table and raised his voice. My lords, times have changed. For the sake of the future, we need more officers and more professional soldiers to undertake stricter and more important missions in the country in case of emergencies. The expansion of the regular soldiers of the royal family must be put on the agenda. Saldus' words were met with another round of silence. In the stiff atmosphere, Thales exercised his back, which was also stiff. He saw that Gilbert had closed his eyes gently. Expansion, Duke Cullen sighed. How many times has this been? The third time, Kirkirkman quickly continued without blinking, obviously very familiar with the process. Not counting the 4 times it was rejected. He immediately received an angry glare from the military advisor. On the other side, Gilbert tried to ease the atmosphere. The military readiness of the Dukes of Western Desert is lax. This is a problem that needs attention. But it would be making a mountain out of a molehill if we expand it too quickly to the entire kingdom. It's not just Western Desert, Sauter quickly interrupted. Even across the country, even after the previous expansions, the regular soldiers of the royal family still do not account for enough of our total army. Our actual combat strength is heavily dependent on the cooperation and quality of the conscripted soldiers. The military advisor's stance was irrefutable. The separation of logistics, multiple commands, communication barriers, inconsistent training, all these bring about too many problems. Pardon me for interrupting, Chief of Finance Kirkirkman coughed heavily. Soldier, have you seen last year's financial statements? The military advisor frowned at being called out by his nickname. Do you know how much the regular soldiers of the royal family, which you are so proud of, spend every year on the budget of the Department of Finance? The Chief of Finance looked at Sauter with a dark expression. Take the three main guards of the regular army, Fury, Starlight, and Stardust. Although they are called guards, do you know how much they are overstaffed, and how much they cost to maintain? And this doesn't even include those who are not part of the establishment. Do you know that the amount of money spent on them is enough to recruit another 30 companies and form 10 armies if placed in the general conscripted soldiers? Kirkuk man looked disgusted. It was obvious that he had been troubled by solder for a long time. Expansion? How are we going to expand? Spittle from your spittle? But solder was in no hurry to refute. He waited until Kirkuk's breathing stabilized before he spoke again. That is also the second point I wanted to make. He turned to the dark figure at the end of the long table. Your Majesty, I propose to enact a new bill to reform the kingdom's military system. The next moment, Soldier Solder stood up decisively and his voice reverberated through the secret chamber. We should gradually reduce the number of private conscripted soldiers under the suzerains of the various lands throughout Constellation. Once he said that, everyone in the room, including Thales, was stunned for a moment. They could not react. But Saldus' cold words continued. Gradually reducing the length of service, reducing the frequency of conscription, we can even exempt the suzerains from the obligation to respond to expeditions. We can even ultimately remove their right to conscript soldiers in their territories. 1 second, 2 seconds, everyone's expression changed. Thales, who had been in Dragon Cloud City for 6 years and was deeply influenced by Extet's military culture, blinked. Reduce. The moment he understood what solder meant, Kirkuk man turned pale with fright. What? At the end of the long table, the king's figure moved slowly. His cold gaze pierced through the darkness again. Like an unsheathed blade. The military advisor raised his voice. I believe that this can save on the cost of conscription every quarter, streamline the army, focus on agriculture, livestock, industry, and commerce, increase tax output, and perhaps even make up for budget shortfalls. Prime Minister Cullen looked at his longtime colleague in disbelief. Solder, but Solder Rider did not care. And the regular army is ready to take on the heavy responsibility of national defense. He looked up abruptly, as if he had turned into an immovable rock. The armaments of the nation, the weapons of Constellation. Henceforth, only one command. No exceptions. The narrow and dim Ballard room fell into an unprecedented silence, followed by a slight chill unique to stone rooms. Solder looked around the long table, strong and unyielding, like a veteran who had been through many battles. The shocked ministers all turned to look at him. Thales was stunned. When discussing the war in the north earlier, he was so focused that he was not affected by the atmosphere of the meeting. But it was at this moment that Thales truly realized this was the Imperial Conference. The matters he heard at this long table concerned the future of tens of millions of people in the entire country. At this thought, he felt a sudden sense of suffocation. It was a feeling that neither the duel in the Hall of Heroes nor the Day of Heroic Spirit Palace's State Affairs hearing had given him. Everyone, after a long silence, someone finally spoke in a soft voice. Please do not leak the contents of today's meeting, not even to the people closest to you, not even the slightest bit or a word, the Prime Minister said in a low voice, tired and hesitant. And, Solder, Duke Cullen raised his head to look at the kingdom's military advisor, who had a determined expression on his face. Chapter 572. When will you understand that the level of your father's skill has nothing to do with the outcome of his stubbornness? A familiar, shrill voice rang in his memory. And it's not just him, there are countless others. Whether it's the king's partisans who side with the king, or those who oppose him like Koster, the growing conflict between them will bring about unforeseeable consequences. Thales sat quietly in his chair and stared intently at the map in front of him, trying his best to drive out of his mind what Faken has said on Ghost Prince Tower. Is this the kingdom I'm going to face? At this very moment, everyone in front of the king was cautious. Do you know, Solder, not to mention implementation. Beside the conference table, Prime Minister Cullen was like an old man who had suffered a serious illness. His voice was weak as he said, "How much of an uproar will it cause in the kingdom if your words today are leaked?" The military advisor snorted and shook his head. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by the foreign affairs minister. "It is one thing for us to live frugally and be responsible for our own profits and losses to support the regular army of the royal family." Gilbert was still gentle, but the warning in his words was clear. As for issuing an order to the entire country to reduce the suzerain's authority to recruit soldiers, Sodder, that's another matter. Sodder frowned, as if in disagreement. But out of respect and admiration for the cunning fox of Constellation, he did not immediately refute. Seeing that someone was on his side, Prime Minister Cullen gave the Foreign Affairs Minister a grateful look with relief. Take Eternal Star City as an example, the regular Royal Army and the Jade Star Private Army, one as their duty, the other as enlistment. The Prime Minister nodded and smiled at the shadowy figure on the throne. Although they come from different sources, they are both weapons in His Majesty's hands. The mayor of splendid Port City, nicknamed the Sword of the Bay, turned to look at Sodder. His eyes were no longer filled with the greasiness of a good old man, but were instead filled with the seriousness of a businessman negotiating. It's the same for all parts of Constellation. The suzerains usually hold a small but professional elite guard, and if necessary, they can enlist a large number of citizens to serve as the main force on the battlefield. One strange and one righteous in battle. One enlistment and one conscription, two tracks at the same time. This is the kingdom's long-standing tradition. Kirkirk Man snorted softly, Viscount Kenny narrowed his eyes, and Lord Croppen simply continued to daydream. But it is precisely this dual recruitment system that has seriously hindered our army. Sodder, whose hair was sparse but still looked hale and hearty, did not care about the gazes of others. Reality has already proven that the suzerain's private conscripts, even the Jade Star family's private army, I mean no offense, Your Majesty, are poorly organized and have a mixture of good and bad soldiers. They cannot compare to the elite regular soldiers of the royal family. King Kessel changed his sitting position in the shadows, his face blurry as before. Thales's gaze moved slightly. He remembered that many years ago, the Jade Star private army that guarded Mindy's Hall, which had been sealed off for a long time, was recruited from his family's territory. That's why he could not be conferred the title of nobility. Kirkirk Man shook his head disdainfully at Sodder and raised his hand to complain to the Prime Minister. Every time the atmosphere is good, this damned soldier will do something, spoil the mood, and ruin everything. Advisor Sodder whipped his head around, his eyes sharp. And every time it's a critical moment, you're always on the sidelines, sarcastic and mean, holding your purse tighter than your own pants. Like a general on the battlefield, he retorted coldly. That's probably why you've never been conferred a title, Purse. Kirkirk Man blushed. But a few seconds later, facing Saldus' piercing gaze, the resentful chief of finance lowered his head. He was mumbling something indistinguishable. Thales heard with his hell senses that Kirkirk was probably muttering, as if you don't need to shit. After a small victory, Sodder no longer looked at Kirkirk, but at everyone else. Since the establishment of the Sand King era, the regular soldiers of the royal family have gone through decades of development and testing, and have proven to be a reliable and professional elite force. From recruitment to training, from maintenance to combat, their significance and status far surpass that of ordinary suzerain's personal guards. He spoke generously. Take the three main guards as an example. Baron Murch's Fury Guards are the strongest army in the world, good at fighting tough battles, fearless and not inferior to Extet's heavily armed elites. Lady Cecir's Starlight Guards shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding Broken Dragon Fortress. They are highly experienced and especially good at defending, exhausting, and blocking in the face of strong pressure. Baron William's Stardust unit is the sharpest knife and arrow on the western front line. Their light cavalry is as fast as lightning and can travel thousands of miles. They are renowned for their military prowess. Thales recalled the three marshals of Constellation and the elite soldiers under them, and fell into deep thought. Sodder turned to Duke Cullen with a hint of challenge in his voice. Can the Jade Star Private Army, which is a conscript, do all of this? Even the professional personal guards of a few suzerains, Western Desert's Black Lion Infantry Regiment, Arun's White Eagle Scouts, great deer families, mountain walkers, do all of this? The king's figure moved slightly, revealing the sunlight behind him, which just happened to shine on Sauter. At this moment, the military advisor seemed to be upright and dignified. Duke Cullen was silent for a while. After a while, the Prime Minister picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. When it comes to war, Sauter, I'm not as good as you. But armed self-defense is the natural right of suzerains, and assisting their monarch in battle is their traditional duty. It's a norm that everyone has been imbued with since birth. From Central Territory to Blade Edge Hill, the conscripts of the hundreds and thousands of suzerains of Constellation account for 90% of the kingdom's total military strength. And the command and commander-in-chief duties of their children are related to the promotion and demotion of countless people, as well as the local legal system. Cullen looked at Sauter seriously. Territorial population, fiscal output, governance, it's all part of it. Be careful. But he did not get the response he wanted. 90% of the kingdom's total military strength? Sauter scoffed. You mean the few hundred people you and the loyal suzerains put together at the National Conference 6 years ago? Facing Saldus' cold gaze, Prime Minister Cullen's teacup trembled slightly. Sauter, we're at the Imperial Conference, Gilbert spoke up in time with a warning tone, calming the terrible atmosphere a little. Be careful. Facing the Foreign Affairs Minister, Sauter reined in his combative demeanor. He said slowly, my apologies, Count Casso. The military advisor turned to the others with a firm expression. Your Majesty, everyone. His Highness Thales has returned to the kingdom. The fortress treaty exists in name only. There is no longer any room for a political buffer between us and Extet. Thales frowned. Gilbert gave him a reassuring look in time, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. 6 years ago in the Hall of Stars, the awkwardness of the group of suzerains discussing the number of troops to be dispatched is still fresh in our minds. Sauter did not look at the Prime Minister, but he could not care less that everyone else was looking at Duke Cullen. The latter only swirled his teacup gently, as if he did not feel anything. This is why I took the trouble to move the detailed battle reports to Ballard Room. The military advisor had a pained look on his face. Constellation will not be able to withstand another bloody year. In an instant, it was as if someone had abruptly turned off the sound in Ballard Room. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The table, the palms, the documents, the teacups, all the officials seemed to have found something more interesting, except that no one dared to look at the throne at the end of the long table. Thales took a deep breath and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. King Kessel was as calm and unperturbed as ever, as if he was just an observer in the meeting before him. And a bystander in the disaster more than a decade ago. That's enough. Don't try to scare me anymore. A few seconds later, Kirkirk Man, the chief of finance who had long been dissatisfied, finally spoke up. Count Casso made it very clear just now, Extet is suffering from internal strife and is in decline. Saldus' expression turned cold and he quickly retorted. So the balance is no longer there, and the situation is in turmoil. More than ever, we need a powerful army. Kirkirk looked disdainful and was about to retort, but his expression changed before the words left his mouth. Ah, Sauter, I understand. The chief of finance said thoughtfully, you're so keen on this, is it because you're about to retire, so, you want to help your own people in the end, so that your muddy soldiers in the regular army, as well as the little vampires in the military affairs department, can move their butts a little, so that they can make an exception and be promoted to high positions? Kirkirk Man narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. Just like you now? Saldus' expression changed. In the eyes of a businessman who prioritizes profit over everything else, he snorted and turned his head away, exasperated, but not as generous as before. Even sunlight reeks of money. Kirkirk Man sneered. Reek of money? After spouting so much nonsense, the chief of finance slammed the table, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Sauter in a domineering manner. Don't you just want to get money from the national treasury? By the Sunset Goddess, after the mess Williams created in Western Desert, I was hoping that the military affairs department would calm down a little. Sauter took a deep breath and looked like he was about to flare up, but finally held back under Gilbert's gaze. Thales watched the two of them argue and observed their attitudes towards each other. Slowly, he began to understand the rhythm of the Imperial Conference. It was precisely what happened in Western Desert that strengthened my resolve. The military advisor's voice trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was holding back his anger with great perseverance. Needless to say, most of the conscripted militias are faced with lax discipline, inefficient organization, and an awkward position on the battlefield. Although the regular professional soldiers are few in number and good at fighting, if they only listen to the orders of an unruly suzerain, it is very easy for internal command problems to arise when cooperating in battle. The harm is worse than that of conscripted militias. Just like the chaos in Blade Fang's camp and Extet's defeat. Sauter said seriously. We thought that by running the two systems of conscription, we would be benefiting from both, but in fact, we are suffering from the disadvantages of both. Whether it's for war or politics, whether it's for the regular army or conscripted militias, reform is imminent. His words were full of reason and lacked his previous indignation and accusations. Even Kirkuk, who disliked Sauter, could not refute him for a moment. Unexpectedly, this time, the one who spoke was Gilbert. Putting aside the expansion of the regular army of the royal family around Eternal Star City, the Foreign Affairs Minister advised earnestly. But Sir Sauter, in the eyes of more people, interfering with the autonomous rights of local vassals, especially restricting the conscription of armed forces, will be interpreted as the royal power's persecution of freedom. Perhaps because he did not expect his old friend to not support him, Sauter snorted angrily this time and did not spare Gilbert any face. Do you think they won't understand if we keep giving in without saying a word? Gilbert's expression darkened. Look at last night, the military advisor said coldly. The accident that happened at the royal banquet. No matter who it is, if they dare to reach out to the heir of the kingdom, we must respond. Thales' expression did not change. He pretended not to see the looks in everyone's eyes. But in his mind, the words of the Duke of Western Desert rang louder and louder. But haven't you noticed? Compared to 6 years ago, whether it's my father or the feudal vassals now, the actions of both sides are too drastic, and the irony is, do they really think that they can erase their opponent's ambitions and hostility through this so-called victory? Saldus' words rang out in reality, echoing Fakenhaz's words in perfect unison. Even if it's for the sake of future generations, sooner or later we will have to disband those so-called local conscripts that appear grand and imposing, but are in fact incompetent and deadly at critical moments. Thales closed his eyes gently. No, they will only make things worse for the other party, until the final step is either now, or in the future. Sauter looked around and gritted his teeth. Those antiques that are bound to be eliminated. On the other side, Kirkuk finally grew tired of arguing with him and said impatiently, then go and tell them. The chief of finance slammed the table without any grace, causing Gilbert and the others to frown. Lord Cullen is sitting right here. Tell him to his face, tell the 7 Jade Star attendants, the 6 great clans, the 13 distinguished families, and countless suzerains, tell them that the kingdom wants to abolish their conscription system and remove their right to conscript. Our children and nephews no longer need to attend martial arts classes, no longer need to train as knights according to tradition, everyone can focus on farming, no longer need to be soldiers, and hand over all the taxes originally used for conscription to the Office of Finance and Taxation for us to raise the regular army of the royal family. Sauter seemed to be used to the verbal sparring with Kirkuk at the Imperial Conference. I don't think you understand the basic relationship between cause and effect, Purse. The military advisor replied coldly. It's not because they pay enough taxes that we can afford to raise a regular army. And it's precisely because we raise a regular army that they will pay enough taxes. As soon as he said this, many people had strange expressions on their faces, as if they had seen through something. Duke Cullen, whom Kirkuk used as an example, was especially so. Ha, ha, ha. The chief of finance laughed sarcastically and said sinisterly, you know, thanks to you, soldier, when the people outside are indignant, oh, the treacherous king's partisans are deceiving the king and persecuting the loyal in the dark room again, I'll think, perhaps we're not so innocent after all. Then perhaps the innocent you, and your bunch of accountants, should join the loyal camp, the chief of military advisor retorted sarcastically. Thales scratched his head. He suddenly realized that the Imperial Conference of Constellation, which was sparsely attended, was not necessarily as clear and simple as the large-scale National Conference or Dragon Cloud City's boorish and unrestrained state affairs hearing. Be careful, Sauter. Prime Minister Cullen sighed. Before Kirkuk could find a new way to retort, he helplessly interrupted their argument. Some words spoken, there is a price. Sauter shifted his murderous gaze away from Kirkuk and responded to Cullen. So are you saying this as the Prime Minister, or as the Guardian Duke of Eastern Sea Hill? As soon as he finished, Prime Minister Cullen's expression darkened. Sauter. Gilbert sternly interrupted his aggressive old friend. Enough. The Foreign Affairs Minister obviously carried a lot of weight before the Emperor. His words stopped his colleague's quarrel in time and prevented it from devolving into a street quarrel. The meeting room was silent for a while. A few seconds later, Cullen let out a long sigh, feeling rather emotional. I never thought I would say this here, but please understand, Your Excellency Advisor, the pot-bellied governor of splendid Port City leaned on the table and looked sincere. At the Imperial Conference, as the Prime Minister and Guardian Duke of the Kingdom, at this moment, this is far more important to Constellation than me being one of them. The officials present, including Sauter, were taken aback by those words. Even Thales could not help but raise his head to look at the Duke, who was usually a wily old fox. You may be of humble birth, but you now hold an important position, Your Excellency Sauter Ryder. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Bob Cullen, looked straight at Sauter. You should understand this better than anyone else. Sauter was silent for a while. A few seconds later, he unexpectedly bowed to Duke Cullen. It's my fault, Your Excellency Prime Minister. I understand your difficulties. This made Thales have a much better impression of him. Finally, a stern voice rang out in Ballard Room. Bob's words are not without reason. Everyone turned solemn and looked at the end of the long table. King Kessel raised his head, revealing his side profile in the light. He looked rather stern. It is not wise to recklessly interfere with the military power of a vassal. Lampard is a lesson learned. These words seemed to set the tone for the quarrel just now. Prime Minister Cullen exhaled in relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. As if by tacit agreement, the officials heaved sighs of relief. All right. Since you say so, Sauter looked displeased and reluctant, but he still gave in. I withdraw the proposal to reduce the national conscription. The corners of Prime Minister Cullen's mouth curled up, and he turned back into the smiling Duke of Eastern Sea. Thank you for your understanding. The Chief of Finance also leaned back in his chair, looking as if he was in a difficult situation. Thank God. Gilbert pursed his lips and smiled at his colleagues. At that moment, Thales looked at the king at the end of the long table and suddenly realized the Imperial Conference was different. At least, at the National Conference, King Kessel could not overpower the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families with a single word. And on the day of the state affairs hearing, the Archduchess had to be careful even in front of her own vassals. Only here, in Ballard Room, no matter how much the officials quarreled, the Iron Hand King would always sit at the end of the long table. But Your Majesty, Sauter interrupted Thales' thoughts. You can try it out in Eternal Star City, set an example, and reduce the number of Jade Star private soldiers serving regularly. Surely it can be done? Everyone was taken aback. Kessel, on the other hand, pondered seriously for a few seconds. If it doesn't involve other regions, perhaps there won't be too many objections. The military advisor's eyes lit up. Very good. And we can select the best of the disbanded Jade Star private soldiers to expand the regular army of the royal family. The king pondered for a moment. A few seconds later, King Kessel spoke again with an unquestionable tone. All right, Sauter, Kirkuk, Kroppen, discuss the details. Start with the Jade Star private soldiers. Start by reducing the conscription period, and carefully replenish the regular army of the royal family. Let's see how it goes. Apart from Kirkuk's expression changing drastically, the others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not interrupt. The military advisor looked delighted. Yes, Your Majesty. The next second, Kirkuk man spoke urgently. Wait a moment. The chief of finance, who had looked relieved, bounced forward from the back of his chair and pointed at Sauter in disbelief. Expand, why are we back at it again? The military advisor's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he did not speak. The chief of finance looked at the king, then at Sauter, his expression shifting. I understand, soldier, you did it on purpose. He turned pale with fright. Reducing the military strength of the feudal vassals, it's all a cover. You've made up your mind from the beginning, to ask for sky-high prices, and return them as low as you can. Kirkuk pointed at Sauter in disbelief, his fingers trembling. It's all about getting money to expand the army. Having gotten what he wanted, Sauter's expression was calm. I've already given in, His Majesty has given his consent, and the others have no objections. Kirkuk looked around and was surprised to see Cullen's silent expression and Gilbert's silence. No one objected like before. You think I'm a pushover, don't you? Sauter snorted softly. After the expansion is complete, the Ministry of Military Affairs will give you a new list of personnel salaries and material purchases. Money bags. It was Kirkuk man's turn to explode. King, soldier. The chief of finance put on a fierce expression like a dog protecting its food and enunciated each word clearly. I'll be merciful and tell you again, as I've said on countless occasions last year, the maintenance costs of the royal army are already, heavily, overstretched. I strongly suggest that you take a good look at last year's financial statements. If you're not smart enough, at least look at last quarter. If after that, you still insist on expanding the regular army, then I suggest that you look for your own source of income. By the way, it's popular to do business with rich ladies in Red Street Market, and those strong six-pack soldiers under you are in high demand. Sauter frowned slightly. How do you know? Lord Kirkuk man blushed and coughed. Managing finances, coordinating taxes, formulating economic policies, I naturally have to be proficient in that industry. In the midst of the awkwardness, a trembling voice rang out. Can I say something? Everyone turned to see the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, smiling cautiously. My lords, I've seen Lord Saldus' draft request for an expansion of the army last year. Although our food supplies are increasing, but the amount of cultivated farmland, pastures, mines, forests, and towns in the country in the last 10 years is far slower than the rate of expansion of the army and nobility. He smiled obsequiously and probed. Everyone, do you know what this means? Kirkuk man seemed encouraged. He shrugged his shoulders and raised his arms. Look. Soldier. But it was not Sauter who replied. This means that we can't just cut back on expenditure, we need to open up more sources. Kirkuk turned his head and saw the speaker clearly. Viscount Kenny? The well-bred Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, bowed slightly. Extet's decline due to internal strife will inevitably lead to unrest in its surroundings. Their territory is vast, and nearly a third of the trade routes in the entire Western Peninsula will be blocked. Merchants and goods will have to find other outlets, and even affect the transoceanic trade between the Eastern and Western Peninsulas. The newly promoted minister of the imperial household observed the expressions around him and tried to seize the rare opportunity to speak up. If we can seize the opportunity, while the Northland barbarians are preoccupied with their own affairs, deploy our troops and attack aggressively, such as seizing control of the 3 major trade routes in the Great Desert, retaking the Lost Sea Corridor, and even further influencing the countries in Dragon-Kissed Land and the Long Corridor Sea Route, to fight for more benefits? Gilbert furrowed his brows, while Prime Minister Cullen bared his teeth. Even the king's gaze flickered. Did I hear you right, sharp-faced Kenny? Kirkuk man said in disbelief. Forget it if Sauter wants to ask for money to expand the army, you still want to go abroad to fight? Viscount Kenny flashed a friendly smile, but unfortunately, it was ineffective on that pointy face. Chief Kirkuk, we are talking about absolute control over key trade routes, strategic hubs, resource-rich lands, and transoceanic trade. That's a huge sum of money. If we succeed, I guarantee that you will never have to worry about financial resources again. But the chief of finance only caught one keyword. His face was full of suspicion. If? Viscount Kenny's smile did not diminish. To achieve this, perhaps, and I mean perhaps, the number of regular troops and armaments can indeed be temporarily increased. Kirkuk gritted his teeth. Perhaps? Kenny coughed. Yes. But there is no doubt that the kingdom's gradual recovery and return to prosperous commercial trade requires trade routes, markets, gold and silver, exchanges, and more opportunities. In turn, this will provide considerable tax revenue for the kingdom. This will be a sustainable virtuous cycle. Kirkuk's face contorted and grew paler. Sustainable? Viscount Kenny shrugged. Anyway, Advisor Sauter, Chief Kirkuk, the next time you go to war, will you consider it? Kirkuk man understood what the other party meant. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Minister of Trade and the military advisor. Sauter pondered for a moment. It's not that we can't, but we should find some time to look at the map and look for possible targets. The regular troops of the royal family need training, at that moment. If you want to go, go by yourselves. The ministers were startled and turned their heads. Kirkuk had stood up at some point. His lips were trembling and he was furious. You prodigal sons, money-losing fools. The stingy chief was not stingy at all. In any case, don't even think of getting a single cent from me. A single cent. 1. 2. 1. 1. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lord Moneybag spat angrily. Easy for you to say. Why don't you go to the Wang family bank yourselves, obsequiously and humbly invite all the rich men to Red Street Market, give them all the good wine and food they want, humble yourself to them like prostitutes, toasting and smiling obsequiously, shamelessly coaxing and pestering them, just so that they can extend the repayment date, and then lend us more money to make up for the financial deficit. Gilbert coughed softly, wanting to remind Kirkuk to be careful with his words. But Kirkuk did not seem to notice at all. He continued to grimace. Then return to the government office and wait for vampires like you and Big Soldier to chase after us like spoiled brats who haven't been fed enough milk, crying and begging for money, turning the financial statements that we've painstakingly improved into a black bottomless pit again? Kirkuk chattered on. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. It was as if he had nothing to lose. The kingdom's chief of finance? Pfft. Perhaps it was because he had hit a sore spot. Kirkuk slammed his palm on the table. I'm AF King Gigolo who sells my SS with my face. Lying on the bed and forcing a smile while being ked by a customer, having to get up and give the money to the procuress with both hands before it even warms up. You have to pay for the lubricant yourself. Kirkuk man closed his eyes and waved his fists wildly in front of his chest. He enunciated each word clearly. Damn it, it's like this every year. Every year. Every 1 year. Thales was inexplicably shocked. Even the king had a strange expression on his face. A few seconds later, Gilbert coughed loudly. Kirkuk, the occasion. The chief of finance took a few deep breaths before he came back to his senses. He was instantly shocked. Ahem, that, he bowed awkwardly to the king. I was just making an analogy. I was just making an analogy. Rhetoric. The imperial conference was silent for a moment. I know it's difficult, Kirkuk. Finally, the king spoke in a rare consolation tone. That's why I need you in this position, more than anyone else. King Kessel stared at Kirkuk from afar. This is a job that even the noblest of bigwigs can't do. The chief of finance shuddered slightly, his expression instantly becoming inexplicably touched. Of course, Your Majesty, of course. Receiving the king's encouragement and recognition, Kirkuk man looked grateful. It's my honor to serve you, again, military advisor Sauter said indignantly. How many budget bills have you repudiated just like that? Kirkuk, on the other hand, only looked at the king loyally, as if he had not heard anything. King Kessel raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. That's enough. Let's rest. The meeting will resume in the afternoon to discuss how to help Kirkuk solve the budget problem. As if ringing the bell signaling the end of class, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Sauter and Kirkuk, who were at the center of the discussion, glared at each other and turned their heads away in disdain. Cullen, Kroppen, Stylianides, the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department, everyone bowed respectfully and got up to leave their seats. Thales also heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up with Gilbert and helped him tidy up his notes. Until you stay. Thales froze. The king did not even open his eyes. But everyone knew who he was talking about. The prince sighed inwardly and sat back down. All right. What's coming will come. The ministers glanced at him with different expressions. Relax. Gilbert patted him on the shoulder and said softly, just answer truthfully. Sauter deliberately walked past Thales and bowed to the Duke of Star Lake. I hope I didn't scare you, Your Highness. It's a pity. If the war in Western Desert could continue, the military advisor sighed, it would further prove that the suzerain's private armies are useless and pose a serious threat. The proposal to gradually reform the conscripts into a regular army would be more convincing. He gave Thales a regretful look. Your Highness, if only you had stayed a little longer in the desert, a little longer. Thales froze for a few seconds. Why does this sound so weird? A few minutes later, as the stone door closed, only he and the king were left in the imperial conference. The cramped Ballard room was much more spacious. But the atmosphere was solemn. Thales sat in his seat, trying hard to suppress the anxiety in his heart as he watched King Kessel rub the side of his forehead. All of a sudden. Do you love her? Thales was puzzled. What? Love what? But the king had no intention of asking him. Every time that girl is mentioned. King Kessel put down his hand and revealed a pair of cold eyes in the darkness. You're like an old hen protecting her chicks. Thales was shocked. He tried his best to keep a straight face. After the accident last night, he had imagined the reasons why King Kessel would look for him: assassination, duel, bet, acting on his own. But this, I have a good relationship with her. Thales frowned. But, no. The Duke of Star Lake sneered and shook his head. She's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. I don't love her. And it's impossible for me to love her. After saying this, King Kessel looked at him for a long time. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Then why, at the banquet last night? The king spoke softly. Every word was powerful. Gilbert, Eastern Sea Hill, Land of Cliffs region, Elafir City, Reformation Tower, you cried to everyone you could find for help, wagged your tail and begged, just to help her? What? At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. How did he know? Thales tried to frown and tried to defend himself. I don't understand. I saw a lot of people last night, but the king used an affirmative sentence, which did not allow him to refute. Your performance last night was terrible. The Iron Hand King leaned back and completely sank into the darkness of Ballard Room. There was a hint of contempt in his tone. Lord Polaris. Polaris. For some reason, the title given to Thales by this Northlander made him feel a chill in his heart at that moment. So, the heir to the throne of Constellation fell in love with a Northland girl from the Walton family. At that moment, his father, his supreme king, spoke coldly. And he was head over heels in love. Unable to extricate himself. Chapter 573. Why is he here? Every time he walked along the corridor of Renaissance Palace, Mallows could not help but ask himself this question. A few rays of light shone through the narrow stone window, dividing the corridor on this floor into countless black and white fragments. As for him, he passed through the light and shadows, flickering in the cold morning air. Soon, the path under Mallow's feet forked before his eyes. One path led to the royal treasury and watchman's secret room, while the other led to the guard's duty room, which he hated the most. Why is he here? Mallows did not hesitate to walk down one of the paths. Because he was destined to be here. When he passed by the precious portrait of the wise Prime Minister Halva from the era of the King of Renaissance, the watchman greeted the two logistics officers of the royal guards who passed by. But he was sensitive enough to notice that their attitude was very strange. It's normal. After all, after last night, Mindy's Hall has become the center of attention in the capital. Mallows thought calmly. What's more, the person who's really bearing all this pressure. Mallows turned a corner with familiarity, pushed open a wooden door, and walked into the guard's first duty room. So, Will, what are the benefits for New Year? Mallows stopped in front of the wall with the duty roster. He greeted the people in the room while he removed his saber and hung it on the sword rack. Touching weapons, meeting others. His power of eradication awakened in his body like an instinct. The entire world became quiet. Barren. Dead silence. Cold. Heavy. Dark. Until someone disturbed him. Mate T. At the other end of the duty room, a young man, flag bearer Will, put down his teacup with a bitter expression and looked up from behind a desk full of documents. A merchant group brought it back from the Sante archipelago. It's so bitter that it can't be sold in the capital. So the logistics division got a large batch of it at a low price. It helps to refresh the mind. At least, that's what they said. Will was depressed, and the reason was unknown. Mallows controlled his face and made a smile that made people feel that it was sincere. Not bad. The watchman picked up the teapot and poured himself a big cup. Bitter. This is the style of the logistics division. Mallows took a sip, and the taste in his mouth made him frown. It's especially suitable for your job. But the usually talkative Wuxia didn't respond that time. Don't look at me, Sir Mallows. Will raised his hand in resignation. Today, I am just a record keeper. Mallows paused when he saw Wuxia's unusual caution. Not only was he depressed, but he was also trying to hide his nervousness. But why? The sound of footsteps could be heard from inside the room. A new fluctuation appeared in the dead world, attracting Mallows' attention. You're late. A voice rose in the duty room. It was steady but stern. Lord Mallows. The voice was full of displeasure. The watchman turned around. A man about his age, with a pair of thin lips and a pair of narrow eyes, walked out of the inner room and stopped in front of him. It was him. Mallows' expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. Why did he still feel disappointed? He knew he was coming, didn't he? I didn't expect it to be you. Mallows put down his teacup, flashed a smile, and faced the newcomer. Lord Talon. Vogel Talon, the vice-captain cum chief flag-bearer whom he had just met last night, scoffed at him. Yes, I didn't expect it either. Mallows nodded. Vogel was unhappy. In the dead world, he told himself. The other party wants something, but can't get it, so he's extremely resentful. The watchman turned to ask Wuxia. Where's Gaitan? I remember, he's usually in charge of the records. Behind the desk, flag-bearer Wuxia stared intently at the words under his pen, as if he didn't hear the watchman's words. He seemed determined not to raise his head. The flag-bearer division is very busy today. We're understaffed. It was Vogel who answered him. The chief flag-bearer said coldly, thanks to last night. Mallows smiled faintly. Very busy? So much so that you, as the chief, have to do it yourself? The watchman turned his head and looked straight into Vogel's willow leaf-like eyes. To do, paperwork? Vogel did not answer him. He moved to the back of the desk and pulled out a chair beside Wuxia. Mallows saw that Wuxia had discreetly moved to the side. In the next second, Vogel suddenly uttered an ancient saying in a cold voice. Gather the knights. When he said that, Mallows and Wuxia became solemn in unison. Despite having other thoughts, the watchman had no choice but to respond with a straight face together with Wuxia. By the emperor's command. He did not know the meaning of this ancient ritual. But as far back as he could remember, the royal guards had been following this rule. As if this would restore the demeanor of the emperor's Praetorian guards. He could only obey. The atmosphere became solemn. Vogel stared at him silently, as if to test the veracity of his words. A few seconds later, the vice-captain nodded. Lock the door. Let's begin. Wuxia took a deep breath and got up to do as he was told. He pulled out a black box from the locked cabinet and took out a crystal drop and a coarse oval-shaped stone. Mallows' gaze froze. Then, esteemed watchman of the guards, Tormund Mallows, please take a seat. Wuxia respectfully invited Mallows to take a seat as he pulled open an iron gate behind the wall. The wall under the iron gate was engraved with strange but intricate patterns, on which were written many ancient runes that could only be understood by scholars. Wuxia obviously did not understand these, but this did not affect him from following the procedure and embedding the crystal drop and stone into the intricate holes in the wall. His movements were careful. Familiar, but also reverent. Wuxia closed the iron gate. A few seconds later, the gap in the iron gate glowed with a strange light. What does this mean? Mallows stared at the light. Sound reproduction stone, Wuxia replied excitedly. It seemed like he also found it novel. Impressive, isn't it? I heard that it can be activated like this, Mallows interrupted him. I know what this is. I'm asking why. Wuxia was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Vogel. As you know, important records in the royal guards usually need to be recorded in eternal files, especially the flag-bearer division. Vogel suddenly coughed. Wuxia immediately stopped talking and put on a serious expression. On the morning of the 4th of January, year 680 of the calendar of eradication, in accordance with the Praetorian Covenant, the work of the royal guards as flag-bearers begins now. The target of the record is the watchman of the guards, Tormund Mallows. The flag-bearer flipped open the record book. It was very standard. I am Special Class Flag-bearer Wuxia Coden, responsible for witnessing and recording this time. Accompanying me is Chief Flag-bearer Vogel Talon, who will lead today's, but Vogel interrupted him. Enough. Crystal drops are very expensive, let's be frugal. Under Wuxia's awkward expression, Vogel took over the reins of the conversation. First of all, about last night in Mindy's hall, Vogel flipped open a page of records in his hand and looked straight at Mallows. Whether it was an impulsive act or a proxy duel, as the captain of the guards, you know the pros and cons, why did you not stop it, but instead condone Prince Thal's impulsive act? Mallows retracted his gaze from the inlaid sound reproduction stone and crystal drops on the wall. He no longer looked at the ancient sound reproduction spell that had been tinkered with by countless amateurs over the past 600 years and was now barely usable. He returned to last night. I have neither the right nor the ability to interfere with His Highness' decision. Since he has spoken, I can't go against him in public. Vogel snorted indecipherable. Is that so? But why do I feel that you were quite eager to disagree with your superior last night? He hasn't changed. Mallows stared at Vogel's face, which was as suspicious, mean and hostile as ever. Just like 18 years ago. At that time, Vogel, Facundo, Stanley, and Thales, including himself, were still young knight apprentices. Even Vogel, who was of the highest birth and the most experienced, was only a candidate for the royal guards, and not even an official member of the guards. They were just a bunch of youngsters, looking up to a former legend, yearning for illusory fame. But at an age when they were already sensible and about to become adults. Witnessing a bloody nightmare. He lost his head in panic. Confusion and disorder. Mallows shook his head. You must have misunderstood, Lord Talon. Last night, you and I, but Vogel did not give him a chance to finish. Danny Doyle. That's D. He's your first-class protector. The chief flag-bearer looked down at a page of documents. His performance last night was unbearable, even humiliating. For his own selfishness, he acted rashly, disregarded the prince's safety, and ignored his superior's orders. Vogel looked up. Is that so? Mallows and Vogel stared at each other in silence. For 18 years, he and Vogel, the youngsters of their generation, trembled with fear as they worked hard to portray themselves as the most admired, but also the most unfamiliar. From selected students, to trainees, to second-class officials, first-class officials, until now. They thought that as long as it was like this, that it would cover up their former fear and despair. Become adults. Then teach a new generation of youngsters a lesson. Yes, Mallows said straightforwardly. He was very foolish last night. Vogel snorted, his meaning unclear. As for first-class vanguard, Caleb Glover, the chief flag-bearer switched to another page. As far as I know, Doyle broke free from his grasp and endangered the situation. Is that so? Mallows suddenly felt a little sleepy. But he could not yawn in front of them. Not polite. Not very polite. I can't deny it. Mallows picked up the mate tea beside him, covering up his yawn as he savored the stimulation of the bitter taste in the dead silent world. This made him very excited. The logistics division occasionally does good deeds, doesn't it? So they deserve to be punished, don't you agree? While Vogel interrogated, Will scribbled something on the side. Watchman? Mallows lifted his nose out of the teacup and smiled faintly. Of course. Vogel looked at him for a long time, as if to confirm that this was really his reaction. He pulled out a report and pushed it backwards in front of Mallows. Very well, then sign here. I'll send it to Chief Penal Officer Facundo. For your sake, the flag-bearer division will not pursue the responsibility of others. Mallows looked at the flag-bearer's report in front of him and caught a few key words: dereliction of duty, overstepping, loyalty, dealt with. Mallows lifted the corner of his lips. But he still obediently grabbed the pen and flipped open the report. Don't worry. Although the mistake has been made, I think that both Doyle and Glover are pardoned, and will not be imprisoned by the guards. Vogel continued to stare at him with bright eyes. His words softened considerably. I suggest that Facundo only demote them to second class. Mallows was as indifferent as ever. He tested the ink on the draft and grunted. That's very generous of you. He was not. Vogel was eager to do so. Mallows told himself. To assert the power he never had elsewhere, to numb the pain he felt elsewhere, to cover the frustration he had been feeling for decades. The world was still dead silent, allowing Mallows to sense Vogel's emotions more clearly. But even after he did so, he was still not satisfied. Just like how revenge could not fill the emptiness. The future could not make up for the past. But there's no doubt that these two are no longer fit to stay by Prince Thale's side. Vogel's tone changed. I think they should return to their original positions in the wings, reflect, and await further orders. Mallows nodded as he looked at the report. There's only one small problem. Vogel paused. What? The sound replication spell flickered slightly. Wea frowned and knocked on the wall tentatively. Under the witness of Prince Thales and the entire team, I have already carried out the punishment. Mallows' attitude seemed indifferent. Doyle and Glover have also paid the price they deserve. Vogel was silent for a few seconds. When? This morning. Mallows flipped to the next page. Oh, this was the signature page. The specific records are with Vice Penal Officer Gray Patterson. Of course, I believe that Hugo Fubel will also report this to the Flag Bearer Division as soon as possible. Vogel did not speak. But in the dead silent world, Mallows felt that the pressure from Vogel was rising. Like a stove for boiling water. This morning, Vogel exhaled. Isn't it a little hasty to deal with last night's incident in such a hurry? It was indeed hasty. Mallows dipped his pen in ink. Unfortunately, Prince Thales could not suppress his anger. We dared not delay under a forceful order. Vogel frowned fiercely. Mallows, on the other hand, laid out the report meticulously. He was prepared to sign the most perfect signature in his life on the report. After a few seconds, the vice captain in front of him slowly forced out a sentence. Is that so? Vogel stared at Mallows. Prince Thales, is he so harsh, ungrateful, and unreasonable? At that moment, Wuxia suddenly felt a little suffocated and had to concentrate on maintaining the sound replication spell. As if he really knew that stuff. Mallows shrugged and chuckled as he began to write the letters. You can't imagine. Vogel lowered his eyes and looked at Mallows' beautiful handwriting. Are you sure the punishment is appropriate? I don't know. Mallows dipped his pen in ink and shook his head. Of course, if you feel that His Highness was unfair and needs to be resentenced, it is not incomprehensible. Bang. The vice captain slammed his palm on the table. Mallows' pen stopped. He raised his head and looked at Vogel. He did not need to stroll in his own dead silent world to sense the other party's emotions. No need. Vogel stared intently at Mallows and pulled back the report in an irrefutable manner. Halfway through his signature, the tip of his pen left a long ink stain on the paper that was pulled away. Wuxia lowered his head deeply. This child had been in the flag-bearer division for a long time and knew how to read people's expressions. Under normal circumstances, we do not punish him twice for the same crime. Vogel was expressionless. In front of Mallows, he tore the report in his hand into pieces and threw it into the wastepaper basket. Of course, I forgot. Mallows put down his pen and smiled at him. Thank you for the reminder. What a pity. That was his best signature. Vogel was silent for a long time until he had digested his current emotions. A few seconds later, when the chief flag bearer looked up, his posture was perfect and his attitude was proper. As far as I know, you have been living with Prince Thales for more than 2 months. Vogel swept away his earlier unhappiness. He took out another report and returned to his current work. How has His Highness' personality been these days? Personality. That child's personality? Mallows' gaze was slightly unfocused. Fighting with no regard for his life. He said slowly. Still reluctant to admit defeat. Vogel frowned and looked down at the report. It's not just martial arts, it can also be, the chief flag bearer paused. Other aspects? Mallows smiled faintly. Perhaps the kingdom's secret intelligence department knows more about His Highness' life in the north. Vogel looked up. But I'm asking you. There was a momentary pause between the two. Mallows stared at Vogel quietly. Just like when they were young. Bardic poetry. Mallows spoke slowly with a nonchalant expression. He quite likes this stuff. He's read quite a lot and sings quite well. It's a pity that he's only good at lute, played by him like a cat in heat. Vogel frowned again. He liked to talk to himself and play chess, but his chess skills were as bad as D's. He liked to carry a book wherever he went, pretending to be a cultured person. Mallows picked up his teacup, and gradually felt that the tea inside was not so bitter. But he never flipped through it. What else? Vogel interrupted. For example, some abnormalities? Mallows looked up. Vogel's expression did not change. We all know that the prince is a genius, different from ordinary people. Different from ordinary people. The watchman stayed in the dead world that only he knew about for a while, before scoffing and returning to reality. His Highness's venomous mouth is unforgiving. But strangely, his usual temperament is gentle and unhurried. Mallows put on a knowing smile again. Including some of the usual moodiness and melancholy of his age. You know, the lack of love in childhood, Vogel coughed intentionally. Mind your words, Lord Mallows. Mallows smiled apologetically. How interesting. The watchman stood in the dead world, looking at the boundless wilderness ahead. Vogel had been living in irritation and emptiness, burning with anger. But he was still in awe. In fear. Anything else? Yes. Although I'm not sure of the details, there is something about His Highness that worries the guards. Vogel raised his head and pretended to listen. From various signs, Mallows thought for a moment. Prince Thales, he might, The watchman nodded and said seriously, prefer men? At that moment, Will, who was sipping his tea, was splashed in the face by a huge splash from the teacup. He hurriedly wiped it away in a pathetic manner. The report in Vogel's hand was torn out of shape, its folds disheveled. The night shift room was silent and inexplicably awkward. Only the sound replication spell was still operating diligently. Mallows. Vogel's face was expressionless, but his voice deepened. Do you know, we used the sound replication stone. He said darkly, this eternal world file will be passed down for thousands of years. Mallows smiled. Yes, I know. The watchman looked at the glowing sound replication spell. His smile was as fake as a New Year's greeting. So we try to be as real as possible, don't we? Chapter 574. Thales sat in his seat, but his body did not feel like his own. He realized that at this moment, in the imperial conference room, he was the only one facing the king. He could not turn a deaf ear to it, nor could he lower his head to hide. This morning, when the military intelligence from the north arrived, regarding Dragon Cloud City, King Kessel's voice rang out in the narrow room, lacking the echoes and emptiness of the council chamber. But it made people feel even more suffocated. Gilbert insisted on letting his student listen in, saying that this was the prince's practical lesson. However, even in front of the emperor, when he was wrangling over your farce last night, he was not this anxious. When Thales thought of Gilbert, gratitude and disappointment surged in his heart at the same time. Today, Bob Cullen specifically mentioned that pirates from the north are becoming increasingly rampant. He said that he wants to reorganize the Huigang Navy to protect the trade interests of the 7 ports of the East Blue. Kessel sat on the main seat. Even the everlasting lamp could not light up the darkness in his figure. Koster's men, on the other hand, rushed to the Department of Agriculture and Pastoral Affairs early in the morning. With the excuse of preparing to purchase seeds for the spring plowing, they checked the amount of grain exported to the Land of Cliffs region. Most of the grain was also grown in the Northland. Thales tried his best to inhale. Prime Minister Cullen and the one-eyed man of the Land of Cliffs. As for Extet, the king snorted coldly, and his words were filled with disdain. Elifure City's diplomat group has been in Eternal Star City for a long time, but they've been very patient. It was only after the banquet last night that they released the messenger crow to communicate with the country. Those Northlanders from Reformation Tower are really clean, and we can't get anything on them. It's a pity that the Doyle family is unlucky. They exposed the matter of them selling grain privately. Jorge of Elifure and Levi of Reformation Tower. Thales stared at the map on the table. You ran around for that girl, thinking you were doing it discreetly. The Iron Hand King's voice suddenly tightened and focused on Thales like a scattered mystic gun. Actually, every single one of my movements is completely exposed. Thales suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Obviously, the tea and Ballard room was not prepared for the Duke of Star Lake. And I thought that you would calm down a little in front of the foreign ministers at the Imperial Conference and put away your rutting-tail feathers. Obviously, I underestimated your determination, Duke of Star Lake, or should I say, North Star. King Kessel paused for a moment and repeated the word coldly but sarcastically. For, love? The king's voice fell. Thales looked up. But, the teenager instinctively retorted, that's not love. No, The king's eyes pierced through the darkness, piercing the sunlight. It descended on Thales. Not love? His father's response was scornful. That's worse than love. Is it the desire for youth and beauty? Or are you interested in conquering noble women? Kessel V's voice boomed like thunder. Or are you just an arrogant pig who can only rely on your swaying penis to find self-esteem? Thales shut his eyes. Over the past 6 years, the library, the Hall of Heroes, Shield District, the dining room, the study. Countless scenes from his memories assaulted him in that instant, but none of them helped the situation before him. But we're not. Thelma. No. The youth clenched his fists. He struggled to breathe, trying to expel the discomfort that he had not felt in the past 6 years. Why? Why did he feel so uncomfortable, suffocated, out of control, and irritated? No. Thales looked up and defended himself with difficulty. Thelma and I, we have a good relationship, that's true. He withstood the Iron Hand King's cold gaze, just like withstood the day before the bitter cold blizzard, and also withstood the desire to retreat in his heart. You can't run away. Find a way out. Face him. Just like facing his past opponents, King Nuvan, King Chapman, but outside of our personal friendship, I treat her, face him. Face it. Face them. Thales took a deep breath and finally said those words. I have a responsibility to her. At that moment, Thales felt the air around him circulate, just like his words and thoughts. A rhetorical question came from the dark room, not much better than before. Responsibility? Thales found himself nodding slightly. That's right. 6 years ago, I personally, no, I should say that you and the kingdom used all of our power to send that girl to the throne of Heroic Spirit Palace. King Kessel did not speak. The youth met the king's gaze, slowly regained his train of thought, and said in a firm tone, all of Constellation, we all have a responsibility to bear. The prince seemed to have returned to the state he was in when he faced the vassals in Ekstedt. And I don't think that this responsibility is a meaningless moral burden. Thales suddenly realized that Ballard Room actually had quite a few windows. But what entered the room through them was cold air, not light. Because of what happened 6 years ago, that girl is naturally close to us, to Constellation. The Duke of Star Lake sorted out his logic and spoke methodically. In Ekstedt, in Dragon Cloud City, in a group that is incompatible with us in terms of interests and ideology, this is especially valuable. The king did not move. Only his gaze remained the same. So I believe that Saroma can be trusted and expected. Even from the kingdom's point of view, my attention and help to her is not a meaningless effort. Thales tried his best to portray himself as a counselor in front of the king. His words were confident and firm, just like Sauter and Kirkirk just now. As I said, she is enough to be Constellation's ally. He stared at his father intently. King Kessel chuckled. Constellation's ally? He asked hoarsely, like a beast opening its eyes from hibernation. Or your weakness? Weakness. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of the Black Prophet, whom he had not seen for a long time. He thought of their first meeting. Thales gulped. I understand your concern. He armed himself to the teeth, braced himself, and treated the person in front of him as a formidable enemy like Nuvan and Chapman. A Camion once told me that you can't just look at numbers and profits when doing business. Sometimes, you also have to rely on word of mouth and connections. The king snorted. Business? But Thales just continued. Even in the most ordinary of wars, our allies will be attacked, our friends will be attacked, and our comrades will be threatened. But this does not mean that they are our weaknesses. Thales tightened his croaky voice, which had yet to go through puberty, to make himself sound more mature and rational. On the contrary. To reap profits, you have to take a relative risk. So last night, for the sake of our interests, I could not stand idly by. He had to be resolute and certain. Because I believe that the girl will bring us greater value and benefits. Thales stared at the pair of eyes that were incredibly piercing in the darkness and tried his best to raise the shield that belonged solely to him. King Kessel was silent for a long time. So long that Thales' sitting posture became stiff. Finally. "We." The Iron Hand King sneered. "You use 'we' to coerce your reasoning. You tell me that this is what 'we' should do." The next moment, the king pressed down on the arm of the chair. Kessel came out of the darkness into the sunlight, revealing his figure, his face, and his gaze like a stone statue. And the 9-pointed star symbol on his clothes. It was even more obvious than the symbol on Thales' collar. "But what about yourself?" For some reason, the king's action sent a chill down Thales' spine. Like a fierce beast revealing its claws from the fog. "Your own feelings, your own intentions, your own considerations, your own preferences," the king said coldly. "And where are you?" "Where am I?" Thales frowned. He stopped thinking about other things and replied, "I am among us. If, in addition to the interests and standpoint of the kingdom, you can also consider sincerity and not betray my personal friendship with her, then everyone will be happy." But the king's response came like a shadow. "No." Kessel's tone was steady, but there was an unshakable majesty to it. "You are pretending to be among us." Thales furrowed his brows. "Because you think that I am a rational and calm king born for constellation, a cruel king who only has eyes for the kingdom." The Iron Hand King's words were incomparably cold. "I despise emotions and impulsiveness, and only care about gains and losses. That's why you racked your brains and spent so much effort just to disguise yourself as me and face me." Thales was stunned for a second. To prove that what you are doing is in line with the principle of interests and political considerations, the king's words were calm. "So that I will believe in your words. So that I will let go of your recklessness and let go of your girlfriend." Thales was about to retort, but the Iron Hand King's next sentence completely froze him. "Just like your usual trick, to understand your opponent's methods, their logic, and then defeat them on their battlefield." Kessel snorted coldly. He rubbed his fingers gently. "To deal with King Nuven with exquisite calculations. To fight back against Chapman Lampard with a desperate gambit. To deal with Williams with a domineering attitude, or like last night. Using the weakness of human nature to play a remote game with the boy from the Covendier family." Thales stared at the king in a daze. He knew. The king's words echoed in Thales' mind. Usual trick, to pretend to be like him and face him. The teenager suddenly had an illusion that he was stripped naked from head to toe and was standing naked in front of the king. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to adapt, and nowhere to escape. But some things can't be disguised. Kessel V raised his eyes. "Just like last night." "Last night?" Thales' pupils moved. The Iron Hand King stared at him from afar. That feeling came again. The kind of oppression that neither King Nuven nor King Chapman had ever given him. The kind of powerlessness that made him feel as if 1,000 pounds were weighing down on him, and he opened his mouth to speak but felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. "Why?" The king spoke softly, but found it difficult to parry. "Last night, why did you put yourself at risk? You personally participated, and you enjoyed it?" Thales felt as if he was seeing double. It was Anchor and Doyle's faces. The teenager took a deep breath, focused, and tried his best to explain. "The situation at last night's banquet was tricky. I was in a dilemma, and no choice was appropriate. So I personally participated in order to find a third way, to show them a completely different Thales Jade Star, so that but at this moment." "Lies." Thales stopped talking. "You personally participated, not because of us." King Kessel stared at him from afar, as if he was watching a game of chess. "And it was because of you. You wanted to save the chess pieces and the game at the same time." Thales felt a chill in his heart. "Because this is who you are. No matter what, you always want to find a way for everyone to be happy, a perfect choice that meets the highest expectations in your heart. It's best if there are no ripples, no harm. to avoid the ugliness and sacrifice that you are most unwilling to face. Thales felt his breathing become more and more sluggish. He wanted to speak, to relieve the pressure, but, it's useless, Thales. The teenager opened and closed his lips in vain, thinking bitterly. It's useless. He knows. Thales lowered his head in a daze. And just like he said, you have nowhere to hide. No excuses. But what I don't understand is... The king continued speaking. Don't tell me that damned fate doesn't give you a damned response every time. Thales was stunned. At that moment, King Kessel's gaze seemed to cut open his chest. You slaughtered everyone at the national conference, but received even more malice and suspicion. You turned the tide in Dragon Cloud City, but brought up an enemy more terrifying than your predecessor. You spoke up for the Archduchess in Heroic Spirit Palace, but put yourself in danger of being targeted by public anger, and had no choice but to turn to an even worse ally. You had an ambiguous attitude in Blade Fang's camp, and seemed to be enjoying a better life. But at the banquet last night, you were hit hard by the irreconcilable conflict between both sides, and ended up in a sorry state. As he listened to these personal experiences, Thales felt his body become more and more numb. Is that so? As for my choice, fate gave me a response every time. Just like last night, when you wisely secured the chess pieces and the game, and won your position and reputation, the king's tone was sarcastic. But you left the shit on your ass for the entire kingdom to wipe. Thales was stunned. More excuses emerged from the bottom of his heart, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not bring them out. A third way? Just like how you are used to the willfulness of a street beggar, but delusional about the status and glory of the kingdom's bloodline. Hearing this, Thales could not help but tremble. You wander around the top of a cliff, but delusional about the view of the sky. And you think that as long as you are not afraid of death, you can have a firm foothold. Kessel's rebuke was like a sharp blade, and it cut into his heart. The king's sharp gaze left Thales, and he looked into the air. Just like you and that girl from Dragon Cloud City. Thales allowed the Supreme King's voice to drill into his ears, but he could do nothing about it. You tell yourself that out of value and position, a powerful ally can bring you benefits. But you also tell yourself that out of love and desire, a beloved lover will make you willing to sacrifice yourself. In the next moment, King Kessel's words took a sharp turn. But if you confuse these 2 points, drift between the two, and think that you can handle both with ease, and take care of both, then you are wrong. The king's gaze was deep and cold, and he enunciated each word clearly. Until you understand that every time, every self-righteous and perfect choice, there is a greater price. The teenager gulped again. I think that she, the Lady of Blazing Blood, has already proven her value and position in that battle. Thales adjusted his voice so that he did not sound so lost and helpless. But for some reason, his sentence was stuttering. She is very powerful. She can be very powerful. She can bring benefits to us, the king snorted coldly. You know, he looked straight at Thales and said coldly, I'm not talking about her. Thales' body swayed a little. The Iron Hand King said sarcastically, Polaris. Polaris. Polaris again. Thales had never hated this title as much as he did at that moment. Just like how he hated this moment. What about you? After struggling for a while, Thales' voice finally rang out faintly. Your Majesty. The teenager's voice was not loud, and the pitch was not steep, but it sounded like a powerless question that had gone through a lot of hardships. Honorable Lady Gines, is she your ally, or your lover? In the darkness, King Kessel's eyes suddenly moved. The air around him was no longer frozen. But there was an additional tension like before an avalanche. And are you really, as you said, someone who despises feelings and impulsiveness, and only cares about gains and losses, like a drowning person coming to the surface and gasping for breath? The teenager's words fluctuated. A rational, calm, and cruel king who only has eyes for the kingdom, able to distinguish everything clearly and without confusion? Kessel's gaze sharpened. But Thales could not tell if there was anger or sadness surging in his eyes. But he suddenly realized that this was the first time he had refuted his father today. Or, the first time in his life. The stone statue named King Kessel moved in his seat. He raised his chin slightly, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. But Thales interrupted him. I am a jade star. He inhaled with all his might, as if this was the only way to avoid suffocation. He even had to grab his palm hard to keep his voice from changing. As the Prince of Constellation, as the bloodline of the kingdom, if I cannot even be responsible for a girl who has suffered because of me, Thales realized that he could not control the pause in his words, but he still tried to finish them. Then, in times of crisis, at the critical moment, what right do I have to stand up and be responsible for my kingdom and my compatriots? King Kessel's gaze changed, and there was a different light in it. Thales stared at the king. That's right, this has nothing to do with her. It only concerns me. A few seconds passed. The waves in the king's eyes finally subsided. He looked at Thales again, and his tone was firm. You care about her. Thales shuddered. At that moment, the teenager actually did not dare to raise his head and look at his father again. But he still had to face it. Just like Kessel's questioning of his past behavior just now. He still had to answer. I do care about her. The teenager did not know what his expression was like at the moment. He knew how difficult it was for him to break through all the obstacles before his words could come out of his throat. Just like what he was thinking at the moment. She is my true friend, my friend in times of need. My savior, my classmate, Li Yundong said. Thales lowered his head sadly, and his voice also became softer. Of course I care about her, and maybe even, like her. Little rascal. King Kessel did not respond, not even a sarcastic and disdainful snort. He only looked at his son in silence. Thales took a deep breath. He forced determination out of his gaze, and forced away the pain. So that's even less of love. It did not have to be love. It could not be love. The moment he said this, Thales' heart trembled. He felt as if he had stepped on air. Weightlessness, imbalance. He was at a loss. Thales looked at King Kessel, trying to catch his breath in a trance, deliberately forgetting everything else. Until the king replied faintly, "Is that so?" There was no ripple, no praise or criticism. Thales closed his eyes, then opened them again. I am very realistic. After the discomfort, Thales could finally adjust his sitting posture without any hindrance. With an inexplicable emotion, he raised his head proudly. I am your son, of the Jade Star bloodline, heir to the kingdom. King Kessel's face moved slightly under the sunlight. I have long understood that my fate is destined to be full of ups and downs, full of misfortune and misfortune. Thales glanced sideways slightly, a little gloomy. But just like you, I have made my choice. The next moment, he looked at the king again, as if he was looking at another version of himself, and spoke the subject of the next sentence in the language of the ancient empire. I was born for the stars. The king looked back at him silently. Ballard Room was as silent as before, but the air was no longer blocked. Thales exhaled, like a prisoner who had broken free from his shackles and was breathing luxuriously under the sunlight. The teenager gritted his teeth. So I will not, and cannot, have any improper thoughts towards her, romantic feelings, or thoughts that go beyond the bounds of propriety. Will cause the same disaster, and bring it to her. Precisely because I care about her, care about Saroma, care about my friend. King Kessel did not say a word. With a mixture of pain and discomfort, Thales uttered the words that had been buried in his heart for a long time, confirming things that he had already figured out. So that is definitely not love. That cannot be love. Absolutely not. At that moment, he was like a bird freed from its shackles, finally able to spread its wings and soar into the sky boldly. Until his wings broke and he fell to the ground. You asked me where I am, the young duke said in a low voice. He suddenly liked the darkness of the stone room. I am here, in Renaissance Palace. Just like you. Father. Thales's mood sank. And you don't have to worry about her and me. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales realized that he was sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. This was far from the demeanor that the Duke of Star Lake should have. The silence in the room lasted for a long time. It was as if he wanted to leave enough time for this confession. Until the meaning behind it was completely understood. Is she well? King Kessel suddenly spoke, startling Thales. But the teenager immediately fell into dejection. I don't know. He closed his eyes and opened them again, trying to eliminate all expressions. I also don't want to know. Ballard Room was completely silent. It seemed like a long time had passed. Finally, the king's figure voluntarily retreated in the light. He sat in the shadow of his seat again. His face was no longer visible. Only the voice of the king could be heard from afar. Sometimes, I am really strange. King Kessel's words were as sharp and harsh as ever, but there was no longer that prickling sensation. Why is your rationality on par with your stupidity? Why are they in the same mind? The king snorted coldly. And still able to coexist peacefully. Thales did not speak. He sat at the long table in a daze. Just now, the teenager understood a little. In his life, he had faced 3 kings. King Nuvan's tyrannical methods were a combination of strength and gentleness, a mixture of kindness and authority, as unfathomable and immeasurable as the sea. King Chapman, on the other hand, pressured and threatened him with tangible benefits, as if a blade was pressed against his neck and a thorn in his back. But the Kessel V in front of him. The Iron Hand King. He was completely different from the other 2. As the supreme king of Constellation, he did not speak eloquently and did not know how to speak boldly. But Kessel had an even more bizarre and terrifying ability. With this ability, he could transcend kindness and authority with just a few words, directly strike at the heart, and grasp the most damned vital point. Forcing Thales to face his true self. Calm and tranquil. But heartbreaking. The king reached out and moved a cradle on the table. The door to Ballard Room opened. A few unfamiliar royal guards appeared at the door. A person walked past them and into the room. It was the scarred man from the Secret Intelligence Department. But Thales did not seem to hear it. He just sank into his seat expressionlessly. Take him out, King Kessel's voice rang mercilessly. Let him see the mess he left behind. Thales looked up absent-mindedly. What? Don't dawdle. The king lowered his head again and flipped to the next document. There are much more important matters in Ballard Room. Remember what you said today. Thales did not remember what happened next. He did not even remember how he walked out of Ballard Room in a daze. He also did not remember how the scarred man stiffly put his hands behind his back and apologized stiffly, saying that the king's orders could not be disobeyed, but Lord Mallows could not leave for the time being and asked His Highness to come with him. Until Thales followed him absent-mindedly out of the palace through a side door and into a carriage. Where are we going? Feeling the swaying of the carriage, Thales, who had finally adjusted his emotions, came back to his senses. The kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, Your Highness, His Majesty's orders. Opposite him, the fierce-looking scarred man scratched his face as he answered. Secret Intelligence Department. Thales frowned. But he found something even more wrong. The scarred man in front of him, his voice, became different. Noticing the prince's gaze, the knife-scarred man smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to tear off the skin on his face. Thales widened his eyes. Long time no see, Your Highness. The person in front of him threw away the scarred mask and lowered his head to fiddle with his eyes. His voice was relaxed and humorous. How have you been? Thales was stunned. It's him. You don't look happy. Why? His old acquaintance, the Baron Bone Man Raphael Lindbergh, opened his dark red eyes in the carriage and looked straight at Thales. Dumped by your girlfriend just now? Thales' expression froze. Raphael. The prince, who was already in a bad mood, leaned back. One more word of nonsense from you. The Duke of Star Lake stared straight at the top of the carriage and said expressionlessly, I'm going to ask for the Honorable Lady Miranda's hand in marriage. Raphael's face fell. Then, the carriage became completely silent. No words were spoken throughout the journey. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.